Yo, what is up, folks? Welcome back to another stream. We are back with another podcast. Hope all are doing well. There's plenty of topics for this one here. Tons, actually. I think it's going to be a good one. But before we begin, of course, make sure to hit the like button. The more likes, the better. It gets us up in the algorithm. The last couple streams in the past, a couple of them hit over 20K, over 100 likes. That's very appreciated. We appreciate all the support, folks. You guys are all goats for that. But we got plenty of questions. And make sure to subscribe to all of us, of course, this channel and Shinobi and Batman's as well. Everything's in the description. If you guys want to check out myself or them, go ahead. We got plenty of content for you guys. But to start off, I know many of you guys are curious on my thoughts and the general themes of the newest chapter of the Boruto manga. I must say, it's one of the best chapters I've read in a long time. One of the most daring, creative writing choices I've seen in a long time, in Naruto in general, and in anime as well. So to go down the list, let's start with the power scaling. Let's start with what happened. Essentially, Ida, who has an ability literally called Omnipotence, used her shinjutsu. It's actually not even ninjutsu. It says shinjutsu, implying that she has jutsu on par or along the lines of Shibai Akatsuki himself, which is extremely telling, that allows her to rewrite history in the minds of everyone that falls for her charm. So only Akatsukified individuals can't fall for it, and anyone that doesn't fall for her charm can't fall for it either. So what she did is she went to Kawaki, who was being manhunted by the entire Shinobi alliance from the Leaf, and I guess Kawaki expressed his concerns and wished that Boruto wasn't his brother and that he could just kill Boruto and that Boruto was just a nobody, so that the Leaf wasn't on him and that he didn't have to kill his brother, etc. So what Ida did is she utilized her omnipotence, that's literally what the ability is called, to rewrite history in the eyes and minds of everybody besides Kawaki, besides Momoshiki, besides Boruto. Obviously he's Akatsukified, and surprisingly Sarada. And my theory for that is because she's in love with Boruto and because she's not an individual that can fall for Eida'S charm. So those are the only individuals that know of the history being rewritten. So what happened is there's an inverse now. Kawaki is Naruto's son now in the eyes of everybody. Boruto is the one being manhunted now. Like I said, that's an extremely daring narrative writing, creating decision. But I think it's a good one. And I think it's going to set up Boruto in the right direction, thematically speaking. So this is the equivalent of Naruto and Sasuke switching lives in Shippuden. That's essentially what just happened here. And the reason I like this creative writing decision is because it allows Boruto to now have its own uniqueness as a manga. It's not just mirroring Naruto, nor is it seemingly attempting to do so. Boruto is going to have trials and tribulations that's going to create emotional appeal. Inevitably, I think it's going to create a ton of emotional appeal from the fans. We're going to start to take Boruto seriously. He's not just a silver spoon-fed individual that had Naruto as his father and had god powers early on in his life from a literal Akatsuki. He's an individual now that's ostracized from the Shinobi world entirely. No one fucks with him anymore, clearly, except Sarada, who wasn't affected by the omnipotence jutsu. So it's going to be extremely, extremely interesting to see where they go with this. This sets the stage, and the floodgates of opportunity are open to me thematically. The question is, what is Sarada going to do? Is she going to follow Boruto into isolation and become a shadow rogue ninja, sort of like her father was back in his day? Or will she simply just return to the village, try to stall them from finding Boruto? Will she try to convince them that it's all a facade? Who knows what she's going to do? The relevance of Sarada has shot up exponentially. Let's say that. Not even power scaling wise, but narratively. She's the only one besides Kawaki, Ida, and Boruto, and Momoshiki that knows what's going on. So thematically, like I said, the floodgates have opened. There are tons of opportunities, and I think this is one of the best plots I've seen yet for Boruto. But that's my thoughts, and I don't know if you guys want to give your thoughts on that, what just took place.
I mean, yeah, that's fucking amazing, dude. I mean, I haven't quite caught up on the manga quite yet, but I do appreciate the creative writing. This aspect, like you said, that it isn't going to be a similar cadence of events that transpired in the original series. You want to see something different, and a lot of people complain about Boruto not having enough, character development. He's spoiled. He has all these jutsus seemingly out of nowhere. It's nowhere on par of development that we experienced with, OG Naruto,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
a lot of us can attest to that as well. So I want to see something different. I want to see something have a different rate of progression, and yeah, I think they're doing it the right way, man. From what I've been hearing, it seems
Yeah.
pretty legit for
Yeah,
sure.
the extreme, I would say 180, literal 180 in the narrative allows for more opportunity. Greatly more opportunity as far as Boruto's development. He's no longer, like I said, the silver spoon-fed shinobi with god power from an early age, where he didn't even have a real contribution to defeating the god Momoshiki. He literally was just
Yeah,
given the power very, very conveniently to make him
facts.
overpowered. But now he has to face not so much power encounters, but more so symbolic trials and tribulations. That's what he's going to face, and I think that's where the emotional appeal is going to come. People are going to start to look at him and say, "Wow, he has to earn this now. He has to earn what he wants." The merit of him isn't so much any more power, but more so his own integrity. Like, that's on the line, which is what Naruto sort of dealt with. Obviously, not to this extent early on in his childhood in Part One. Um, Obviously, they weren't trying to kill him, but he was looked at as a liability, as a monster, as a demon. People literally said they fucking hated him every day of his childhood.
Yeah,
So because of that, Boruto's gonna have a similar experience now, but even worse because again he's literally trying to be eliminated by the entire Leaf Village and possibly the Shinobi world. Once Shikamaru and Naruto tell the rest of the villages that he's a rogue ninja.
most
Um,
definitely. Yeah,
so
there
I'm
could be
actually
a Kage Summit or something about that as well. I'd assume.
exactly, and that's where the gold mine is right now for Boruto. That's why I'm very pleased with the direction. Kishimoto made a very daring choice, but a good one, I'd say, with
Bro,
his creative writing decision here. But yeah,
I'm
it's
just confused about
I just heard the
Ida's.
last part, Jay, because I had like a little bit deaf, so I didn't. Cause I want to hear it just all yet. You know what I mean?
yeah,
When I
yeah.
came back, I'm like, wait a minute, this motherfucker against the world? God damn, what happened?
Yeah.
Oh no, I love it.
Hope you have, but
But
let's see.
how the hell does Ida have this power? She's
It,
literally
it yeah, that
fabricated from a motto. Like you put
exactly.
nowhere on par of like the
I don't
god of
understand. Yeah, what I don't understand is how does Amato
That's what I'm
synthetically
not getting.
how does he synthetically replicate and engineer Shinjutsu? I don't understand that. How do you even begin
He's
to
making
understand what it is? I
Something
don't.
that's
Yeah.
natural and organic. What?
Shinjutsu is beyond ninjutsu. It's not even prevalent in the shinobi world. How would he even like
What's
know
the
where to
technology
start?
there, huh?
I don't
It's
understand that.
aliens, guys. It's aliens. It
Yeah.
has to be.
Ida
Yeah.
Ida has Shinjutsu. She has Shibai type ability. Momoshiki himself says this is Shibai's ability. This is godlike. This is omnipotence. And she literally did it on a global scale, by the way. A global scale. It literally shows the
Yeah,
entire Earth
exactly.
engulfed by her omnipotence, which is
So
extremely
it's not even
impressive.
like a genjutsu. It's like a reality switcher,
Yeah,
essentially.
it's
Yeah,
like
it's
a
reality bending. Like
yeah,
it's ridiculous.
it's like a mental it's a mental contortion of everyone on Earth that does fall for her charm and or is not Sutsukified. That's
So the
extremely
question over
powerful.
that, I don't know if this answer is given though, Jay. Is Boruto the only one aware of actual reality and how everything has
Yeah,
been
so
oriented and fabricated?
Boruto, only
Gotcha.
Boruto,
And
Kawaki,
Sarda.
and Sarada are aware. That's it.
Oh
Yeah,
wow,
and
I
that's
Ida,
don't know why
crazy.
Sarda though.
yeah,
Like how? I
yeah.
guess it
That's
makes
kind of
sense
bizarre
narratively.
because yeah,
Have they tried to tell Naruto that in some way, or tried to explain it to him, or
it
no?
That's
ended
Carver.
it ended right after he Momoshiki explained to him what happened to Boruto in his subconscious. He told him, "Yeah, you're Kawaki now. You're fucked. You got to run away." And Sarada was with
Yo.
him. Kawaki, you know what's telling is that Kawaki, I didn't even mention this. Kawaki just went along with it because again, Ida basically made his desires come true, and he went along with it. He told Ida, "Tell everybody that Boruto killed Naruto." So he's actually going along with it and is okay with even Boruto's life being taken away.
Yeah.
Because what Kawaki has is very unique. Is he only has loyalty to one person, even over himself, and that's Naruto.
Naruto.
He's willing to
Yeah.
die for Naruto. He's willing to kill whoever it takes, even Boruto, for Naruto. And that's why he's okay with this. He didn't say, "What the hell are you doing, Ida? Stop this, change this." He said, "Okay, make sure to tell everybody that Boruto killed Naruto." That's insane. That this shows the religious devotion, the dogmatic devotion that Kawaki has for Naruto. He's willing to take lives, including his own brother, essentially, Boruto.
Dude, this is actually going to be
That's some
pretty sick,
hardcore
though,
love
man.
right there.
Yeah.
A great way to
Great way.
end off part one.
Great
and,
way.
Let the time skip begin. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And see what the development is like after all these years.
Yeah.
Too. So there's going to be some good juicy ride in the future for sure. But how the hell are they going to switch this omnipotent beat? That's
Ida's
to be debated.
Yeah,
you know?
Ida currently is OP. She's like the strongest in the verse right now, as of now. Besides,
Dude,
like
Amado is OP, bro. He can build.
creates it. He created her.
Like, this guy, bro.
He created a god, literally. But to look at the chat, yo, how have you been? What's going on fixing Geodoc?
I heard about that, and I saw a vote poll of like the greatest scientist or whatever, and I picked him
Tomato.
because I knew about that. But everybody was fucking picking Orochimaru. I'm like,
Nah, it's not even close. It's not even close.
Orochimaru.
Actually, happy to hear that you would love some Boruto content. This content I like. Well, I'm not gonna, switch up and say that it's goated over Naruto yet, but it has potential. Yeah. Hope you're having a good day. Thanks, Lanes. Thanks for coming in. Hashirama DNA on steroids. Yeah, Hashirama is fodder in comparison to fucking Ida. It's not even close.
Yeah.
By the way, wanted to know who would win between Ida's reality changer or Infinite Tsukuyomi. Infinite Tsukuyomi it's a dream creating genjutsu. This is reality changing. This is beyond just being in a dream state. This is actually changing reality.
There's something
in
Madara
everyone's
wish
mind.
he had. Shit.
Yeah.
If
Exactly.
he could actually make it a reality. Shit.
Yeah.
That's what he really, really, really wanted. Not
you
something
can't protect
genjutsu,
yourself.
but it was
Yeah.
just a half measure, and he was like, "Fuck it, it's the closest we're gonna ever get."
Naruto's biggest D writer. Yeah, essentially that's what Kawaki is.
Absolutely, yeah.
The biggest. What's going on, Jay? Unfortunately, I can't do it. Hey, don't worry about it, brother. It's all good. You've been a goat for a long time, Sir Goats.
Thanks for coming in, man.
But yeah, any donations that are displayed will have a priority as far as questions are concerned. And all members and past donations are appreciated. We appreciate all the support, folks. And make sure, for the people that are in here, make sure to hit the like button. Let's try to get to 30 plus likes. Shit, even 100 plus, like a couple of the streams have. We'll really appreciate it. But yeah, so
great topics, man.
Yeah, a lot of great topics on this one. I hope you guys enjoy it. And again, you don't have to donate as well. You can just ask questions. We'll get to it after we answer the live stream questions. But if you want priority, donate, become a member, and we'll do it right away. But like we said, Kawaki has a religious devotion, dogmatic devotion to Naruto. Even Sasuke fell for it. Sasuke fell for it. Naruto fell for it. Shikamaru. There's no way to escape Ida's omnipotence Shinjutsu unless you're Otsutsuki-fied or you're Sarada for some reason. But
that's crazy.
Yeah, that's insane. But I'm glad they did what they did for Sarada because it forces her to become relevant. She's the only one that's not Otsutsuki-fied that knows what's happening. Even Mitsuki fell for it. He tried to kill Boruto. Wow. He used his Sage mode and tried to fucking eliminate Boruto. And Sarada's like, what the hell's happening? What are you doing?
No way.
Yeah, even Mitsuki, who had some sort of religious devotion to Boruto, friendship-wise, was changed up like that right away. Right away changed up. So Ida is extremely powerful. The only one I could possibly see contend with her is Boruto himself, if he really masters his karma and utilizes the abilities to their optimal level.
Jogan as well.
Yeah, the Jogan.
I don't know if you guys are watching, but or if you've catching, or even how far the anime is to catching up with the manga, or if it's just way behind.
Yeah.
But there is a thing titled of Kawaki versus Boruto.
Oh yeah. I think that's only if I'm not mistaken, it's only a few chapters behind the manga. They fight. And I haven't seen the animation.
It was like a hardcore fight.
Yeah, I heard that it's goated.
I was just curious. I played, it was like a 2 or 3 minute thing posted from Crunchyroll.
Yeah.
So I played it, and bro, they were going at it.
If it's the chapter I'm thinking of, it's not too far away from the current manga. That means that they're catching up to the manga.
They had some fucking Kawaki. Yeah, that's his name.
Kawaki,
he had some busted ability.
Oh yeah, he was probably displaying
the Junior, bro.
Yeah, he's a Shiki Junior. He can use the. He could send you to a.
Oh, okay, so that's a
Sakuna
Matata. So he has that because of the karma.
Sakuna Matata. He can use the ability to send you to a timeless dimension, which is where you sent Naruto, where you don't age, no starve. You're literally just frozen in time.
That's why I was kind of confused how Ida still affected him when he's in that zone.
Yeah, that's bizarre.
It's really omnipotent.
Yeah, that's extremely powerful. That means it's interdimensional.
Yeah,
if he falls for it.
Naruto, You
Yeah,
know, like
because I'll be fair though, I didn't specifically see Naruto fall for it.
okay.
So maybe
That
there's
was
a
questioning.
possibility that he's in a dimension and Hinata are in there and they come back and they're like, what the fuck happened? Why the fuck is Sasuke trying
Yeah.
to kill my son or something?
Okay, that makes
Yeah.
sense.
But narratively, it wouldn't make sense necessarily. Shikamaru and Sasuke would be like, what the fuck's wrong with you, Naruto? Boruto's a piece of shit. But then again, that could also turn into an interesting trajectory as well.
Well, so I haven't read it too up to date, obviously, but is Sasuke caught underneath this spell
Yeah.
as well?
Yeah, right away, him
Really?
and Shikamaru immediately said, we got to go after Boruto. We got to go kill him. Literally.
Damn, Sasuke trying to kill his ass.
Yeah.
But Sarada isn't. That doesn't make any sense.
That's gonna be
What?
the only reason I could rationally think of narratively, like create creatively, is that they want to make Sarada relevant and maybe try to further push the love kind of triangle, not love triangle, but the love duality between Boruto and Sarada. I guess that's a good way to do it.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Have a thing.
But
Like
they would have a damn good rationalization as to why she can.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I hope they explain that because they really didn't do that. They just automatically made her immune.
The fuck?
Yeah.
They're,
and
they're just like, oh, she has fall armor.
Yeah,
You know what
exactly.
I mean?
Like how?
Sorry,
though?
she's
Yeah,
Sarada's
Okay, see,
Sasuke's daughter
that's-
after all.
That's just weird. That
Yeah.
doesn't make no sense. Cause it's like if everybody else, but not Sadara, like let's be real, Sasuke is still stronger than Sadara, right? At that point.
Yeah, yeah, right now,
But,
yeah,
like-
yeah.
Bro,
Definitely.
Like
yeah,
why the
like-
fuck is she immune?
Yeah, Momoshiki just kind of
Exactly,
Momoshiki,
bro.
when he was speaking of it, he made it kind of vague. He just said, if you can't fall for her charm, you're immune. But Sarada's the only one. Like, it's kind of bizarre.
Okay.
I'm thinking the
Or is it because of like Sadara's feelings?
Yeah,
for
that
Boruto,
might
where,
be the
reality
direction.
Doesn't bend for her. Maybe.
Yeah.
That's a good direction, I suppose.
Yeah, I feel like
don't
that's
like
going to
saturation
be the
thing.
direction that the writers are going to
Yeah.
head. Yeah, I think that's what it's going to be. Some
Oh,
Phantom Realm.
Lord.
Thanks for coming in, Phantom Realm. It would be interesting
Hey,
if he has to kill a fellow
cool.
Leaf Shinobi. Man, he's going to have one hell of a choice if he has to kill a Leaf Shinobi. Let's see what here.
I'm liking where that's going though, because that does make it that makes it to where a bunch of shit's gonna be going down. A lot of fighting,
There's going to be a
crazy
ton of
shit.
the
Yeah,
floodgates.
I mean,
Like, it's gonna be pretty wild, and that's really interesting to kind of get the thing back into the conflict times, and
Yeah,
shit.
the floodgates have
Shimo's like,
opened.
Y'all is
Yeah.
not gonna ruin my shit, bro. Let me teach you how it goes.
That was a really good direction for him, yeah. Because it was headed in like an okay direction with where it was currently, but this just opens the floodgates for like what's possible now.
Anything.
Yeah.
I love it, man.
I actually really like that narrative decision that he took, that writing decision. So, how do you think Boruto will counter or reverse the effects of Ida's actions? Who knows? There's a theory that he won't, and that simply put, the village will be destroyed, and the time skip we see is simply just the same current state that they're already in. Kawaki's the guy that people think is Naruto's son, and Boruto's the rogue shadow ninja. But might be wrong about that. Maybe he does reverse it. But it's possible that nothing possibly never reversed. So I don't know.
I would theorize that if he does like unlock some like unknown abilities to Jogon that we don't know yet, and has some Shibai
Like Shinjutsu.
jutsu, attributions towards it as well, then maybe that could be a key towards unlocking this, reality bending feat that he's experiencing.
Yeah.
But I don't know what else at this point. You know
Yeah,
what I
it's
mean?
all theoretical. We'll see what
What's
direction they
funny
take.
about that though too? It's like, cause I remember that when I first started watching the Boruto anime, and like immediately it shows that time skip where like it's Boruto and Kawaki, like, and the whole village is destroyed. I'm like, what the fuck happened? Like, how does that even happen?
Yeah.
Like what's
It's
going
like
on?
Pain again.
Yeah,
You know?
Ida's just broken,
Literally
man.
pain all over again.
Yeah.
Ida's a broken individual. And Sage Naruto versus Taka, like all Taka, including Sasuke. Sasuke in that fight even states blatantly that he's still damaged and injured from the Itachi fight. He's not 100%, indicating that if it's Sage Mode Naruto at his best versus Taka, there's a good chance that Naruto would have the upper hand over Taka Sasuke, who has yet to really sort of.
He even has Sasano.
Yeah, he hasn't yet fully.
He did unlock the Amaterasu though.
Yeah.
And, like,
He does.
But
he does that.
yeah.
If he does face Naruto, he's going to get a bigger mental amp than he would fighting against
That's true.
me,
That's
in
true.
my opinion.
Yeah,
So
And he could possibly awaken his Asano too. So
there could be that
Well,
if
hate.
that happens, then he's fucked.
The only disadvantage is that he's still weakened from the Itachi fight. But besides that,
yeah, exactly. Jugo and
if we presuppose
what?
his hate doesn't allow him to use Susanoo, he probably would lose. if he gets that amp to like 5 Kage level summit amplification,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
then there's a chance that Naruto would lose, especially with Taka
Yeah.
helping. Yeah, there's a chance that he would fall to
And
him.
it's
but-
like
There's a
Naruto
chance,
bare minimum like would only have like one summoning, like unless we're granting him the full on fucking prep
Yeah.
shit from against Pain, then it would be all the frogs
yeah, all
and
the
Mom
frogs,
Paw, and then and
Extra
with him and
clones.
extra
Yeah.
clones,
yeah, extra clones. But like if we're going that far, that's a whole different story. But if it's just Naruto and Sage mode, like it's really, really interesting, and I do still think Naruto would have the edge, you know what I mean? Like in Taijutsu combat, you name it, just everything, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if Sasuke does get that amp in a way, mentally influenced, because he really wants to beat Naruto and capture him or some shit,
Yep.
Yeah.
Bro, like
But,
if he awakens Susanoo, that's it. I don't
Yeah,
think Naruto's winning.
It depends on
300%.
the amp that Sasuke receives. If it's sufficient enough for Susanoo, he'd probably win. If it's not, and he's still weakened because of the Itachi fight, and is at a similar level as he was against B, he'd probably lose. But yeah, it all depends.
I mean, the fact that he got his ass saved twice against an opponent like Killer B,
Yeah.
I mean, says that he'd probably be able to get his ass saved again.
And that's B
Yeah.
without Sage mode, bro.
And that's B not even.
That's being base, bro.
Yeah.
Just fighting your ass and busting down.
See what I mean? And like, let's be real.
Chill
Like
here,
a lot of
bro.
people try to downplay Pain Arc, Sage and Naruto, because I think that they're very like similar remotely when it comes to a certain line of scaling. Like I don't think Naruto gets like an insane, drastic, fucking monster quantification of an amp when he's in Sage One in the War Arc, but. What's it called? But like, if Naruto and Sage One was throwing hands with B, B's getting fucked up too. You know what I mean? Like Naruto's not. I don't think Naruto's weaker than Killer B and base. You know what I mean? From base to Sage. That just sounds stupid to me.
Yeah, definitely at least base Killer B, who was kind of boxing
yeah,
up Sasuke.
sure.
Yeah, no, like Killer B would have to go like either V1 or V2.
He's boxing
swapping
Sasuke up
hands
in
with
base.
fucking Sage Mode
Yeah.
Naruto.
I agree.
He's writing raps while boxing Sasuke up. So.
Yeah.
Someone said Ida has the ability to manifest her desires but cannot control her powers. I never got that notion, but maybe because she desires for real friends who are not affected by it, she did indirectly make Sarada and Sumire immune. Thing is, if she wanted friends, she wouldn't have Sarada's love of her life fucking become a rogue ninja. So I don't know if that holds.
That's hard to.
I don't think that was.
rationalize
Yeah,
with that.
I don't think that was intentional. Because I doubt that. But any questions, folks, you may have, let us know. It can be about this chapter. That's basically our thoughts on it, unless any of you guys have more questions about it. We have plenty of questions, of course. And again, donations take priority. Become a member. There's a ton of exclusive member-only videos there, including debate dissections, things like that. If you guys want to see that, become a member. But we'll continue on with the questions. Feel free to keep asking. So the first one, we'll go to the top here.
I can't wait for Boruto though, man.
Yeah, I'm
Really
actually
sick.
looking forward to the next chapter, which I haven't in a while.
I don't know if you like what was Sasuke's like. Was he just still like emotionless and like whatever? Like he wasn't like how was he acting when he really thought Naruto was dead?
Basically, when he found out, he did try to take Kawaki down. He tried to take him down. That's when Kawaki utilized his ability to mask his chakra signature. That's why no one could find him, except
I
Ida
remember
himself.
Oh, so he did want him dead.
Oh yeah.
When, the moment he thought Naruto was
Especially
dead,
when he tried to kill Sarada, Sasuke was like, "You're done for. Like I'm gonna kill you."
You're done.
Damn.
Yeah. When he
That's
gave
bad.
Boruto that scar in his eye, yeah, Sasuke's
Yeah.
like, "Okay, that's enough. I'm gonna kill you now." But
Oh,
he
yeah,
left.
yeah.
He ran away. Ida somehow found him. I think
That boy
because he
became Kakashi.
yeah, literally. Ida found him and did what she did with her omnipotence. And now we're here. And Sasuke likes him now because he's brainwashed by
Has
Ida's.
Kakashi been shown
That's
the whole time
crazy.
or anything?
In the manga, I don't think he's
I
ever
know,
been shown in the
right?
manga once. I think it's just in the anime he's been shown.
So sad.
Pretty
But
sure.
I was wondering if Kakashi's like around or like trying to while all that shit's going down.
Yeah.
and
Hey, make
Which let's be
Kakashi
real,
relevant
he's
again.
probably also within the
Oh yeah,
reality
yeah.
bending.
There's
too,
no reason
so,
why he wouldn't fall for it. Yeah,
Yeah.
He should be the stand-in Hokage too, as well. I think.
that'd
in
be
my
dope.
Opinion,
Yeah. But first question. Now that we move on, someone said she told Sarada and Sumire that they wanted to be friends with them a chapter or two before. Yeah, that's true, but I don't think she can unintentionally remove charm like that. I mean, she can, but I don't think she did that for Sarada and Sumire. I doubt it.
I don't know if she has powers like that. Like she can actually direct her infatuation, on
Yeah.
others or not. I think it's just like
Happens.
literally
Yeah.
ever-present ability of hers. It's like a passive one.
Kishimoto
you know?
said that Kakashi will have a big role. Shit, I hope so. I'm hoping that he does that.
Hey, Kishimoto said, "Hold my beer" to the Dragon Ball Z creator. He was like, "Yeah, these androids are gonna be having some hack shit."
Yeah, literally. So the first question is, what if Kakashi joined the Akatsuki and was recruited by Obito? Okay, so this is what I would say about it. It would certainly depend on when exactly Obito recruits Kakashi. If it's early Shippuden, Kakashi would be a low tier Akatsuki, only above Zetsu and Hidan, and arguably Kakuzu with MS abilities based on their battle and his statements respectively. If it was in middle Shippuden, or on the Pain arc, then he would more than likely be above all the Akatsuki I just listed, including Kakuzu, since again, he didn't even use MS and contended with him. And him being over Deidara and Sasori, that would be contentious. I don't think he'd be above those guys in mid Shippuden. I just tend not to think he's on that level yet. Although there are arguments I think he could make because he has Kamui.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
I mean, he did mess up Deidara.
Yeah.
He did mess up Deidara.
He did mess up Deidara.
I would certainly say there's an argument for him being above those two. I think the Sasori one would be harder, but there's arguments.
About him.
Yeah. So, but if it's during the war arc, then the only Akatsuki members that would be above him would be like the top four: Kisame, Itachi, Obito, and Nagato. I think he'd be above everybody else, including Sasori as well. So again, it does depend on when exactly he gets recruited. If it's in the war arc, he's literally relative to 6th Gate Guy in the manga and 7th Gate Guy in the anime, based off their performance against the Jinchurikis that were controlled by Obito. So he scales pretty high at that point. And he'd be a mid-tier Akatsuki member at that point. If it's DMS, he's the strongest. I'm not even going to bring that up.
Yeah.
It's not even discussion. But again, it all depends.
Lord.
Yeah, he'd be the strongest in the Akatsuki. Yeah,
bro.
But hey, let's be real. We already know who the duo pair would be for that.
Oh yeah.
Kakashi and Obito just going to capture shit or doing shit.
It'd be broken. It'd be sniping with their fucking Gamuis. Yeah.
And let's be real, Obito would give him Hashirama cells too. I think he would do that.
He would try to amp him.
Like, this is why I don't run out, whatever, blah, blah. That's my eye. Either give it to me or take some Hashirama cells if we're going to do this shit. You know?
What's going on?
If Kakashi were to get recruited to the Akatsuki, I think narratively it would be probably after like Minato's death.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, probably after. That's when he would really be vulnerable.
That's when he's more
vulnerable.
That's when his resolve.
A strong adversary.
Yeah, his resolve is definitely probably at its weakest after Minato's death. Yeah. So it'd be easier.
And his progression as a shinobi would differ completely from what we saw.
Oh yeah. If he's with the Akatsuki,
I think it would be way better actually.
Yeah.
If he's in the Akatsuki,
because he would have to.
Obito, with him knowledge and the work, training. Like I think he would be a monster.
Yeah, he would, because he would be training with more
completely.
Yeah,
and the Akatsuki don't care about rules. So, like I said, modifications are on the table. You name it, and he'll just be compensated enough to where he can be a really big deal.
Someone said, "Sup, how you guys doing? Thanks for coming in, Nayo. I think I said your name right. Fiction.
Yeah, everyone got Hashirama cells on deck, bro. Everyone their brother and their mama. The whole
especially in Shippuden. Yeah. What if Kakashi didn't stop training and never got rusty and only got stronger from his days in the Anbu? I think he would reach Pain arc levels of power quicker, for sure. Because he'd probably start with the MS, he'd start playing with that.
Basically towards that Sonic level type.
Yeah.
Vibes, you know what I mean?
He'd definitely upscale. Part 1, he'd probably slap up Zabuza if he was still training. I don't think it'd be that competitive if he never stopped training.
Yeah, the one that fought against Itachi and Kasama, I do think he's gonna be fucking up that Zabuza.
Yeah, he'd definitely he would box him up if he never stopped training.
Big difference between those two.
Yeah, he wouldn't reach like Itachi level ever unless he's DMS probably, but he would definitely get stronger for sure, and he'd be much stronger part 1, and transitively much stronger in Shippuden as well.
Because Kakashi, he's just in that the elite level for a good hot minute.
Yeah.
And then eventually during the Pain arc, arguably even Kakuzu, because we don't really know, but
he's like,
let's just say Pain arc bare minimum. What's it called? At that point, that's when he's reaching the depths of Sonic tier. Whatever,
yeah, he's hitting low tier Akatsuki at least at that point. Yeah.
Yeah, and then War Arc, he just becomes a monster.
Oh yeah, by then he's like mid tier. Yeah, he's like a mid tier Akatsuki member, maybe even higher. Yeah.
So
his progression, even without the training in the Anbu, he progressed pretty fast. Actually.
Pain arc Kakashi versus Deidara wouldn't be that of a battle.
I don't think so. Yeah,
Kakashi would take it, but it would exhaust the fuck out of him.
Yeah, Deidara would be a problem. He'd have to snipe him accurately. Yeah, that'd be a problem for sure. So that's that question. Again, feel free to keep asking questions, folks, donations or whatever. The next question is, this is Bleach, by the way. And I've thought of this before. Someone asked, since the Espada are ranked by Aizen's knowledge of them, and Aizen not being aware of Ulquiorra's second resurrection, would that mean that Ulquiorra is not the 4C and is higher than that? And would this also mean that Ichigo could beat the top 3 Espada in his Vasto Lord form? That's actually a good question. I've thought of that before. So this is my rationalization for what would happen. So we're all aware, it seems Aizen, like I just said, is unaware of Ulquiorra's second resurrection form, implying it is more than likely Ulquiorra is beyond the fourth seat of the Espada, since we can assume the amplification Ulquiorra received using the second resurrection form was substantial, clearly. So from my subjective lens, it seems he was possibly the strongest Espada, and the only Espada I would say that's probably stronger would be hypothetically enraged enough Yami, because Yami sort of has this Hulk factor. The more mad he gets, the stronger he gets. That's why he's known as the Espada of Rage, right? That's literally the trait that amplifies him.
Yeah, he gets
So if he's mad enough, I do think hypothetically he could theoretically pass up even second version Resurrection Ulquiorra. I don't think he ever did, because he was dealt with before that. So that's the only, I think, Espada that would surpass Ulquiorra at that point. But besides that, I do think Ulquiorra is above the top three. The most contentious would be probably like the first seat, since he did like spar with one of the top captains.
Yes.
It's hard to kind of gauge where he's at in comparison to Vasto Lorde Ichigo. There's an argument for it, and a narrative argument is that Aizen had two people of note in his mind at all times, Kenpachi and Ichigo, and he decisively and very deceptively put up the perfect Espada candidates to face against the two. Kenpachi faced Yami, and Ichigo faced Ulquiorra. So that's an argument you could make and say, why wouldn't the stronger Espada deal with those two if Aizen was worried about those two? Right, that's actually a good argument, but again, it's contentious. Yeah.
Like freaking Aizen is the one who literally gave the Espada the resurrection abilities in the first place. So to say that he doesn't know that Ulquiorra has a second release, I question that, right?
Right, it's contentious,
Ulquiorra already said was Lord Aizen hasn't seen me in this state yet.
That's true.
He doesn't say, he doesn't know I have this state or whatever.
If you interpret it
like this, they misinterpret that a lot. And
if you misinterpret it that way, then Aizen would be aware, and he would have been aware when he gave him his fourth seat position. So that's true as well.
I just think there's a little more context to that than people like often allude over.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? In terms of AP and raw like power, I can see him definitely being at least maybe top three. But again, the top three spot, they all have like, including Yami, right? He's like number zero. He's like
zero.
Negative. Yeah. So they all have like their own specific reasons as to why they're as high of a caliber of a spot as they are. I mean, Bardigan with his freaking,
his hacks,
like decay, essentially his hacks.
Jan
with his insane durability and just power as well because of that. So in terms of like a 1v1 against these other Spada members, it isn't so clear cut. You know what I mean?
It's not.
Ulquiorra is fast and powerful, but these guys also have their own ways of, doing work as well. So. And I think Aizen knew completely he had a second release.
I wouldn't. If someone says he did know, I wouldn't say they're crazy for it. I think there's arguments for both sides. And also, what's important is if Ulquiorra is relative to the top three, you would have to exactly quantify his spiritual pressure to determine whether or not these other individuals' hacks would work on him. Because as we all know, if you have a higher spiritual pressure, then hacks don't work on you. That's why Bardigan couldn't decay Aizen, because his spiritual pressure is beyond his own.
Absolutely.
So that would matter as well. Again, it's hard to quantify that. We don't really know the difference in power between the two. We can only speculate to try and quantify it. Another rational argument would be Halle Bell contended with the 10th seat captain. I always forget his name.
Shinsui, or
I think that's his name. The one that
does duels on Pakto.
Yeah, with the ice. Yeah.
Oh, Toshiro.
Toshiro, there you go. She competed with him. I tend to believe Toshiro wouldn't defeat Vasto Lord Ichigo. Again, I can't prove that. I don't think he's on his caliber. So I would probably safely say that, maybe not safely, but somewhat safely say that Haliba would lose to second Resurrection Ulquiorra. Again, there's no way to quantify the gap, but I think rationally. The top two is more contentious, like Bardigan.
Like when I watch Bleach, like just from my memory, so I can't, that's why I'm not speaking too much. I'll let you guys go with it.
Yeah.
Whenever I watched it for the first time, I always had the impression that Ulquiorra was the top dog in a way, because somehow he was kind of presented and having two forms and shit, and all this shit, and then fighting against even like Vasto Lord, like that whole thing.
Yeah.
Then again,
You-
that's just that could
I
just be
think
a false
there's
perception. So.
yeah, there's arguments up for both sides. One argument would be the reason why Aizen gave him so much power, such as even taking care of Orihime, is because of his power. But you could counter that and say no, it's because of his loyalty. You could also say that.
Yeah.
Because he was extremely loyal to Aizen, extremely. And I
A
would
lot
say
of vagueness we just
definitely
don't
more
know.
loyal than Halle Bell. Definitely more loyal than obviously Bargain. Bargain fucking hates his guts, and the only reason he's doing it is because he's inferior to him. And then the top Espada, he seems kind of like distraught as well, even in his fight against the captain he fought. He seemed hesitant to be like this evil, malicious person. With Ulquiorra being the only guy in my eyes, like, okay, yeah, he's definitely dogmatically and religiously devoted to Aizen. He'll do whatever it takes to please him. So that could be the argument for why he was given more like responsibility. So that's an argument.
Wasn't he like ordering Yami around though?
Yeah, he was.
Kind of like his lapdog. Like he he was showing like he was stronger, and like he's like, no, you listen to me, bitch.
Yeah, but the thing about
and not only that, I'm pretty sure like he also was way stronger than Grimjo. Like he even like, nah, fuck you, bitch.
Yeah, he's superior to Grimjaw for sure. But the argument for Yami is that he's not good at honing his power. You didn't really get to see him really channel it until he fought Kenpachi and Byakuya. That's where he really started to use it. And that's where he started to say like, yeah, I'm the strongest, or I can be the strongest.
Yeah.
Before that, he's certainly inferior to Ulquiorra. I mean, he literally cucks down to him when they face Ichigo in the world of the living.
Wait, memory-wise, did Yami ever feel his fucking spiritual presence when he went into like a second release? Because I remember there was like statements where like that shit was being felt through. Because like everyone in there felt it, and then there's like other people that weren't even there.
I know Aizen felt it. Aizen clearly felt it.
The only one I don't really agree with so much is Stark with the guns. Like he was very like lackluster. The only thing that like I gave him credit for was being able to go against.
I think he gets slammed by him too.
I forget his name, Shinsui or something.
Shinsui or Shinjiro, something like that.
Yeah. So I mean, but besides that, like Baryon, he was like the king of Lake Amundo. As this time of Ronkar. So narratively, it makes sense he would be over Ulquiorra and even Stark for that matter, right? But yet he's like number 2, if I'm not mistaken.
Some people theorize that Aizen did that out of spite. But I don't think Aizen cares about. Yeah, I don't think he did it to spite. I don't think Aizen cares about Barragan. He just tells him what to do. Aizen's not the type to be petty. I think he's very intelligent.
Like, again, Aizen literally gave these guys their power. Like, for him not to know about Ulquiorra, having the power he gave him, I don't know.
Yeah, it's definitely It's definitely questionable. Yeah, it's definitely questionable. No Limiter Code versus Boruto and Kawaki. It's kind of hard to gauge where Code's at right now. We haven't seen him in battle.
Always get beat up.
We haven't seen. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think we've seen No Limiter Code in battle thoroughly yet. So it's hard to gauge where he's at. I would say he's still fearful of Ida and Damon. I think I would say that safely. I don't know if he would beat Boruto and Kawaki though. It's contentious. I'd have to see more of him before I can conclude that. Right now, there's a chance he could, but he is creating like over 1,000 10-tail QB clones for a reason. Maybe he thinks he's not enough. That could be an argument.
Dude,
he's gonna invade the village soon.
This crazy shit, bro.
And that's actually the interesting thing. Did another question? Did Code fall for the Shinjutsu? I'm actually curious about that. We don't see that. Will Code be like, yeah, Boruto's a bad guy? I wonder if that's gonna happen.
It made Sasuke so irrelevant now, bro.
Oh yeah, dude. He's a pawn in Ida's game now, like everybody else. Zabuza and Haku versus Sasuke Retrieval Squad. Zabuza and Haku versus the Sasuke Retrieval Squad.
The squad that went to retrieve him, so like
so Shikamaru, Choji, Neji,
okay,
Kiba. I think they would probably lose. I don't think they would contend with those two.
They would, they're not like what's it called? Because the problem with all of them, like unless Naruto like goes in like he would have to
Rampage,
go into QB state, because that's part of what would happen. Like everybody
probably
goes to fight, they're all getting their ass beat, or even someone probably even dies. I mean, and that's if we say fuck the plot shit or fuck the holding back shit, and you name it.
Kakashi, like Zabuza is like elite Jonin level. I don't think even Neji would contend with that. So
they're all just not really presenting level. Like the Sound 4, like they're all Jonin level, and they beat Jonin, and the only reason why the beginning even had a chance against them and whatnot was because they were fatigued and weakened. You know what I mean? They weren't fighting at full fucking power.
Even the Sound 4 are not like elite Jonin. They had trouble beating mid-tier Jonin after coming back from a mission. On top of that, they barely they had to use their curse marks to fight
numbers.
Yeah, they had to go
Well,
to CM2, what's it called, to be relevant to Jonin.
Now
level.
Zabuza is an elite swordsman Jonin. I don't think that's a chance, to be honest.
Yeah.
With Haku,
on par with the likes of Kakashi, yeah, and Haku's even above him. Like,
Yeah,
the two of those
exactly.
guys are
And,
ridiculous.
Yeah,
like the only way you can like make it somewhat plausible is like if you just make it like where Haku just instantly gets like no diff instantaneously. Now it's Zabuza against all of them.
yeah,
Which the only way you can really argue that is like that Sasuke was giving her the hands in a contest of speed and blah blah whatever. But then again, it just doesn't really make sense because
Yeah.
that Sasuke is drastically weaker than all the other versions we see, and then even compared to like Neji and Lee and blah blah. And you're telling me she's struggling with that level of caliber of power, yet in the war arc when she comes back as an Edo, she's over here fighting adult Rock, you know what I mean, not adult, like teenager Rock Lee, Sai, Kakashi, war arc, you know what I mean, like all this shit. Like, so I don't even think she scales that low. I think that was her probably dead ass now, really thinking about it, that she was really holding back or something, because it just doesn't make sense. Or she would just immediately go into her fucking ice mirrors. But like I said, if you analyze all the work and you name it Edo shit, like I don't think she's to that level. So therefore, she would also be Jonin level, like similar to Zabuza, or even arguably stronger. And then therefore, like ice mirrors, it's a wrap.
Yeah, just rationally, like they scale above, barely tuning level individuals. So I don't think they stand a chance. But did you see the last Boruto episode? I haven't really watched the anime. I read the manga now, but I might start watching it.
Just a quick question for you guys on that real quick. So who do you think would win, Haku or Demon Mist Mode Zabuza?
That's an interesting question.
I think she just has the advantage with the ice.
He.
Zabuza with no emotional attachment to Haku, and he's
just
bloodlusted.
Going full rage demon mode, bro. Just, you know what I mean? Do you think he still has scales above him like that, or like? I know he admitted himself several times.
I think if Haku's not in his ice mirrors immediately, I don't think he'd beat Zabuza. I think Zabuza would kill him. Yeah,
that's fair.
If he's in the mirrors, it's gonna be harder. If he's bloodlusted and like light speed in between his mirrors.
Bloodlusted, that's what I was thinking. Like, that doesn't take it. But if it's in character, then she's he's gonna be a bitch. And what's it called? And not want to kill Zabuza and shit.
Yeah. If it's in character, they would never fight. They like fucking love each other. So.
And that too,
Absolutely. But if they're bloodlusted, I'd lean towards Zabuza. I'd lean towards him because Haku wouldn't be able to see him, and he's bloodlusted. Even if he's in the mirrors, he would be like, "What the fuck is he? He's in bunch of mist everywhere." So there's that.
Yeah. That is true. Yeah, there is the mist and everything. Yeah.
But yeah, that's probably what I would say. Code is in a different dimension. I think he will team up with Boruto. That'd actually be pretty cool. What's going on, Luis? Thanks for coming in. Do you think Kabuto could solo the 5 Kage? I'm assuming you mean Sage Mode Kabuto against the current Kage would slam him, obviously.
Oh yeah.
Now if let's say it's the 5 Kage that fought Madara, that's a good question.
Which Kage, like including Hiruzen or just like Tsunade?
Yeah, Tsunade, the ones that fought Madara in the war.
Oh yeah, yeah, gotcha.
I don't think any of them scaled to Itachi, to be honest. And Sage Mode Kabuto held his own, I'd say at least.
I'm also susceptible towards that Genjutsu as well. His lights, like Fang attack with his awesome
and his Genjutsu,
bones, bro.
The best win con for them would be like Onuki amping fucking the Raikage speed, and then him using his fucking particle style to just disintegrate him. That'd be like the best chance they have if they try to blitz him or something like that.
And if they find that cave too, that would matter a lot as well.
Yeah, environment would definitely matter. In general, I would. It's the speed thing that would be the most contentious for me.
Yeah, we don't know.
Like the thing that Sage Mode sensory is no joke, though. You know what I mean? But it's like, but there's limits to it because, like, for instance, like Naruto was in Sage Mode and Alive Madara was still able to like fucking force him to block and just basically like he speed blitz, but at least Naruto was able to block, but he still basically just moved, bam, hit him, and then that's it, one shot. You know
I lean towards Kabuto, I'd say.
Same, bro.
Yeah, I do lean towards Kabuto as well. As weird as that sounds,
yeah. Like controlling the terrain like that, almost blitzed Itachi, bro.
Yeah, that's impressive. That's impressive.
Put two of them in a Genjutsu, and they had these two Mangekyo.
Yeah, and
I'm
they have
I
MS.
mean-
One of them has EMS, the other has an MS,
So
and
it's
they
like if
still
he
fell.
puts them all in Genjutsu, they can't look at
They're
each other
fucked.
and fucking
Yeah,
they're
they're
fucked.
fucked. Yeah.
He can react and liquefy himself. I mean, the guy's insane. Bro.
Yeah,
Like,
he's
'cause I think
broken.
that's like he has someone. Yeah, I'm gonna be real. I do think Kabuto slams the 5 Kage all at once because, like I said, if he does that flute shit, they don't have
And-
visual shit to get out of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Edo Tensei.
Oh shit! If he uses that, they're all washed. Yeah.
I
Like
mean,
maybe
fucked.
Tsunade, arguably, but she would just be dealt with by the time.
I think
breaks
she's
out.
too slow. Yeah, she'd be too slow.
Yeah.
That's what I think. How's everyone doing? Oh yeah, I read that one. Thoughts on Ash and Pikachu? I think I don't watch Pokemon, but
Shit,
I
man,
haven't
and
seen it. Well,
hey,
I'm
if
sad,
anything,
though.
Kabuto could also theoretically go into that big water transformation that Sugetsu did.
oh
that could
yeah.
fight the fucking full 8
Water
tails,
Susanoo.
you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, literally, like, you know, he can go
Um,
into that, and, like, you know, so, like, he just has so much shit.
Yeah. Is there anyone in Naruto stronger than Ewok? I'm actually not that far in Bleach yet. I'm not caught up to the anime, but I've heard Ewok is fucking broken. I'd have to see what he does
Yeah, I
exactly.
don't know what he can do exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's clearly on the level of like Blood War arc,
Yamamoto.
Ichigo and Yamamoto, who's fucking broken as
You know
well.
what I mean? Just sliced him up, bro. That was crazy, bro.
Yeah, he
Oh,
lit
man.
him up. That was extremely impressive. Even his doppelganger gave him a fight, and that wasn't even him. That was like another
I can't
Quincy.
He got fooled, bro. Like completely. Like how did that happen?
Whoever that Quincy, this Quincy are powerful, man. That's just what it shows.
Yeah. Absolutely, bro.
They're fucking up captains and like, dude, these guys are broken. All these dudes. When is the next call-in show? Probably a few episodes from now. We'll probably do another one. Do you think if Obito fought the 5 Kage and Madara fought Naruto, Kakashi, and the guy of the series wouldn't be over? Would have been over. Is Obito fought the 5 Kage? I don't think any of them would hit him. He'd probably beat them or
they're
calm.
not fucking, like, I don't even think the Anoki would hit him either with the speed
Yeah.
amp, because, like I said, if he's dodging KCM2 level speed
Yeah,
and
literally,
shit, like,
literally. Now Madara,
I
I think would beat those three. Madara would beat Kakashi and beat Naruto, unless Naruto gets 6 past powers or something. I don't think he's gonna. They're not gonna be able to hit him. And I think Madara would kill them.
Kakashi and Guy have clearly have limits. It's kind of emphasized in the war arc thing. So like, what happens is like they're helping, they're fighting against Obito, whatever, and they're able to do it to a degree, and they're helping. But the moment like Obito makes all the tail beasts go full transformation, all this shit, like they're like, yeah, we lose. Like a guy immediately said, I have to go 8th gate or we're all dead. And Kakashi's like, oh, I'll try to calm me, and Guy's like, that's impossible. So it's clearly establishing a certain line of scaling where they cap at. And Madara, we all know that Madara would clap all those.
Oh yeah, easily.
Perfect Susanoo.
Easily.
So it's like, I'm just being real with you. Like Madara would easily destroy them.
Yeah,
they would not.
They can't contend with him.
I would have to go 8th gate. That's the only way.
Yeah.
But then again, that doesn't do shit because it's in fucking Edo.
Yeah, the best chance they would have is if Naruto gets like Sage Mode KCM2 level. Maybe he'd be able to contend against Edo Madara at least. But if it's Madara with Sage Mode or Jubidara, they're all fucked. That's all I gotta say for sure. They're fucked.
Yeah, and then like, I do think 8th gate Guy would.
Oh yeah, 8th gate Guy. Yeah, he would.
Obito though, you know what I mean?
That would be last resort. Yeah, he would use the 8 gates and just kill Edo. And well, you can't kill him though. He's an Edo.
Can't kill Edo. Yeah.
If anything, he would use.
Madara, he can't do anything.
He'd get worked.
Like if Naruto didn't have KCM2 and that one scene was happening, or whatever, like he would have went 8th gate. Like we would have just saw it right there and then. He would have beat all the tail beasts. He would have killed Obito, and then guy's dead.
Actually, what could possibly happen is Madara breaks out of the contract of the Edo like he did. Then Guy could kill him with the 8 gates.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
He'll blitz everyone.
He's fucked. Yeah. That would probably be what would happen. Guy would be like, we can't beat him, dude. I gotta go 8 gates. And he's undid the contract, so he is killable now. I'll just sacrifice myself. And you guys.
Guy is 6,000 level with 8 gates, so nobody's fucking with that.
I don't know. No one that's 6 pass below 6 pass is dealing with him. Yeah.
Nope.
I just saw Creed 3 and it was whack. Really, I haven't seen it yet.
Oh really?
I heard it was good.
I heard John Wick 4 is good, and that came out.
Oh yeah, I gotta check that.
Yeah, I saw it came out like yesterday or something.
I'm probably gonna go watch that either tomorrow.
By the way, folks, make sure to hit the like button as well if you haven't already. Get us up in the algorithm, get some more eyeballs.
Smash that up.
But let's continue with the questions here. The next one was, what if Lee beat Gaara instead and moved on to the Chunin exams, or if Gaara just went against Choji or some fodder, and Lee's Gaara's part progressed into the next rounds. So this is what I would say. From my subjective lens, the significant arbitrary gap between Gaara and Lee is too great. I don't see Lee defeating Gaara in the preliminary nor the final, because in the event that Gaara would have to, he would just rampage and Lee's fucked, even in the 5th gate. That's the problem with Gaara. He's a loose cannon that has a ton of power. So in the event that he is getting pressed, like he was against Sasuke and Naruto, he would just summon the One Tail, and then Lee's fucked to get crushed. So I don't think he'd beat him no matter the scenario. But if
even if he did beat him, though, like Gaara is still going to be relevant in the attack, the Konoha Crush arc. He's still going to be there and try to kill everybody.
Yeah. And this is what I would say to give Lee credit, though. If he didn't fight Gaara, he'd beat anybody besides final Sasuke, final round Sasuke, besides Gaara, obviously, and besides probably Naruto, because Naruto would probably like, get the Nine-Tail amp to a level where he can contend. Arguably, that's contentious. But he'd beat almost anybody else besides Sasuke, Gaara, and arguably Naruto. Those are the only people he would be able to beat in the 5th gate. He'd beat Neji too, because Neji's below 4th gate Lee. And Sasuke stayed as the strongest opponent Gaara's ever faced. So Sasuke's above 5th gate Lee in the finals. So he'd beat most people if it wasn't Gaara who he fought, for sure. So that's what I would say about that. Gaara is just a loose cannon. He's a problem. What happened in the original storyline would probably happen anyway. He'd probably go on a fucking rampage, and the sand would attack the leaf, and Orochimaru would try to kill Hiruzen, and I think the same thing would happen. Gaara's a loose cannon. That's the problem with him. He's not a regular person at that point. So that's what I would say about that, though. If you guys want to give your take on that.
Well, what's it called? It's interesting. Like, if we give Lee the freebie and let's say he wins the fight or something with the Lotus technique or it ended there or something. Like I said, like even if Lee progresses or whatever, like Gaara will still be relevant eventually. Yep. He'll still be there. So he's gonna still like once shit pops off, that'll be a whole thing. But let's say we're just referring to the exam fights and things like that. As for matchmaking, I don't really know who would, ultimately go against who, but it's either if that was in writing, it's either they would have put Lee against Sasuke because like
that'd be a good fight.
One thing I noticed with Kishimoto, he like things that he'll eventually put through, he'll do some type of foreshadows or things that kind of have like some type of a hint or relevance of like kind of like what could have happened. He'll kind of eventually maybe show that or or something. So like they did fight before. And Kakashi and Guy were aware of that fight of Lee and Sasuke, and etc. So that could have been put into consideration. Or all right, let's see who wins, and they make them go. Or it would have been Lee against Neji with the whole hard work.
In the preliminaries, Sasuke would lose. If it was the preliminaries, that Sasuke would probably lose to Lee. 5th gate Lee.
I'm just referring to the final training exams, like how they would write the matchups. You know what I mean? So it's, like, it's either Lee's put against Sasuke or he's put against Neji. I don't think he would be put against Naruto.
Probably not. Probably not.
Lee against Neji would be sick. Bro.
Yeah, he'd probably have to go to the 4th immediately to have a fucking chance to the 4th gate.
Absolutely.
And then, but it's interesting because then again, like there is that whole like because that's why they made Naruto and Neji go against each other because once again talking about what I was referring to as an example, Hinata gets fucking whatever, bullied by Neji, and then Naruto gets her blood, says I'll beat you, whatever, and the Hokage and all of them put that into consideration. Like, all right, bet we'll match them up then, and give Naruto, what he wants. And that's why that ended up happening.
Sasuke,
so if you go by that, then it should be Lee against Sasuke.
Sasuke in the final would beat Lee, even 5th gate Lee. I think I actually have a video dropping next week on the rankings, and I explain why he'd beat him. But I don't want to spoil it. But oh shit, Alexa's back with $50 once again.
Oh damn, the GOAT.
The GOAT has returned.
But so like matchmaking wise, I do think Lee would be put against Sasuke then, and they would still keep that Neji versus Naruto vibe. And then they would do something similar with Lee, have him go against Sasuke. It kind of be like a Guy versus Kakashi type vibe all over again or whatever, They have their thing, regardless whoever, wins or whatever. It's not a big deal. But it kind of just goes that route and, whatever. And let's be real, if it's writing, I do think Kishimoto would probably write Sasuke to win that fight anyways. Just even writing wise, like regardless of arguments for scaling or this or this.
We would have him win,
but like when it just comes to Naruto and Sasuke, they just kind of have that, But either way, it's interesting. I don't think anything major obviously changes still or anything, but You know, there's always the possibilities. You know, like I said, let's say you argue in favor. Let's say Lee somehow beats Sasuke now. Then cool, Sasuke lost the fight, whatever. The only thing that would change is Lee's kind of fucked and out of commission, so he can't do anything. Sasuke is kind of, you know, fucked up, roughed up from his match, or unless he's like stable enough to where he can still pursue and go be told to chase Gaara and shit. You know, so it just depends. But if he's really fucked up, then that's actually really bad. Because...
Yeah, I think either way, the only one that would be able to stop Gaara is Naruto anyway. I don't think Sasuke,
so I think like Naruto and Sasuke will still be sent
with the toads.
Shikamaru. Yeah, like Lee's just not going to be relevant basically because if he goes into the gates, he's out. Like,
even if he like was healthy during the Gaara during the invasion, fifth gate Lee would get slapped by fucking Shikaku, so it wouldn't really matter anyway. But Sasuke gets slapped too, and then Naruto would just have to use his amp plus Gamabunta to stop Shikaku. That would probably still.
If Lee was fucking smart with the gates, though, bro, he could be a problem. But he's just not smart. You know what I mean? Like the fact that base Naruto could even like use a kunai and a paper bomb and still damage V2 Gaara was really impressive.
Yeah.
But it's like you would never see Lee be doing some creative shit.
Bombs and
you know what I mean? Like to where he would utilize his speed.
Yeah, that's not his style.
Like
he's taijutsu based. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like he'd be a dumbass and be trying to like just punch that shit, whatever. It's just not gonna work.
He's part of taijutsu. That's the thing.
Madara versus Aizen. There's many presuppositions that have to be established. Like how would spiritual pressure interact with chakra?
Which version as well?
Which version? If it's like Jubidara versus
Jubidara
versus the strongest Aizen. It all depends on how the hacks would work on Madara. Would they work? What does Zanpakuto cause Madara to be in his hallucination right away? If it does, Madara's fucked. Yeah. Aizen would just play with him. If it doesn't, I don't know, man. Madara might be more powerful. Again, you have to quantify Aizen's strength. That's the hard part as well.
His speed as well.
Speed as well.
So what version of Madara?
Yeah.
And Madara won't really be able to. Actually, he would be able to see him with the Rinnegan, hypothetically.
Yeah, hypothetically, I would say empirically there's more for Madara because Naruto is just more, I would say, direct with their scaling. Bleach is more vague. Again, though, there's arguments for both sides for sure. There's definitely arguments for both sides. Aizen's hacks.
It's the whole hacks thing, though. Yeah, exactly.
Aizen's
I'm
hacks.
just gonna say Madara because I love Naruto.
Yeah, so I'll probably say Madara, but if Aizen's hacks work, I don't know what Madara's gonna do. He won't. He'll be in his hallucination.
I think he's getting his ass whipped. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Honestly, like
especially like Hoyoku Aizen. Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Probably would get slapped.
Because it wasn't like that. The Aizen that fought Ichigo's final form, that was a level where he can slice mountains, but Madara could be doing that shit with just MS and EMS already.
EMS, yeah.
Yeah, it all depends on how you scale those people. Yeah, it definitely depends. Could Itachi and Kisame take on the other Akatsuki, excluding Pain and Obito? I think
had to get sealed though. He didn't really even get beaten, bro. Like, he had to get like sealed away.
Yeah, literally. Could Itachi and Kisame beat the rest of the Akatsuki besides Pain and Obito?
Slamming Hidan and Kakuzu.
I mean, Itachi Genjutsu. None of those Akatsuki are gonna be able to stop that. So
yeah,
he's faster than them. Kisame has.
I think.
Kisame has 10 beast levels of chakra. He would never get tired. Fuck up Deidara, fuck up Sasori, make Kakuzu his bitch. Like, they wouldn't have a chance. I don't know what they would do against him.
Careful, Jay. You about to piss him off.
Kakuzu would get fucking slammed.
Wait, Kisame beats Deidara. What the
Kakuzu would use his fucking diamond morph, and Itachi would look at him with his Genjutsu and be like, bitch, that's useless against me, you fucking loser. And then he would Genjutsu him.
He's pointing a finger at him, bro. And like, bam.
He'll just point at him. He's like, bitch, you think I care about your raw durability, loser? I don't give a fuck. And then Deidara gets slapped.
Your real Deidara already got bullied.
Oh yeah, he got.
Itachi. They actually fought.
He slapped him
in the manga and anime and game.
He beat was fodderized Kakuzu.
He humiliated Deidara so badly he almost killed himself. He didn't realize it.
Yeah, PTSD.
He's like, open your eyes. You almost killed yourself, retard.
Sasuke reminded of him.
Yeah, he literally told him. Deidara was like, my art's gonna kill you, and Itachi's like, dude, open your fucking eyes. He almost killed himself. That's how badly he beat him. So
another thing too, if you guys like anime, like I always appeal to all. Like, so if you guys consider anime as a line of evidence or whatever, what's it called? In the anime, it also technically shows that narrative emphasis as well. When Hidan and Kakashi are fighting each other in the 1v1 and they're having their shit, Itachi actually intervenes in the fight. He says, "Stop fighting, both of you," and he like immediately stops both of them with his crows. He's like, "Cut it out, children."
He's concretely, they're like children to him. Yeah, the rest of them will be children.
So like, you have that scene in the anime where Itachi's like whipping his dick out and it's like, "Hey, like enough, all right, cool, you had your little battle."
Yeah, he does that. Even the Kisame does it. He's like, "Bitch, shut the fuck up." He just opens his MS, and Kisame's like, Kisame's like, "You should watch out," and he's like, "Bitch," and then he walked away because he was like, "Nah, I'm not gonna mess with him."
It's like, Gucci.
The only thing that like the only matchup I think that would actually give Kasame and Itachi, a fight, obviously, regardless of whoever you think takes it, whatever, would be like someone like Pain and Obito as a duo.
Yeah, they would have to be in there. Yeah.
And if Pain and Obito's a duo, Kasame, he's fucked. Like that's mainly a fight for Itachi and
mainly, yeah.
Together, absolutely. I think that Kisame would get dealt with by Pain and Obito, and then Itachi would get overwhelmed by them together.
That's what I'm saying. I think he just gets overwhelmed. I love me Itachi, but I don't think he's fucking with Obito and Pain at the same time.
He's not beating two. Not two guys of that caliber. He's not beating them. Yeah.
Now, what about Pain and Konan though? Pain and Konan versus Kasame and Itachi.
Pain and Konan. Konan would be a non-factor.
Itachi went good mode, hero mode for Leaf Village, and Kasame's like, "All right, you're my boy. I'm gonna decide with you."
Kisame would shark bomb Konan's ass and make her wet and her paper useless, and then
she's not even relevant.
Yeah, she's like fodder. But Itachi and Kisame against Pain, they'd probably have to be careful with his abilities, not to get fucking sealed up by Chibaku Tensei. Would they be? The question is, would their AP be high enough to destroy a Chibaku Tensei like Itachi, B, and Naruto did? Yeah. That's an interesting question. Maybe.
And it's a Yadamir argument though, where if he's the Yadamir on Chibaku Tensei, like if that would even work.
I think they definitely have a chance against Pain. Especially if Itachi's healthy.
Especially, bro.
Yeah. But Kasame there too. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I was thinking like if he faced like the two of them against Nagato and like somehow like Kisame was able to put him in like a dome, it'd be interesting to see how much chakra he could actually like absorb from Nagato and how much he can actually eat. Like, does he have a certain threshold? Like, who knows?
Another thing too, I don't think Kasame's getting one tap by Full Power Pain either, because Full Power Pain did Shinra Tensei Kakashi. Because like he was holding back in the beginning, but the moment Kakashi says "Go fuck yourself," I'm not telling you anything. Pain has no reason to hold back.
Yeah,
anymore. He basically just kill him, and that's it. And he says, "All right, well then you're no use to me."
Yeah, there's a couple of questions that we'd have to see to have them answer. One would be, would Itachi's Genjutsu work on a person with a Rinnegan? We never got to see that. Two, would Kisame's water dome affect the chakra rods since they absorb chakra, and would the past the pain be fucking useless? We don't know how that would interact. If we give the benefit of the doubt to that and say yes on both of those things, Pain would be fucked. We'd get Genjutsu.
He could also just repel the fucking water down though.
That's true. Yeah, he could. He could do that as well. If anything, if they have to, maybe they could outlast Pain. I don't know if that's possible. He has a lot of chakra.
I think what it really would boil down
so does Kisame.
to, Jay, I do think he would use his crazy summonings and whatnot, and kind of have that be dealing with Kasame, and then he would then focus the rest of his past on Itachi, and just consider him the main.
Itachi would deal with that easily. He would just use Amaterasu in those summonings, but.
Oh, absolutely.
True.
Kisame could outlast Pain. He has more chakra than Pain. Even Pain says you have the most chakra in the Akatsuki. So he could.
Yeah, exactly.
That is true.
So Itachi and Kisame together, they could come up with a strategy and be like, all right, I'll deal with Pain as long as I can. Once I'm out, you wait it out. You have more chakra than me. Then we take him out once he's tired, and then they'll do something like that.
That's something Itachi would do, bro.
Yeah, definitely.
I do think realistically they could definitely probably be able to pull it off.
Yeah, I do think they'd beat him.
I think so as well.
Obviously, Nagato would still be alive. Then he'd be like, "Fuck, I failed," and then Obito would come and he'd be like, "Bro, what the fuck, man?"
Yeah, he'd be crippled, and then Obito would be like, "I gotta clean up your mess," and then Itachi and Kisame would fight Obito together.
Actually, I think that's how it would go, though. I think Pain would pull up. It'd be a good fight. Then Pain, all the past of Pains lose, whatever. And then Obito comes out of nowhere, and he's like, "All right, you're exhausted now. I'm just gonna kill you guys."
Yeah.
And then they're dead.
Would you rather have Chakra, Haki, or Nen? I'm not familiar with those other two, but
Nen is from Hunter x Hunter. Haki is from One Piece. And
I'm not familiar with those. Kakuzu confronted Hashirama, whose wooden golem is equal to a perfect Susanoo. Kakuzu after Pain is probably the strongest. No, he's not. He spared him. He showed him mercy because he's fucking complete fodder, And I think if I'm not mistaken, his village like fucking exiled his loser ass for fucking being a failure and not killing Hashirama. He's a fucking pathetic loser
It's
compared
exactly
to Hashirama.
what
And
Hanzo did to the
then
Sonic.
Kakashi
Yeah.
roasted him.
You know?
Roasted him.
Kakashi roasted him before killing him and said the next
Mifune.
generation will always surpass you.
Kakuzu's like, I had to leave my village because Hashirama mercifully spared my loser ass, so I had to leave. And,
Yeah, exactly.
yeah. So he's nowhere near this. Yeah,
exactly.
Kakuzu getting slapped by
I can
pain.
just picture that fight, bro. Like Kakashi comes out of nowhere. And
Especially
like, and then Hashirama just by like releasing his chakra and shit, you know, he's like, oh, like, you know, and Hashirama's like, hey, yeah, you better.
He probably
you better
sunned him.
fucking
He's
leave.
probably like, listen, listen,
like
kid.
Orochimaru to Kakashi.
Yeah, he
basically,
probably
you
looked
know,
at him and
like,
said, he probably smiled and said, listen, kid, I could have completely obliterate you, but I'm gonna let you live. So go home. And that's probably what
Hey,
happened.
son.
literally.
It's like he's like
Let's be
Kakuzu.
real, that's a possibility because he flexed his chakra. You know what I mean? When he was like brought back and everybody was like getting overwhelmed and freaking out, you name it.
Yeah.
Like so, like imagine with Kakazu. He's
Kakuzu probably shit
nowhere
himself.
near all those people at that point. And it's like
Especially
just
young
him
Kakuzu.
feeling that, he'll be like, "Oh fuck! Like, what did I sign
Yeah.
up for?"
He probably told him like, you know what, kid,
Yeah,
your raw durability is nothing. Get the fuck out of here before I rip you apart. And then he got exiled from his village because they thought he was a fucking loser, and then he had to join the Akatsuki. So.
You're probably not even nowhere near
But
this.
like once again, you guys got to ask yourself the question: if you're really gonna be stupid, do you think Hashirama scales to Kakashi
What the
and
fuck?
fucking Shikamaru and Asuma and Naruto
Kakashi
with baby QB? Like, come on, like that's who they were struggling and lost to.
Yeah,
Like,
Kakuzu
enough
got
is
blitzed by fucking base Rasen Shuriken Naruto. What the fuck are we talking about?
Like, yeah, it's blatantly obvious. Like
They're not-
that ass. Like when Madara appeared,
When
Madara appeared as an Edo, it was blatantly shown that's a whole other level.
Fucking
of
Kakashi and Naruto are not
nobody
even,
can fuck with.
they're not even Sanin level yet, let alone fucking Hashirama level. The fuck?
Hashirama, get out of here.
Kakuzu's like, yeah, I survived an encounter.
Like you're gonna be upscaling a whole bunch of people if you think
Yeah.
that Kakazu's fucking with that.
That means base Rasen Shuriken Naruto's faster than Hashirama. What the fuck no?
Yeah.
That loser is not fucking Kakuzu's not
Hey, you wanna know
on that
what's
level.
funny too? How like I was looking back at it, Jay, and you can actually see Naruto's 3 shadow clones behind the real Naruto that hits Kakashi with the Rising Shuriken.
Yeah.
All 3 of them moved as fast as that, and we're also behind.
They fucking blitzed him. Fucking and then
Shadow clones. they're
Kakashi-
fighting, bro. Not even
Kakashi-
just the real one.
Kakashi didn't even need MS. He's like, dude, I didn't even need it. I'm good.
Chilling.
Yeah, he's holding his own without it. Yeah.
He's like, I could have sniped Kakuzu anytime I wanted. He's inferior.
The worst damage that Kakashi got was his freaking Jonin jacket got blown
That's
off
it.
him, bro.
That's it.
Yeah.
And
Like, it was just
yeah, that's just
It was
hilarious.
silly. Yeah.
like Kakashi says it no matter what. He dead ass said like no matter what, I put up a good fight, but if you and Yamato didn't show up, I would have been forced to use Mangekyo. The fight would have been over. I would have won, and I would have been in bed. He
Yeah, it
literally
would
says
have
that.
sniped him. Yeah, would have sniped him like fucking like a sniper. But by
In
the way,
Taijutsu,
folks.
though, Kakashi was quite relative to Kakashi, though.
Yeah,
for
he's
sure.
definitely
Yeah,
relative.
yeah.
Yeah. Make
I
sure to.
wouldn't even say relative. I'd say equal. They were just
Yeah,
both going.
yeah, they're
at it.
definitely the same
Yeah,
weight
back
class.
and, back and forth. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
By the way, folks, make sure to hit.
Neon to an extent as well.
Yeah, make sure to hit the like button, folks, if you haven't already. It's up on the algorithm. We greatly appreciate it. Donations will stop us in our tracks. We'll answer right away. Or if you're a member, think about becoming a member as well. Naruto was amped
Hito
with
was
the
definitely relative though. That makes
Naruto.
sense, so.
Naruto was amped with the Nine Tails against Kakuzu. Yeah, but if you're implying that Kakuzu is relative to Hashirama, then you're implying Naruto with a slight Nine Tail amp is fucking above
The
Hashirama.
baby one, not even
There's
full.
no way.
QB.
That's absolutely-
It was just red. It was a slant
absolutely
red
ridiculous.
eyes. He didn't have the
Yeah.
whiskers, the spiky hair, the teeth, nothing.
Yeah, and even then,
That's
Naruto even stated he's still inferior to Sasuke. So then you'd be saying Sasuke is superior to someone that's superior to Hashirama. This is absolutely fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
So
It's
Sasuke-
literally saying Jiraiya is
Yeah.
on par to Hanzo.
Yeah,
Just
what
because
the-
Hanzo spared him and they
He's
battled.
clearly trolling.
Yeah, I mean-
Whoever's talking right now, Jay, he's clearly.
yeah, he's
trolling.
definitely trolling.
He's bullshit.
Would the two smart
Alright.
Minato and Itachi be stronger than Naruto and Sasuke with Indra and Ashura powers? I need to read that again.
Oh,
What?
like if they were the reincarnation, it's like Minato and who?
Would-
Itachi.
Minato and ooh, that would be.
Would they be
Actually,
stronger
incarnates.
than Naruto and Sasuke? Oh, okay.
Yeah, they would
so-
definitely be stronger. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't know. Itachi was already
Yeah.
on par with EMS.
Their base,
Sasuke
yeah,
was
they're
on
Itachi was
and
always
Naruto.
ahead of Sasuke
Yeah.
until
Always.
he was killed, and then Sasuke had the potential to surpass his.
yeah. The whole thing with Minato and Itachi is that their baseline power was always above Naruto
Always
and,
ahead.
and Sasuke
That's
until
why
like the
Minato-
war.
And that's what less chakra.
Until the
Nowhere
yeah.
near the same amount of chakra.
And that
Would
didn't-
Minato have drama though? 'Cause that would be pretty important. 'Cause
Yeah.
if he
So
doesn't, That gives Naruto a huge amp, bro.
That's
That
true.
Minato would never have.
I'm
You
gonna be
know?
honest though, even without like Kurama, like let's be real, with how incredible their chakra control is, and with them getting that big of a chakra pool, where that means theoretically Minato would now have 4 times more chakra, just like Naruto did in comparison with Kakashi. And we already see everything Minato can do with just his normal chakra, which we know it's still a lot because he's over here spamming Fire Rising and name it, etc. But like, if he has the same chakra pool as Naruto because of reincarnation, and with his same chakra control, he's a monster.
Yeah,
He's already like
Naruto only
competing with
had that
similar
because
shit with QB chakra, you know?
yeah. If
Naruto
we,
only had it because he was an Uzumaki, though. Number
yeah,
one,
that's true.
and then with the limited chakra reservoir, you can only do so much with that. With Kurama, it gives you Uzumaki like chakra reservoir
But-
and Kurama as well. So the potential with those two factors is like
Yeah,
exponential.
Itachi, we could almost
Yeah.
safely say he'd be
Oh,
stronger
Itachi,
than
yeah.
he'd be stronger than
Absolutely.
Renegon Sasuke. Minato is more interesting because it depends whether or not he has the nine tails or not.
But Minato's chakra supply ain't something to choke at either.
Oh,
Bro.
no,
The fact
definitely
that
not.
he can like
Yeah.
pull like
I'm
half
saying
of
he's no
Kurama,
joke, bro.
He can
Oh,
carry,
awesome.
yeah, he can carry half of
after
Kurama.
Kali and Obito,
Like, bro,
that's
he
yeah.
used Flying Raijin 15 fucking times, like dead ass. Like, it was around like
He-
13 to 15. I counted it. What's it called? Which we know that like just like for the other fodder fucking people like joning, it took like what 3 or 4 of them to use that technique with all their
Yeah.
chakra. You know what I mean? But either way, like what's it called? He does that 15 fucking times to 13. Then he summons Gambunto, which we know like it takes like insane amount of fucking chakra. Like you know, like when Naruto as a kid, he had to use 9 tails and his own chakra to summon him.
Yeah.
Like you have that. Then he has like used the Rising Gun against Obito. He also fucking using the Reaper Death Seal and shit. Like seals the 9 tails twice. Fucking teleports the full 9 tails in a Biju bomb fucking twice. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like he's doing all this insane shit, bro.
Yeah, by the way, folks, for you guys that came in, make sure to hit the like button. I saw a spike here, so let's get a like spike here. We appreciate that. But going back to Itachi and Minato, their baseline power is not even surpassed until the war arc when when Sasuke and Naruto gain like KCM2 Sage mode and Sasuke gets EMS.
That's
So
what I'm saying. Yeah.
if we presuppose that their amps are equivalent to Naruto and Sasuke's when they get 6-pass powers, they would be immensely powerful. It's questionable whether Minato would be stronger than Naruto if he doesn't have the 9 tails as like Naruto did. That would be questionable because that literally gives him like 100 times more chakra according to Kakashi. So it depends. That would be questionable, but we can safely say Itachi would be stronger than Sasuke. Say that for sure.
I can really say that.
Like one thing I will say, like we do see too, or we've seen, you know, at least with KCM2 Naruto, not technically KCM2 with Sage Mode, but you know, we've seen all his stuff, like how he was doing in the war and backpacking and helping or whatever. And then Minato just shows up as a fucking Edo, and he's over here doing like basically remotely the same feats in the sense of saving everybody. You know what I mean? Stopping 10 tails attacks and shit. You name it. Like he's just no joke, bro.
Yeah. Do you think Jiraiya beats Kisame? So scaling Kisame, he dominates Killer B. To be fair, he used the Water Dome, but he absorbed even V2. He even contended with V2, absorbed his chakra, beat him down. Killer B is relative to the Raikage. I would say the Raikage is superior to him to some arbitrary extent, but they're relative. Now, Jiraiya is blatant Sani level, meaning he's relative to Tsunade to some arbitrary extent. I think he's slightly superior to her, and I think Tsunade is relative to the Raikage in terms of overall like tangible aspects, not speed. Obviously, he's faster.
Yeah.
So I just think Kisame's caliber is just a notch above Sani level. I don't think Jiraiya would contend. Kisame can literally eat chakra, can eat ninjutsu with his Samahara.
And he gets stronger from it. Like so.
And he
Jiraiya
gets
does
stronger.
jutsus,
Yeah.
you
The
know?
Toads interaction would be interesting, but again, if the Water Dome's present, Jiraiya's chakra will be eaten. I think Kisame's speed holds up.
And that's the thing, though. Like, what does Jiraiya do against his Toad summonings? You know what I mean? Like,
I think
that's
Kisame.
like, I think he would go into his like his shark transformation
Yeah,
and then like try to body it.
Empirically, there's more for
I
Kisame.
get so much chakra for that, dude.
Yeah.
Imagine like huge chunk out of Gamma Bunta.
His durability as well. His durability is high. He heals quickly. Kisame.
Yeah, he does
so
heal,
yeah,
yeah. He has regeneration. Yeah.
even if
Yeah,
Jiraiya hits him
insane.
with like a Masav or Sengon or something, I don't. He
I
might
do
still
think
recover.
Jiraiya would have to go to Sage mode.
Yeah,
He would have
yeah.
trouble getting into Sage mode though.
He needs
That's
5
the thing
minutes.
as well.
Yeah, he needs 5
Like
minutes.
he'd have quite a challenge doing that.
I don't think Kisame would even give him a chance. If he's relative in speed to Killer B with V2, I think he's faster than base Jiraiya. And I think Jiraiya wouldn't even have time to use the fucking Sage Mode. But if they're fighting outside, like random open terrain, there's no way he's getting into Sage Mode in time. Unless he leaves.
Hell to the no.
Yeah. If they're fighting in the Rain Village or something, maybe he can find somewhere like he did against Pain.
Yeah.
Then maybe it'll become
Village was
contentious.
I think base Jiraiya, for him to at least be able to like somewhat contend and fight against, you know, Paths of Pains and stuff, that like kind of puts him in an area where I don't think he'd be getting speed blitzed by Kasame, but it's fair to say like he does have the advantage and he'd probably be even faster in a sense, you know.
Yeah,
You would
Kisame.
certainly have a challenge getting the Sage Mode.
Yeah,
for sure.
5 minutes. Yeah, that would be the hard part. Next question: what if Orochimaru became Hokage instead of Minato? So this is my take on it. If the Leaf bureaucracy, along with Hiruzen, actually allowed this, there would be inevitable revolt due to Orochimaru's heinous ideologies. We all know his legislation, which would most likely consist of unethical experimentation, would lead to growing resentment along the Leaf populace. Obviously, they would be disgusted by him. So that would build. That resentment will build up until there's an eventual revolt. So essentially, the village wouldn't last long if Orochimaru was ever Hokage. He would have to rule as a tyrant, or he would be overthrown by the Leaf populace eventually. I don't think the Leaf would stand very long. So,
I will say this though, Jay. Like, it's a possibility that could be able to maybe put Orochimaru on the right track, because there is some type of like narrative statement where like they always ask like what was the reasons why, you know, whatever, and it was something to do with his parents. And it was also something to do with him being rejected as an Hokage and not being assigned. And like once all of that was kind of in combination and put into play, he just like, all right, he said, "Fuck the world," you know, and he just did his thing.
That's true. If you argue that he's still in that moral, like neutral morality point in his life, and then he becomes Hokage before the like ostracization of him not becoming selected, then maybe he wouldn't be who he was. Maybe he would be like a righteous
It just wouldn't
person.
be to the extremes. He'd still be like a Danzo in a sense. But,
yeah,
you know.
Even that would lead to revolt. If Danzo were to be Hokage, they would eventually Kakashi guy. Everyone would be like, "Fuck this motherfucker, let's overthrow him."
Because Orochimaru, he's just cold blooded. You know what I mean? Like he's not. He doesn't understand. He doesn't have the capacity to like Minato and Hiruzen.
Even before he became quote unquote evil, he already had some of those tendencies. Like during the Second Great Ninja War, when he's like, he was willing to leave Jiraiya and let him die. I think because they were stuck like in a cave. That just shows lack of remorse. That's not a good trait for a leader.
Absolutely not.
I do think that Minato would still be the daddy though around that time though. Like he'd still be the, you know,
he's stronger,
the top guy. Like,
like
no matter what, and let's say like something was happening and Orochimaru was being stupid, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
That's what probably would happen.
Minato would press him.
We gotta get him out of Hokage. Like, bro, this man gotta go.
Minato
and they would pull up and they would slam him.
Minato would weed him out. He's like, "Bitch, I'm stronger than you. They did choose you, but I'm better than you. I'm faster than you. I'm overall just superior. So change your ways."
And then he'd be Hokage again, and it would just go to normal.
It wouldn't go well. We say that. Consider Minato as half Kurama. Then what? I believe Minato would beat Sage of Six Paths Naruto with hacks. If you mean Minato has Sage of Six Paths Naruto with half of Kurama, I don't know if he'd beat that Naruto.
What the fuck?
Minato's KCM2 doesn't really like make sense when you think about how fast he was in base. You know, like
he was relative with Sage Mode KCM2. That's the best line of like with his avatar Biju form. But you know,
even that's questionable.
I think that empirically, there's a case to be made that Minato's amp from KCM isn't equivalent to Naruto's amp.
Not at all. Yeah,
because even Minato in base was relative to KCM1, but then if we try to presuppose, if we presuppose that his rate of growth and speed is equivalent to Naruto's KCM, then he should be fucking way faster than KCM2, which was not the case in the war arc. So I don't think Minato with half the Kurama would even touch Sage of Six Paths Naruto with hacks.
No. Six Paths is hell though. I think he's not.
He's broken. He's Jubidara level. He's Jubidara level at that point. Yeah.
If his like amplification and speed was consistent.
Oh, if it was consistent, maybe.
I do think like if he has 9 tails that he would be over the KCM2 Naruto or even KCM2 Sage Mode Naruto.
Absolutely.
Yeah, probably.
You know what I mean? But like Six Paths?
I don't know about Six Paths. Six Paths is a major like gigantic amp. It's not just like a little amp.
Because like when Naruto had his KCM2 Sage Mode avatar, like if that went against Minato's KCM2 avatar, Naruto's is blatantly overpowered. Yeah. He has Sage Mode. I mean, he's just gonna beat his ass, whatever. Yeah. Minato would have to use his hacks.
Minato would need Six Paths powers to contend. That's the only way.
That's actually an interesting fight in a way, though. Like KCM2 Avatar Minato with all his hacks against Sageman KCM2 Avatar Naruto. Like,
That'd be
that is
interesting.
in a
Yeah,
way,
that's
though.
interesting.
There's argument. Flying Raijin and Naruto doesn't have that.
There's an argument for both. Yeah, that would be a fight. Now six
And
pass
Naruto,
Naruto, that's not a fight.
Like, he could teleport any bombs he throws and shit.
Yeah,
you know?
6 pass Naruto reaches Jubidara level. No one's touching that. So.
No. Yeah. Eighth is just Guy and Naruto and Jubimata and Sasuke.
That's it.
And
Kakashi,
Kakashi surpasses all that.
Yeah, you don't see levels like that until Boruto or beyond. So.
Yeah.
Can Minato Bleach Hashirama and kill him? I don't know.
Minato?
Base Minato? I don't think so.
I mean, if
Hashirama would be able to react. Yeah. What's on
and
everything. He's not like that. Like, if that was the case, that means Tobirama should have been able to fight.
That's the whole argument with Tobirama is that.
Yeah.
I tend to agree with Six because Six did a video a while ago on Tobirama and what Madara meant by his statement of calling him the fastest. I tend to agree with Six because he said that what he said exactly was that he was heralded as the fastest. He didn't say he was the fastest. So you could say that's more of a lore establishing statement. And it's contradicted by the fact that Hashirama and Madara are blatantly superior to Tobirama. If Tobirama was so much faster, he would just blitz him.
In the manga, in the anime, I'm going to say this to this day, Tobirama is hiding behind a fucking tree watching Hashirama and Madara fight. If he was relevant or could actually be able to fight and beat Madara or Hashirama, whatever, he would do it. If he was actually the fastest and so fast to where they can't do anything,
he would just beat. He would have beaten Madara. Yeah, that's what would have happened.
Yeah, so it's just not inherently true at all. To where like he's just speed blitzing, or like even Minato speed blitzing Hashirama or Madara. Like that's just stupid.
Nah, it's very unlikely. Very unlikely.
I also just wanted to add some more context behind that. Like, I think he was like heralded as the fastest, primarily due to like his ability of using flying Raijin.
Yeah.
The ultra space and time.
We know that. Yeah, we know that he sliced Izuna, which is Madara's brother, during the
caught him off guard. He didn't even know about it.
Yeah, we know that Izuna was quite relative to Madara at that time. So
MS
at
Madara.
At that time, you could definitely say, "Oh yeah, Tobirama was the fastest."
At that time,
it's flying Raijin, right? But it doesn't necessarily mean that you can defeat an opponent, because to even like land a flying Raijin on someone, you have to blitz their reactionary speeds to place a tag on them in the first place, and then you can utilize that ability. But it's easier said than done. And so he's hailed as the fastest, but not in base speed. And I think that's what people really like misinterpret most times.
I agree.
Like,
I agree. Because narratively, it doesn't hold. It doesn't hold. It doesn't hold up narratively that he'd be the fastest. Period. It doesn't make sense. So
it doesn't make sense at all.
Yeah. No. Do you think? Okay, you read that. If Itachi was a professor, what would he teach? Philosophy, for sure. We read that. Hashirama should be capable of reacting to Minato once he teleports to him, so it doesn't matter. Exactly. Yeah, that's the point. He would react to that.
Especially in Sage mode.
Especially in Sage mode. Yeah. What is your definition of discipline? Doing what you don't want to do daily. That's what I would say. Or doing what you don't want to do consistently, which will help you daily, I should say, to be more specific. How do you rate Eren as a character out of 10? Is he like the rest or one of the best written? Oh, Eren is a very, very well-written character from Attack on Titan. Very well-written. One of the better protagonists I've ever...
I can't wait to watch that again.
Yeah. One of the better protagonists I've ever seen.
Too,
I like I like the realistic change of ideology. He's not just like this guy that is like Goku who never changes despite the tragedy that, ensues around him. He changes because of the tragedy. He sees his fucking family die in front of his eyes in the first episode. He sees war. He sees people get fucking ripped apart by fucking Titans, and that changes him. He no longer has like that.
It's the same thing like Levi.
Levi's same. Exactly.
Levi.
They don't have like, he doesn't have this unchangeable, unshakable like ideology. He has a realistic take in the world, and I think his change in ideology is very realistic. It's very similar to like real life war veterans that go to war. They're changed forever. They see fucking bodies blowing up and shit. That's what Eren went through, and he had a very realistic change. Yeah,
that's how a normal human would react. Like, it's like almost comical in the sense that
exactly.
I'm sorry, but it's extremely fictional to think there would be like
no change.
To act that way, no change, and always be positive, like never give up, and nothing but rainbow vibe.
Yeah, I like. It's not realistic. Yeah, the reason Attack on Titan it appeals to me specifically is because of the raw realism. Like the writer of it, the writer of Attack on Titan is real about it. He's like, no, we're not gonna have a beautiful ending. We're gonna have a fucking tragic, nasty, terrible ending. That's what we're gonna have, and it's realistic. A lot of you guys are not gonna like it. You're not gonna like that Eren does the the almighty rumble. People are not going to be happy with it, but it's realistic. That's why I like the writer's take on Attack on
And
Titan.
not only that, Jay, but even Naruto, and there's actually evidence for that. Even Naruto would actually break if he was in that realm of Attack on Titan or whatever.
He almost broke against Obito. Almost.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He literally was about to break and finally just give whatever. And technically, even in the beginning of the show where he was extremely hated and even whatever.
Almost broke.
What's it called? Where like he had a decision between Iruka or to go rogue, basically.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So there was 2 points. In the beginning and in the war, and it took for Hinata to snap him out and give him back, whatever. So, like, if he's in that setting and he's going through, even he would change and
just
be
think about it, like,
colder,
even seeing just Neji die almost broke him. Imagine if he sees like his whole fucking family ripped apart in front of his eyes. That would fucking
all
break
that
him.
shit. So, that's just completely realistic. Even with somebody like with Naruto that has that level of self-control and endurance.
Attack on Titan. What I also like is the ironic, like, beautiful tragedies that we see. Like, one of the best scenes was when Levi was protecting I believe their settlement from the Beast Titan and all the Titans attacking, and it was Levi. It was the captain or the commander of the soldiers, and we just see like this brutal fucking massacre by the Beast Titans, slaughtering everyone. The commander says, "Fuck it, let's just charge them. If we die, we die." That was one of like a beautiful tragedy in a way. Ironically, I was like, Jesus, this is fucking raw, man.
I remember the moment where his where like that one, I forgot what the story was behind. Either way, someone really really close to him dies.
Yeah.
And like at that point, he just snaps and goes berserk and killed that Titan, like
slaughter him
in the most insane way. Like I'm pretty sure you've seen that.
Yeah, definitely.
Like that shit was crazy.
That scene to me, it's one of the best.
I gotta watch that again, man.
Yeah, it was one of the best like creative pieces I've ever seen in any anime. The way Levi,
even his squad being like massacred by the female Titan. Eren like loses it and goes into his Titan and shit just pops off. Like that was crazy.
It was insane, bro. The way Levi snapped after he saw the commander-in-chief die along with the rest of the soldiers, it was amazing. I was like, holy shit, man, this is fucking raw. But that was one of the best scenes I've ever seen. Just anime, period.
The animation's great on that.
It's amazing, yeah. So Eren is one of the best protagonists I've ever seen. That's what I'll say about that. Is it okay to men and talk to a life coach or therapist? Yeah, it is. But don't talk to them too.
Why wouldn't it be?
But I would say don't talk to them to cope. Talk to them to become better, that's what I would say. That's important. Bro, no version of Minato's touching Six Pass Naruto. Yeah, besides Six Pass Minato, no one's touching him. But I've been saying Minato's KCM1 amp was not equivalent to Naruto's, because if that's the case, Minato should be way more powerful. Yeah, exactly. You're right about that. It's not equivalent. I meant to say Minato with the Ashura amp. Well, if he has 6 Pass powers, then he probably would be Naruto at that point.
Yeah, exactly. That would be 6 Pass. But then the amplification probably wouldn't still be the same as Naruto.
Oh, that's true, because he's not a reincarnation. Yeah. That's true. Yeah. I'm pretty sure Toriyama was the fastest, but only because he could instantaneously appear. You could argue that the ability is instantaneous, but his reaction time is inferior to like Madara. You could say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, like when he did Flying Raijin, when he's going through that space and time, like that's on like its own different level and it's broken as fuck. But once he reappears in the real world, there's like that little interval gap of reacting, and Jimmy Madara folded him in Sage mode.
Yeah, because essentially a good example is Minato reacting to the 4th Raikage. Yeah, the Flying Raijin is instantaneous in itself, but you have to be able to activate it in time for it to be manageable. Like if the Raikage. If the Raikage's full speed was too much for Minato, the Flying Raijin wouldn't have mattered anyways, because he wouldn't be able to activate it in time. But clearly, his reaction time was sufficient.
He would have just got punched in the face before he can even toss it or do anything.
Yeah, like in the anime shows it even better. It portrays him like turning his head, still being able to react to the Raikage's full speed. He's like, all right, I'm gonna get out of here. But if it was a guy with inferior reaction time, he wouldn't be able to activate it in time. He would have been fucking
even
collapsed.
Killer B was able to react after him using Flying Raijin as well.
Which was interesting.
He uses his tail. Yeah, he uses his tail to basically save the Raikage.
People try to make ratty arguments that Killer Bee's faster than Minato.
No, that's stupid. But basically what we're showing is there's certain reaction intervals of time to where like that aspect is not the broken part of it. It's just more of him teleporting and either spamming it or going in and out, or to where he can get to your blind spot to where you don't have any time to react to whatever and you're just dead. That's why it's so dangerous.
Activation time is, I think in the community it's overlooked, is activation time itself. Because jutsu might be fast, like Haku's ice mirrors, but the activation time is the difference. Like flying Raijin won't work if you're not fast enough to activate the flying Raijin. That's the difference.
Put this tag on the first in the first place.
Exactly,
too,
which requires
for you to blitz the reactionary speeds.
So that's why the Togurama statement makes more sense when you interpret it that way instead of just saying.
And that's why Togurama, would also not win either, because it basically be the same shit. Like where if Togurama was doing flying Raijin, he's so fast, he's going whatever, he's gone for a moment, but once he reappears, then Madara just reacts.
Yeah, he would react.
And he gets folded.
Especially if with MS, he would definitely with EMS, he'd definitely react. Yeah. I mean, he did in the War Arc. He still reacted. So, the next question. Feel free to keep asking questions, folks. And for you guys that came in, hit the like button. Shino versus a Sound 4 1v1. How would you do? So, this is what I would say. Shino is a shinobi with very limited feats and overall empirical datums. So, the best you can do is create a sort of power scaling chain to construct some sort of claim. So the best I could Kankuro though. Yeah, so I would say Shino's relative to Kankuro, as evident by their battle at the very beginning of Konoha Crush during that specific point in time. If we presuppose Shino and Kankuro had a similar rate of growth from that point in time to the Sasuke retrieval arc, then Shino would have about as much success as Kankuro. He would deal with Sakura and Yukon, who I believe who are stated to be the strongest. Hence, he'd probably deal with any one of the Sound 4 1-on-1. Arguably, if he's relative to Kankuro, who dealt with, again, Sakura and Yukon. If we presuppose that his rate of growth is less than Kankuro's, then he probably wouldn't get as far. He's not as strong as Kankuro is. The safest...
Probably Joburo, bare minimum.
Yeah, what I said, rationally, I just deduced that he'd probably be over Choji before the pills, and he'd probably be over Kiba. So I think he'd probably be able to deal with Jirobo if his rate of growth isn't equivalent to Kankuro's. It'd be hard for me to say he'd beat someone like Kidomaru or Taiyo.
I think the Spider-Man would just beat him because of using range and just being away from, or just even using his webs and just immediately immobilizing him.
Yeah, so it all depends on how you exactly quantify his arbitrary level of growth from the Konoha Crush arc when he stalemates Kankuro to the Sasuke retrieval arc.
Take this though, Jay. Technically, Kankuro, the only reason why even he won against Sakura, and this is something kind of important to put into consideration. But let's say you just grant that skilling whatever, then that's great. But when he fought against him, for one, the other dude was out of chakra and out of stamina. He's like, I need to recover in your body.
True. Yeah, that's true.
So you take the seat. And that other dude, he's not the one always controlling the body. So it was a severe nerf in a way. Because he was they were both still reacting, and they immediately dealt with Kankuro's puppet trap thing. And they were able to, and they even tanked that attack too. But once he had to regenerate and kind of rest because he was really weakened or whatever, the other dude was in his body, and basically he lost because he didn't have really good mobility. He even admits it. He's like, "Fuck it, it's really hard to move, whatever, blah blah." So he was severely kind of
that's true. Yeah, he definitely wasn't.
Still struggled with him.
He definitely wasn't full power. You're right about that. He wasn't full power for sure.
Tamari though, she completely no diff to her opponent.
But
Kankuro, he struggled though.
Even that one, you could argue Taiyo was fatigued because she was having a struggle with Shikamaru.
That is true. Yeah.
What's going on, Catch Dog? Thanks for coming in. Shino, if he has an equivalent rate of growth to Kankuro and he's put in Kankuro's shoes, he'd beat Sakura and Yukon. Would he beat him 1-on-1 from the very beginning? I don't know. That's definitely more contentious. I do think he'd beat Jirobo. I think he'd beat Jirobo. He's the slowest. Shino's bugs would be very beneficial. Taiyo would be difficult. Taiyo would be difficult because of her genjutsu. He's gonna fall susceptible to that.
Do you think the bugs could break him out if they bite him and inflict some pain?
That's a good theory. Yeah, that's a good theory.
That's a good point.
Possibly.
Shikamaru was only able to do it by breaking his finger, but then again, how do you equate a bug bite pain to breaking your bone pain?
If Kankuro is relative in speed to a fatigued Sakura and Yukon, you could argue that Shino, if he has a similar rate of growth, would be similar in speed. Probably faster than Taiyo, and he could theoretically maybe get the bugs in her fucking flute, break her flute, make her fucking useless.
Imagine.
Yeah, that's actually a good. Yeah, that's a good. That would be a good plan.
That'd be smart. ball too, bro. I mean,
Yeah.
He is smart. Yeah, he's smart.
Very
too.
smart. And against
I
Kidomaru,
do think he would. I do think he would get out of her genjutsu. And the only reason why I think it's either he would do something with his bugs to inflict pain, or he would do something like Kurenai did with genjutsu. She just bit her fucking lip. But
Yeah.
but that's really weird because like is that only a Jonin type thing that can inflict pain like that?
yeah.
Or,
well, they were.
or is that
That
for
was
anyone? You
that
know?
was Shino Sensei. So I mean, to
Yeah.
say he doesn't
Yeah.
know about that, I mean, it's like, I mean,
Yeah.
I
And then
like, I really
Kidomaru,
wish he would.
he'd have a battle against Shino's bugs if he's relative to Kankuro.
If he's able to land like which he normally always tries to do this in character, but if he's able to get a female bug on him before he does that whole range and
He's
you
fucked.
know strategy type fighting, he'll know where he's at all times, and yeah, he can't get away from
Yeah.
the bugs.
Yeah, the bugs are a problem. Yeah, because they're
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Shino is relative to Kankuro, is relative to Tamari.
Yeah.
It was bare minimum planetary.
literally
Yeah.
actually they're all universal because Tamaru's universal in this data book.
Oh,
so.
that's right.
And the bugs are no
Oh,
joke,
right.
guys. Like another
Yeah,
thing too,
Data
like,
book literally states that.
Yeah, literally.
like this is Shippuden though, but like his bugs
That's
were
true.
fast enough to eventually like also get Obito. What's it called? Now, I'm not saying like Shino's fucking Obito level or some bullshit like that. It's ridiculous. But what's it called? But nobody could basically do anything. Obito was just trolling and fucking bullying them all. And then eventually Kakashi, which we know he's a very intelligent character, he's like, hey, like Naruto, you don't know how Shino fights, blah blah. His bugs are actually perfect for this, yada yada. Like just watch what he does. And I mean, he does his thing. He's able to get it like around Obito, and then Obito just does like his transportation thing and gets out of it.
Yeah.
It's fine. You
So,
know?
yeah, so it comes down
and
to
the bugs are interesting.
Yeah, so it comes down to what you presuppose Shino's at during that arc. That would answer the question. Someone said, I saw a car accident. Crazy how short life can be. Damn. Yeah, car accidents suck for sure.
Damn.
You never know what can happen, man. Every day's a blessing, bro.
Oh, yeah,
Really.
definitely. It'd be fun. It'd be funny if Shino could solo. Yeah, I don't know if he'd solo the sound for us.
No,
Tough, yeah.
hell no. What the fuck?
Probably
He would
not, probably not.
solo. What the
No,
fuck?
no.
Not at that point in
The one
time.
get
The one I
bitched.
just said the
No one would be able
same
to.
thing.
None of the Genin would be able to do that except
But
like
like I said, I think the only person he beats, in my opinion, is just Joburo. But
Yeah.
that's just
Grubbo.
the only Genin that
Yeah,
would beat
Grubbo.
the only Genins that could even possibly pull that off would be like Rampage Naruto or like Sasuke or fucking or maybe Gaara. That's it. No one
Yeah,
else.
if it
would
was
solo.
those level of Sound 4 at that time, yeah, it'd be people that are getting something crazy. You know?
Yeah, like everyone else, they would have a chance. Next question. What if Choji and Neji died during the retrieval arc? Would Naruto change? Would Shikamaru give up as a ninja? It's a good question. So, I would say, if Choji and Neji were to die in that arc, the most prominent changes, from my lens, would be the resolve in certain major characters, specifically Lee, Naruto, and Shikamaru. I think those guys would be affected the most.
Hinata?
Yeah, no, Lee, Naruto, and Shikamaru.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, so I would say Lee would try to protect Neji's honor, and I think he'd even become more ambitious and more hyper-focused to master taijutsu, to become a shinobi that Neji could be proud of. That would be the exact thing Lee would do and think when he finds out Neji's death. Naruto would be hit hard by Neji and Choji's death, and I think that honestly, I think it'd only further fuel his fire, making him work harder with an even higher level of hyper-focus as well, similar to Lee.
I don't think he would give up, but it would definitely give him
definitely not.
motivation to be even
Now
better.
Shikamaru is interesting because as we know, he almost did give up in the original storyline. If they were both to die, the guilt could be too overbearing for him, causing him to quit. But I think
And he lost his best bud too, Joji. That's like his boy. You
But
know?
the one
Yeah,
person
facts.
I think that could get him back up would be Naruto. I think Naruto would kick him in the butt per se, tell him why the fuck would you give up? Choji would never want that. He'd never want you to
The one
sit
thing
here in
about
your
that-
ass. So
Like Naruto has such a impenetrable resolve, but not only that, he has Kakashi as like a sensei who's also
Yep.
had a plethora of traumatic
so much
experiences.
trauma.
he's been through
so
it. Yeah, he's been through it.
yeah.
If he needs someone to really whip his ass in shape, he's got the home.
I do think Naruto would
Figure
get
it out.
depressed though for a good bit, but
Yeah,
Kakashi would get him out of it.
Yeah.
Ruka and Kakashi.
And I think
good
Naruto
Yeah.
would get Shikamaru out of it. I think that's what would happen. I think
Exactly. It'd be like a chain effect.
Yeah.
for
Exactly.
sure.
in my opinion, I think that's where Neji at least should have died because he didn't even do shit in Shippuden. I mean, that's true. He didn't do shit.
Damn. Call him out.
And nothing would really change. I mean, you're right. Nothing would really change. He didn't do shit. You're right about that.
You know what would be crazy though? Like if Kishimoto wanted to make that shit more darker, and he actually did kill Neji and Choji, because like let's be real, when we first watched that, like back in the OG days, it looked like they were
dude.
dead.
It
They were
did.
gone.
It
Like,
did.
That's how it showed it. You know what I mean? Like, and I was like, holy fuck, this is crazy. You know?
Yeah.
like imagine that happen and Lee dies as well.
Holy
Oh,
shit!
He's like moment like Gaara's not able to get there in time,
That'd
and
be
he
horrible.
also gets killed. And then while he's dead, Gaara shows up and he's like,
This
"All
would
right,
be.
bet, I'm gonna fucking end you now."
It'd be
You
a
know what I
much
mean?
darker show, that's for sure. If they all fucking
Right?
die.
Imagine
Yeah.
if they were killed, bro.
This would take like an Attack on Titan fucking turn, like more dark.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally.
Literally.
What do you think the future of Boruto will be like? With the current trajectory, with the switching of lives taking place, the floodgates have opened, like I said previously. There's so many things that are possible. Sarada's development, Boruto's development, Kawaki being fucking Naruto's son and pretending to be his son. How's that going to go? Pretending to be. That's going to be extremely interesting. And that's if we presuppose Naruto was also affected, because he's not in that dimension right now. It could, maybe he's not. Maybe he's the one that fixes everything. Who knows? But there's so many possibilities, which is exciting. We don't know what to expect, and I think that's the way it should be. So back then, with the previous plots, even before the Kawaki thing, it got very like dull to me. But now it's
same here.
Yeah, it got very dull, very lackluster in like entertainment and the overall trajectory of the climax. Now, there's possibilities are endless. So I would definitely say catch up to Boruto, especially the manga, and be ready, because I think good things are going to happen. If Kishimoto is involved as they say he is, yeah, he's a genius. So, base Momoshiki versus Kage, who wins? Momoshiki, probably. I think it's implied that they're relative, though. I think in the manga
Kage
and the
squared
anime,
or like
Kage squared would be interesting, because you got to ask yourself, when we see the stone tablet in the anime and the manga, was it referring to base or exponentially times stronger Kaguya? I tend to believe base, but if that's the case, then Momo probably would need to fuse with Kinshiki. But if we presuppose it is the exponential Kaguya on the stone tablet, then probably Momo. But it all depends on what you presuppose.
Yeah.
Naruto versus Sasuke and Boruto post nerf.
Naruto was nerf
Post
battle.
nerf. So Naruto without Kurama, Sasuke without the Rinnegan.
Rinnegan.
Well,
yeah.
how would Naruto's durability would be less, his speed would decrease, all those things would be in the decline. Sasuke lost his Rinnegan. He can't
I
tell.
think
Also-
Sasuke would have a really big advantage of it. And the only
Amaterasu.
reason I'm saying this is because
Yeah.
when he does his Chidori body, he's matching the same speed as KCM2 Sage Mode Naruto.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And Boruto. Like, he's moving the same speed fighting against Fuse Momo, and whatnot.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You know, so
Empirically-
like, I don't know. I think Naruto might, he's going to need that Sage Mode increase, and it's interesting.
Yeah.
Another thing though, guys, is like without Kurama, he's not getting out of any Genjutsu.
That's
now
the problem.
from
Yeah,
Sasuke.
that would be problematic for him. If he gets caught in a Genjutsu, he's fucked. If no one's there, he's not
He
getting
could
out.
fight with his eyes closed though, because he does know Sasuke. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
And he does have stage mode.
If he has
perception,
perfect
so-
stage mode and he could fight blind, that's probably something he would do if he can possibly do it.
Yeah, reasonably, he probably
yeah.
would. Yeah.
I think with sage mode it would be contentious. If he's using sage mode against a current Sasuke, it'd be interesting. The speed would be interesting, what the difference is now. Again, the decline, it's hard to quantify what their exact declines are. The narrative seems to want to imply to us that they're relative, even when they weren't nerfed. They're always like neck and neck.
I don't know, man. Like Kurama nerf in comparison to Rinnegan nerf, I don't know. I think
It's tough.
I think the Kurama nerf is a bigger loss in my opinion. You know what I
He
mean?
loses a lot of tools that he had, tons of them.
Yeah,
a lot
like
of
it
tools.
just limits all of his tangible stats.
Exactly,
Like
because-
Sage still a threat for sure, though.
Yes, definitely a threat. Sasuke theoretically should still have Susanoo. I'm
And
assuming
without the Rinnegan, it's not consuming so much chakra now. For
That
him as well,
too.
so it might be
Yeah.
advantageous. It's just like a
his stamina.
He could
No.
still
Stamina
he
might be
could
better.
still use this Susano as well.
Yeah, Susanoo, Amaterasu,
There's more to
Chidori.
do with no eyes, right? I mean, fuck it, dude.
Yeah, Chidori, Amaterasu, Susanoo. Still empirically, I'd probably lean towards Sasuke now. I think he has more tools. Genjutsu, of course. If Naruto can't fight blindly, that'd be a huge problem. It's exciting. That time skip should be dope. Yeah, definitely now. Healthy
Oh, yeah,
Itachi,
bro.
Healthy Itachi versus Rinnegan Obito. Probably Rinnegan Obito. especially without
Yeah.
the Bijou holding it down his chakra.
Yeah,
Probably,
it's because like the way I see it is kind of boiling back and resorting to the whole five Kage Summit Sasuke versus Pain Arc Stage 1 Naruto. That's what the kind of the vibe is.
Yeah, that's
With that,
basically what it would
basically
be.
what I get.
Yeah.
And it's like unless like he's summoning Ma and Paul, you know what I mean, on his shoulders to like have infinite Sage Mode then, and then and fight against
That'd be
Sasuke. That
lit.
could be a way of him dealing with Genjutsu as well, and now having infinite.
Oh
Sage
yeah, if you
Mode
had
and
Mom and
shit,
Paul,
but,
that's true. Yeah.
or if he has whatever's the next
The
gen
Toads.
of frogs to be,
Yeah.
that type of thing, whatever, then there you go. But if it's just Sage Naruto, you know, what I mean, without the two frogs, and he only can use 3 clones, because that's still the case in Boruto as well. I heard about that, and that's crazy. But he could still only use 3 shadow clones, meaning he only has 3 uses of Sage Mode.
Yeah.
Like fighting against Sasuke, who will be more faster than Naruto. I do believe that. But I do think Naruto would still be able to react in Sage Mode, because that's just how Sage Mode is. It's broken like that. But Sasuke would just be more faster, but he would still have more hacks.
Yeah.
He'll have Genjutsu, he'll have Susanoo, and I just think it'd be too much for Naruto.
Yeah, it'd be essentially like adult Five Kage Summon Sasuke versus adult Sage Mode Naruto. That's basically what it'd be.
Yeah.
So probably Sasuke. Yeah. Especially with EMS, he won't go blind either. He can keep going.
It'd be the same notion of like, oh man, I need the Nine Tails to fight, against Sasuke all over again.
Then he's fucked.
Exactly.
Yeah, he won't have him this time. Who do you guys think will train Boruto now? I mean, his options are extremely limited. He's a fucking rogue ninja, and he's a global terrorist now.
Good question.
Momoshiki, maybe? Momoshiki kind of was starting to aid him. He kind of saved him from getting fucked up by Mitsuki. He told him to dodge, so he helped him. Maybe Momoshiki would be like, you know what? I don't want to die. I know you don't want to die. Let's just start working together.
There's got to be someone else who isn't caught in the spell that we don't know about right now.
Yeah,
There
like,
must be more than,
maybe Code. Someone said Code might help Boruto. I don't see how that would make sense though. But that's if we presuppose that the Omnipotence Shinjutsu didn't work on Code. I don't even know if it did actually. I'm actually curious. Did it work on fucking Damon? I'm actually interested in if that worked on him as well. I don't know. So there's a few things we have to.
Just reflects her omnipotent intentions. Like,
oh my god,
insane,
it's like an infinite reflection. Yeah. What editing software do you use? I have an editor now, but I used to use Wondershare. But I hear Adobe Premiere Pro is good too, so I would recommend those. How powerful is adult Kunchia? In your guys' opinion, I don't know who that is.
Wait,
What's the name?
Kunchia.
The fuck is
Or
that?
maybe they mean Kushina.
Okay.
Kushina is not a combatant. She was simply just a Jinchuriki to carry the Nine Tails.
The way she would be in Boruto, I'm gonna say this right now because I've been watching the anime in Boruto right now. I saw Karen in fucking
Karin?
Boruto.
Yeah.
Or whatever. Yeah, how the fuck you say her goddamn name?
She's a Karen kind of.
And dead ass, bro.
She is
Like,
Karen, though. She is.
it would basically be that progression because this is literally what happens. She shows up, she's trying to help him, whatever. There's this wannabe fodder like CM2 Jugo transformation dude.
Oh yeah.
Not him. It was like a way weaker dude. She uses her chains, subdues him, and then says, "Hey, I can't hold him for long." And then we're fucked. By the way,
Yeah,
like
fodder.
she was fucking trash.
Yeah, fodder. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like while Boruto's over here clapping those level, not even like he's way above those. He claps Jugo, who is way beyond those people because he like no diffs like this other guy that tries to have an artificial half-assed version of him.
Yep.
Instantly no diffs him, way above the other ones too. Like, and Boruto's over here beating him with a rising gun, able to react and shit. Like, so she would basically be in that level, and I'm being dead ass.
Kushina's not. She's not. She's a Jinchuriki, but she's the type of Jinchuriki to just hold down the Nine Tails, like keep them contained.
Just like the first, who was the first Jinchuriki of Shikaka? I forgot his name. He was like essentially like
same thing. Like they never.
Jail,
yeah, it's like a containment rather than like a. It's sort of like synergy. There was no synergy.
Training, and I do strongly believe in that. I know obviously there's that feat that she does against Guru, whatever. But mind you, that's when she was like enraged and like really mentally amped and pissed that Sasuke was dying and shit. Yeah. So it's the mental moment. But regardless how you even feel that, it's consistently shown to be used as a restraining ability, not as an attacking ability. And if she was that powerful and could actually use it to attack, which I'm not saying she can't because we obviously see her do that, but if that was like an in-character, like consistency type of thing, she would do that on a lot of people. Yeah. And she doesn't, and she uses it to restrain them because that's what she thinks is the best method to kind of survive or whatever or help others, which is what she presents and shows in Boruto. Therefore, I do believe she's not a combatant type with her chains or can do some crazy Biju level fucking feats and Boruto type shit, or the same thing will be applied for, her.
Kushina, Uzumaki heritage is specifically like oriented around like Fuinjutsu and Jutsu.
Yeah.
That's why she was perfect.
She just serves like as a she
wouldn't be a threat.
She's simply
she'd be a good support character, but
she's simply a vessel. That's all she is. She's a vessel.
Yeah, exactly. Just like the first guy for Shikaku.
Yeah.
And then why do you think
even he talked about it?
Was the one with the reputation? Why do you think Minato was the one doing everything,
saving her ass all the time?
You know what I mean? Yeah, like that too. It's like, come on. You know what I mean? Like
she's like
tries to gas her up or whatever. She's
just a low tier Jonin at best. Yeah. So,
yes,
as a combatant,
yes.
Like Kurenai status, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Someone brought up Kashi and Koji or Toneri could train Boruto. Well, Kashi and Koji is gone unless Amato.
That's kind of why I asked that question. Like, is he caught in a spell? Because if not, that'd be great. So
I think Kashi and Koji didn't he get destroyed by Jigen? I don't think he's around anymore.
But... No, he's not dead, bro. No, he escaped all that shit, bro.
Oh, did he? I must forgot that. If he's still around,
I'll find out eventually.
If he's still around, because Momoshiki did say only Atsutsukaified individuals or people that can't fall under her charm wouldn't fall for it. So that is interesting whether or not Koji fell for the effect.
Yeah, that's why I asked earlier. I was having the same exhaust.
And then Toneri, I think Toneri's sealed or something right now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I don't know.
He's not dead.
He's weird. He's like a movie character. Yeah, he's not even really like.
Yeah, it's even questionable whether it's canonical or not.
Yeah.
Favorite Naruto movie? Probably Road to Ninja. I don't know. There's a few good ones. I liked like the filler movie where the Akatsuki were good guys. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, I was thinking, yeah.
Yeah. And which one would you make canon? I mean, none of the movies really have any relevance to besides the Boruto movie. I think that's the only one that has relevance. If I had to pick one, I guess my favorite one, the one I just said. Do you think Sarada could or will be the Hokage one day? Yeah, I do. I think she will be in the future.
Probably like 9th or 10th.
Yeah.
Somewhere around there, I'd say.
I do think, in the future for sure. Where are you on JJK right now? I'm going to give an update on that soon. I'm not going to lie, I've been busy. So my mind hasn't really been on JJK, but I definitely want to delve into it quite a bit. At least the anime.
It's only one season right now.
Yeah, I definitely want to just at least finish up the anime like at my own pace to absorb it, and then I'll definitely get my take on it. But so far, I could say I definitely enjoy the whole thematic aspect of Infinity. It's one of the most unique aspects I've ever seen in anime. It's kind of trying to bring to the two worlds of reality and fiction together. I like how in depth they get with the whole idea of Infinity, and the fact that they brought actual mathematicians into it to construct this sort of ability. I really enjoy that. Like legitimate mathematicians help
to kind of get rid of the whole ideology of like, well, this is fiction, so we don't know. How it operates.
It's pretty literal. Yeah, I enjoy the whole like aspect.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
it's like very ambiguous topics in our reality that can transcend into a fictional one and give it some relevance because we do experience.
Yeah, which JJK has done very well. It definitely brought great relevance to Infinity. Yeah. Where did you get your editor? My editor came to me. He's a pretty good editor. All right, so let's move on to the next question. I'll answer this one quickly because it's easy to answer. What if Naruto should let Naruto learn Flying Raijin and Boruto? It wouldn't help him. Ida would clap him. Damon would clap him, whether or not he had Flying Raijin. But he's fodder now, unfortunately. So yeah.
Goddamn.
I will say if he did have it prior to the whole Omnipotence feat, number one, he hypothetically could get out of the Daizenshu.
He does have infinite save as well.
If you had a tag, yeah, definitely.
That Kawaki put him in, but also like I don't think it would be wise because he'd be too much like Minato. There would be no
no uniqueness,
difference in like identity.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, Rasengan, freaking Shadow clones, and now Flying Raijin.
It's like lack of identity, lack of unique identity.
Too much. It'd be too much.
I agree. Yeah.
I think like in combination with him having Sage Mode, it would be very critical in order for his growth to be somewhat relevant. Because it is a really strong ability. Like I get all of that. Like it is kind of dumb in that nature, and it's like a copycat basically.
Yeah.
But it's just like what I mean. Like if he does, like it's like if he doesn't get anything else, he's kind of like poop in a way. Like unfortunately, Sage One's strong, whatever. But Flying Raijin, that would give him the ability to have infinite Sage Mode. All kinds of fun stuff.
Technically, had Sage Mode too.
Yeah, unfortunately,
I totally agree.
Unfortunately, everyone not named Boruto and Kawaki are fodder. right now to the
Yeah, that's what I'm
antagonist.
saying. Yeah, so he's just fucked.
Even Sasuke and Naruto.
It's not like
Yeah.
Yubi Madara all over again.
Yeah,
with
even
the
even like Naruto and Sasuke are fodder, and as far as power, they're not relevant at all. Like, they get slapped
Yeah,
up.
they're just kind of there now, bro.
It would be
Yeah.
helpful in certain aspects, though. You know what I mean? Like in
Oh,
like
yeah.
relevance. I mean, like let's say like he had a mark on Boruto, for just to make sure, or he probably, especially let's say if he didn't know it, he'd probably put that on after the whole like karma shit, to make sure
Yeah.
he can always monitor or get to him if he needs to.
Yeah.
So like it would help in certain ways, and it could change certain things. But then again, it's like it wouldn't change.
Yeah,
like you guys
he
said, if
wouldn't
the
have-
scaling's too high, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, like Ida wouldn't even let him activate it. She would like fodderize him and put him in a trance and be fodder.
That is true.
Yeah. Or
Yeah,
Damon.
right.
Damon would like
He
reflect his
wouldn't be in
intention
that
on him. He
role.
wouldn't even need to touch him. He's like, "Oh, you want to kill me? You're dead." And that's it. That's all he would have to do. But
Yeah.
Bruh.
they're so broken that they don't even have to fight you. They just fucking look at you. That's it.
Imagine building cyborgs that can have these abilities, bro. Like,
Oh my
what is
God.
this guy on, bro?
Who is Amato? Like, we need to learn
Who
more about
is
this
he?
fucker.
But
Yeah.
see if you get in that crazy to where they're having like basically what I'm getting from that is like it's upgrade versions of Uchiha.
Oh, dude, yeah.
Where they have their eye, like they
beyond
have like
that.
some broken abilities.
It's like
whatever.
you know what Ida's thing is? It's basically a global Kodomatsukami. Literally, that's what he did. That's what she
God.
did.
Essentially, yeah.
That'd be like fucking.
That's what I'm saying. Like that's just some crazy.
That would be like
ridiculous
Shishui.
shit, dude.
Be like the equivalent.
And
of...
it's infinite because it's not like their vision runs out either, right?
No, it doesn't. No, and it's like the equivalent
That's
of.
crazy.
It's like the equivalent of fucking Shishui Kodomatsukami the fucking Earth at once.
That's fucking
literally what she
ridiculous.
did.
No
Even though
cooldown,
you-
no nothing,
yeah,
no losing
nothing.
vision.
Nothing. Yeah.
Constantly passive, bro. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's broken.
Oh shit.
Do you guys think the Jogan is canon?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I think so.
Why
Yeah,
wouldn't it be?
I would say
It's
so.
shown eventually in manga.
Yeah, I believe
Like,
it's shown. If I'm not
yeah.
mistaken, yeah, I think it is shown in the manga.
Yeah, like
it was
first
just
chapter.
shown actually, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, something.
Does current Sakura beat early Shippuden Sakura? Oh yeah, she would wipe the floor with that loser. Yeah, for sure. Current Sakura.
early Sakura?
Yeah.
Oh,
Early Shippuden Sakura. I thought you said early Sakura. Early Shippuden Sakura.
Oh.
Probably because she blitzed a inner with a Chidori, and I don't think Sakura would contend
Boro.
with that. Yeah, she probably get slapped. Why has Konohamaru become so fodder? I mean, dude, it's disappointing. I will agree that the
They're
trajectory.
giving this high character
Dude, he
treatment,
he
bro.
he had trouble with
He
bitch
has
ass.
such good lineage, bro.
He had trouble with bitch ass Jugo in the fucking manga. Or in
Literally,
the
he got
anime.
bullied
That's
by
a fucking
Jugo
loser.
twice.
Jugo's a bitch. Like, I don't know what the hell.
To be
Dude,
fair,
he's got such
he did.
potential.
To be fair, Jay, he did end up in a draw at least. He got
At
knocked out
least,
and he knocked out
yeah.
Jugo.
Like
But that's
if he's
horrible.
if he's Hiruzen's fucking grandson, he should be a fucking stud, not some loser barely.
Asuma's nephew.
Alright,
Yeah.
Jay, you know when it's
Yeah,
bad
that's
when
ridiculous,
the
man.
first time he fights, it's a draw. The second time, the first time he fights, he just gets beat up. The second time, it's
He's
a
fucking
draw, and then
slammed.
Boruto beats him without a draw.
Yeah, like what the hell? Like his sensei already inferior to him? He just fucking started. I don't understand that, but yeah, he's absolute fodder. I'm actually disappointed in his development. Yeah. I'm actually very, very disappointed. Like
Especially being a
Hiruzen and
new-
Mato are gonna be like fucking disgusted in their grave seeing that. You're a fucking loser. That's what
But,
they're
like,
thinking.
Yeah, it's pathetic, dude. This is the new team season.
Hiruzen-
Team 7 squad leader. Like,
Imagine-
that.
Oh,
Like,
dude,
it
he's so
compares to
sad.
Yeah.
Kakashi.
Disrespectful.
Imagine Hiruzen as an Edo. He sees Konohamaru. He's like, man, you should have died a long time ago. You fucking loser. Or
Yeah.
Asuma came back like, I fought Hidan, and you can barely beat Jugo. You fucking loser. You fucking disgust me. Like, they'd be disgusted by him right now. Fucking loser.
Yeah, let's be real. Let's be real. If Hiruzen was in Boruto scaling, let's say he didn't age or whatever, some bullshit, or if Asuma at least bare minimum,
Yeah.
they'd be about it in some way. They'd
Yeah,
be fucking
they're-
up some shit.
They'd at least Hiruzen would have at least beat bitch ass Jugo. That's for sure.
Yeah.
You know? That's fucking pathetic. But why? Okay, I just read that he went from a Hokage candidate to a disposable character. Yeah, he's a loser now. He's a fucking loser.
Barely relevant, dude. Barely.
Yeah. Do you guys
But
think?
it's sad because he didn't even get the Kakashi treatment. I
Nothing.
Go to
Nothing.
in Kakashi
Yeah.
sense. Because let's be real. Let's be real.
Fucking
Not
joke.
even Kakashi was up there with people like Itachi, Minato,
Oh, yeah,
et cetera,
no.
et cetera. Like in that sense, Kakashi was fodder to all of them.
It's true. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
at least give him that line of shine.
He had some
or a
respect.
line of
Yeah.
respect, like Kakashi at least bare minimum.
Like
you
everyone
know?
knew his name. Pain was like, yeah, I know you. Or like everyone knew him, but Konohama
Yeah,
was just
everyone
like
knew him. Everyone respected him. Everyone acknowledged his power. Like you name it.
Konohama was just like a bitch in comparison, honestly. So
But him, he's not known. He's not
Now
feared.
Kishimoto
Nothing.
changed all that shit,
Yeah, I
bro.
hope they
Fucking
change that.
relevant
Like,
again, you
make
know,
him
like,
make him like a dog, not some loser that gets fucked up by
You know,
Jugo.
it'd be cool if he learned Sage Mode. To be honest.
Oh, that'd be dope. Yeah.
Konohamaru?
Yeah.
Maybe
Oh,
Naruto
dude,
could
yeah.
teach
If
him.
he
If he
gets
gets
pole
Enma
staff or
too.
something,
If he gets
rising,
Enma,
Oh, if he gets
then
Enma, that'd be dope too. Yeah,
that'd be fucking
Yeah,
lit.
that's what I'm saying. Enma and Sage Mode.
that'd
That
be
would
dope.
cut
You'd
off
have some
the
respect at
in
that
his
point.
sense. That would
Monkey
make him
Sage
relevant.
mode, bro.
Yeah.
Imagine.
Oh, that'd be dope.
Yeah.
Do you
That'd be
guys
lit.
think Shibai scales to 4D? There isn't enough on him yet for me to conclude that. I'd have to see
Yeah, who
more.
knows, man? Who
Maybe.
knows?
Based off fucking Ida alone, who's using
Possible.
Shinjutsu. Maybe. I don't know.
Well, that is true.
You
The
know
next-
what it is, Jay? Another thing, real quick. Like that's one thing that's weird. It's like Dragon Ball. They're doing a lot more better to help the side characters, like give them all their cool forms and shit,
Yeah.
whatever. But
Mhm.
Kishimoto and this other, they don't give a fuck.
They don't give
about
a- nah,
it.
they
If it ain't
don't.
Boruto, Kawaki, or whatever, this and this, like they don't give a fuck.
Yeah, they had
They don't care.
the majority of the fucking anime. You have fucking Genin chasing cats around. Like I don't give a fuck about these episodes, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Don't.
saying, bro. It's so ass.
Like
I remember that
Piccolo
one-
being his cool orange Piccolo.
I remember
Gohan, his new
that
form,
one
you know?
ass episode where the fucking nerd kid with fucking glasses had all the
Yeah,
Genin help him build
yeah.
an air balloon. Like I don't give a fuck about this shit, man. What the fuck is
It's
this?
so ass, bro. It's
I
so
can
ass,
see
dude.
Jay
Yeah.
just skipping like force ass.
I was so like fucking irritated. And like, why? First of all, why are all the Genin helping this loser build an air balloon? What the fuck is happening right now?
Isn't he supposed to be the
Jay,
brilliant
it's
one, too?
annoying.
Like,
Yeah, and you're the smart
Yeah,
one. Fuck.
Yeah,
Dude, I
it,
don't
it's
leave, it's not even
annoying,
relevant
Jay,
at all.
because like you do like what sucks about it is you don't want to skip it just in case if there's something important, and
yeah.
that kind of for a scaling, whatever, blah blah yada yada. You never know,
Yeah.
But at the same time, you're like, I don't want to see all this bullshit. And
bullshit.
It's like,
Like-
fuck it, I might just fast forward.
It's like
This
thinking
is
about
stupid.
the difference. Fucking Naruto, Neji, and all of the retrieval arc team are getting fucking clapped by Sound 4, and then on here we see fucking getting building air balloons together. Like what the fuck is this, bro?
dude, the tuning exams were so ass.
Dude, they're
in
so
Boruto,
dog
bro.
shit. So dog
In
shit.
comparison, like holy shit.
Even
man.
even the fucking arcs where the Ginning are being put in like more serious missions and whatnot, that shit was just nowhere near like
Nah,
as-
it's just not on. It's not
Nah,
on.
the-
Fire
you know what I
one,
mean?
the
Like,
wave
Mr.
mission,
Chicago art, yeah, the Atlanta Ways, like none of
Yeah.
that
Not
was,
even
like,
comparable.
good. I didn't really
Yeah.
like that.
Not even
It was
comparable.
okay.
Even compared to the fucking
Yeah,
hot
the bullshit.
food or-
Yeah, I'd rather
yeah,
have that than the
exactly.
bullshit.
Fucking
that
air
wasn't even
balloons.
nowhere near the peak shit
I
like OG
agree.
Naruto,
Yeah, like-
I agree, bro.
Like fucking air balloon filler. Like I don't give a fuck about any of those fillers.
Like, bro,
man.
the music Kagura is getting fucked up by like those low life weirdos too. Like,
Oh,
how do
yeah,
you-
yeah.
how do you go
That
from
shit was
that,
ass. I'm like,
yeah,
didn't
like he was
bad.
ass.
how did Chanchro fucking contend with Kinshiki and get slammed by some
Chonchuro.
fucking fodder?
Literally,
Oh yeah, Chanchro.
that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying, bro.
Like, what's happening here? Yeah, I don't understand that. That was dog shit. Like they went from fighting Osusuki to getting fodder like fucked up by some losers. Like what the hell's happening right now? Yeah, that's very consistent, bro. That's
And
fucking
that was
sad.
also put into a novel too.
That's
Like,
dog shit. Like such disrespect to Okage, honestly. But next question: what if Hiruzen learned Sage Mode? So if Hiruzen were to learn Sage Mode, such as Naruto, who's a perfect sage, he'd have the ability to amplify his own power by at least 10 times. We could at bare minimum say that. This would result in Hiruzen successfully killing Orochimaru, since during the Konoha Crush arc they were relative, indicating that obviously a 10 times amp would result in Hiruzen absolutely slamming Orochimaru, ripping his soul out, killing him. Sasuke would have never been, went rogue because Orochimaru would be dead already, and the whole storyline would be altered if Hiruzen had Sage Mode. Orochimaru would have died that day.
yeah, he would have died.
So
If Hiruzen had stage mode, he wouldn't. He would definitely not. He wouldn't deteriorate in age as rapidly.
Yeah.
Essentially, like
exactly.
he would still keep his prime condition for
Yep.
a lot longer of a period.
longer,
Than,
yeah.
we saw in the original time series, and we know like the lore of how prime Hiruzen is. So
Exactly. Yeah.
especially up in the Konoha Crush arc, he would absolutely put in the hands on Orochimaru.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be real.
Wouldn't stand a
I'll be
chance.
real. It's like if it was written wise and everything, I do think it would go the direction Jay's saying. But if we like analyze it in a logical sense, and if that Hiruzen does have Sage Mode, I think he just straight up slams Orochimaru.
Oh yeah, he would slam
Oh,
him,
yeah.
blitz him, and slam
Like,
him.
I think he's just
Yeah.
gonna be booming and
Orochimaru
shit. And
wouldn't even challenge him, dude.
it'd be like
Yeah.
it'd be basically like what Orochimaru was saying. Like if you were just 10 years younger, I would have been dead. I'd have been fucked. Like he wouldn't have even had to use Reaper Death Seal. You know what I
Nah,
mean? So
nah.
like
Kill him.
Oh,
you
no,
know,
he has standards in,
I'll be
for
real.
sure.
I think he just straight up slams. With
He would
Sage
blitz
Mode.
him.
Like, imagine him using Sage Mode with the fucking pole staff. And
Yeah.
shit, you know.
You know what's funny is inconsistency is how the fuck did those like fodder ass fucking Sound 4 keep Hiruzen at bay with their fucking trash ass fucking barrier? That's what I don't understand that. Like, imagine
Well,
Sage
to
Mode.
be fair, bro, they are Orochimaru's elite body.
Yeah, imagine Sage
They
Mode Hiruzen
specialize
just
in
punching.
barriers and
Imagine
shit.
him punching through the barrier. He's like, get the fuck out of here. He just
I
breaks
think,
the
yeah, I
barrier.
do think I think he would punch through it too. Yeah, he would
He'd be
just
like-
hit it with his
Enma, at
staff
least,
and
bro.
slam.
Or Enma. Enma's like, what the fuck are these fodder ass fucking
And look,
low
push like
tier?
Kurama, bro.
Yeah,
You know,
literally.
get out here to that fucking barrier, bro. Like, what is that?
Fodder ass fucking Sound 4 Ninja that barely beat mid tier Jonin. What the fuck are they keeping Hiruzen contained? I don't understand that, but I guess for the plot they had to do it. They had to do it to keep it relevant.
Dramatic effect.
Yeah. But
Yeah, it was dope, bro.
Yeah,
Done well.
Hiruzen would slap him in the Sage mode.
Yeah, the Spider dude, he folded all of the Omnipotence that were like the elite under for years, and he just beat them all in one attack.
He did do that actually. Yeah.
My bro, Jesus.
They all went after him. They're like, nah. And he's like, nah, fuck you all. And that was a base.
Yeah, that was pretty
I
impressive.
wonder what kind of stage mode it would be too. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Probably like something like Anima or something.
So folks, feel free to keep asking questions and make sure again, like spike once again. Let's try to get above 20 likes now if possible. We're already at 17. We appreciate it.
Hiruzen would definitely be able to go in the Sage mode easily too, because he could just do that pull thing where he creates a cage, you can't get through or whatever, and then he just sits down, Sage mode.
Yeah, that's if he can't do it. That's if he doesn't do it as fast as Minato can. He just does it like instantaneously. Yeah.
Hiruzen's that guy though. I'm pretty sure he'd be goated with.
Oh yeah.
You can learn anything, dude. Don't like.
I mean, like, if Jiraiya can do it and have a half-ass version, I know damn well Hiruzen could have a perfect version instead. You know.
Yeah, he'd be broken. Next question. Man. What if Kimimara's sickness started affecting him earlier? So this is a good question. It depends exactly when. So if it affects him early enough to the point where he's physically useless by the Sasuke Retrieval arc, then there's a possibility that Naruto wouldn't be the only one fighting Sasuke. There's a possibility that Gaara and Lee would have caught up to him and helped him and fought Sasuke in conjunction, which would probably result in Sasuke being brought back since he would have to deal with all three of them.
He's not beating that Gaara.
No, Gaara, Naruto fucking amped, which would probably amp Gaara as a result as well. His resolve would increase. Lee as well, drunk especially. They would beat him, definitely working in conjunction and bring him back.
Yeah.
Now, if it affects him later than that, and let's say he's still physically, to some arbitrary degree, sicker than when he was, but still useful, then he'd simply just be defeated easier because he's weaker to some arbitrary extent in comparison to the original storyline. And that would also dictate who beats him. Maybe he's so sick that Naruto could have beaten him with his amp, or maybe he's just not sick enough to where it would have taken Lee, drunk Lee, or maybe Gaara still would have had to beat him. It depends on how sick he is. That's really what it comes down to.
Another thing I'll add to that, because if it's way earlier, then that means like that would technically connect to a lot of other things beforehand too.
Yeah.
To where his sickness really didn't start fucking him until after he defeated the Kazekage with Orochimaru. That's when he like fell on his knees and started really coughing up blood. And then Orochimaru was like, "Oh man, it seems like your wind is finally running out or whatever." Yep. So like if it happens earlier, I'm gonna be honest, like him trying, I don't even know if he'd be able to even help and be relevant in that Kage level fight with Orochimaru against the same Kazekage.
And that might change Orochimaru's plans if he's like, all right, he's sick already. He's too sick. I need to act now. He might have acted sooner, actually.
Yeah, because if he's in that same scaling of how he is performing in the fucking Sasuke Retrieval against a Kage level opponent, how the fuck is he gonna be relevant?
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? Like
exactly. So
it kind of goes back to the whole like Hiruzen thing with like Sage mode and like it's not better. Yeah,
and that thing with Hiruzen, they said he would have also killed Hiruzen as well and all that, you know, and that was where he got sick later too. So if this is earlier, like that's definitely out of the question. No Hiruzen help or any of that. And I think even the Kazekage, he's just not going to be able to participate.
Yeah, but I'm gonna take a piss, but I'll be right back. You guys can go on.
No, you're good, man.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna get like Orochimaru definitely like helps preserve Kimimara's life more with the senjutsu that's incorporated into the curse marks. You know what I mean?
Kabuto doing all his medical shit. You know, he was like in a fucking coma in a way.
Exactly. I definitely salvaged his life.
It's interesting. Like I think Kimimara would probably be dead by this point, to be honest with you. But let's say he's not dead. That means he would be even more weaker. What I mean, technically in a sense, and so if he pulls up, like he's probably dying like way more quicker, or he's in the similar ballpark of scaling that he was presented at that point, or it's even less than that. And that's what I'm saying. Like it'd just be way problematic, and I just think to the point where either he's just dealt with a lot more easy or whatever, or not really a problem. And then, like Jay said, it's just Gaara goes to help Naruto fight Sasuke. Lee would also be there too, and it's like Sasuke's not beating Lee, Naruto, and Gaara at the same fucking time. I'm gonna be honest, even Lee and Naruto being there, he wouldn't beat them.
Be quite problematic.
Yeah, it really fucked, you know.
Depends on when he got sick, though. Exactly, that definitely like matters a lot, you know.
Yeah,
like how early in the series he gets sick, because it does, but you know, it doesn't.
And the only thing we have is just the Kazekage scene. That's it. No, that's where he finally reaches his limit, you know. Other than that, the only other time we see, which this isn't in the manga, but it's anime only, we see him as a kid, and basically he's over here like just killing, all these like elite ninja and whatnot. You name it, like pulling some crazy ass feats as a kid, and then basically like he shows no signs of sickness or nothing. He's just
No,
fine.
not at
I
all.
mean,
Yeah, I agree. Yeah,
so
exactly.
it's
Yeah.
like we have no idea when this shit picked up on, and it's just it's weird. So I don't know. That's just something we don't really know. So that's something you'd have to basically be open to multiple possibilities of just A, B, C, D. Depending time wise of how it could even impact them and what it would do and affect. So,
Yeah, it's unfortunate how these extremely powerful combatants with such potential like Himimaru or Itachi or
Yo.
other characters, they get kind of nerfed by this mysterious illness.
They
and
did
we're
it on
supposed to
purpose,
accept
though.
it,
Yes, they did it on purpose. Let's
It's
be
like a
real.
plot
I mean, because
device. Yeah.
people like Itachi, Bone Man, you name it, like those people that were just blatantly given some like
Possibly
bullshit, way to get
Hashirama.
rid of. Like they were just strong. Hashirama too, yeah, possibly. So
Yeah.
like that Bone Man, like I said, he was fucking up Elite and Jonings and shit when he was a kid, and at least in the anime only. You know what I mean? Like he was over here killing them all, and like he went to like the fucking village, and Zabuza and Haku were there too. He runs up on them and he's like, "Are you part of the this village or whatever? If you are, I'll have to kill you." And Zabuza grabs his sword and he's like, "No." But you have a problem? And
Yo.
he's like, "No, sorry,
Yeah,
I didn't mean to bother you." And he just runs away. Like that man had balls. He didn't give a fuck.
Yeah. Itachi getting sick was definitely a plot device. They had to fucking
They
do
had
so
to.
good.
They had to. Yeah.
Like to
It was
even
either that or he would still go down the way he did, but obviously not coughing up blood and shit. He would just go blind, and then he would just like I don't know. He'd probably just let Sasuke kill him. He would just
Yeah.
let
I
him kill
guess
him.
Hagoromo
Yeah, he just let his
had
ass
it,
die.
too. I don't know if that's canon or not exactly, but Hagoromo had like chakra eating illness as well. It just seems to happen to the most
Oh
like
yeah,
ambiguous
Hagoromo,
characters. Naruto
Yeah.
even had it for a little bit, until
Yeah,
Sasuke
definitely
got
true.
him.
But yeah,
I don't know, it's
So Kimimaro would all depend on how sick he was. But next question, this one's interesting as well. What if instead of Kakashi training Sasuke and Jiraiya training Naruto, it was the opposite? So Jiraiya trained Sasuke and Kakashi trained Naruto.
Oh yeah, you go, Jay.
Yeah, so this is what I would say. If Kakashi were to be the main mentor of Naruto instead of Jiraiya, there's a very good chance that he resorts to the Shadow Clone training strategy to speed up his development as a shinobi, like he did with the Rasen Shuriken. I think he would do that early on from the jump. He further understands Naruto's care for Sasuke in comparison to Jiraiya, who's more hesitant to chase Sasuke. He even told him don't chase him. Kakashi understands that as he knows Sasuke. Jiraiya really didn't know him personally, since he was the sensei of Team 7, unlike Jiraiya. However, the detriment to Naruto's development would be the absence of the Toad summonings and the several collaborative Toad summoning jutsus that Jiraiya had access to. Since Kakashi wouldn't have access to this, he never would learn how to do that. Also, Sage Mode would be questionable as well, because he never would have had the training from Jiraiya. Now, if Jiraiya would have trained... if Jiraiya would have trained Sasuke early on, then there's a good chance Sasuke would never go to Orochimaru. Since, one, Jiraiya is not scared of Orochimaru like Kakashi is, and two, Jiraiya is very familiar with him, and more than likely actually superior to him during the Konoha Crush arc, as Orochimaru was already getting ill at this point. So in fact, Jiraiya would be so confident he would tell Sasuke, do not go to Orochimaru. If you do, I'm going there and I'm going to whip his ass myself, and you're coming back with me. And Sasuke would have no choice at that point. So as far as Sasuke's development, though, his affinity with fire style would work nicely with Jiraiya, since Jiraiya himself seems pretty proficient in his own fire style jutsus as well. The Toads would work nicely with him as well. Additionally, with Sasuke commonly displaying quick adaptation to new abilities, there's a good chance that he would learn Sage Mode as well. I think there's a chance that he would teach Sasuke Sage Mode.
That would be crazy.
Which would make him very broken. So, hence, the difference would be Naruto's and Sasuke's arsenals would be much different if their mentorship was different. So that's what I would say about that. Yeah.
What do you think, Shinobi, on that? That's pretty cool.
Well, I think it's interesting because, after the whole time skip, we don't really see Naruto have much of a development, right? Like, he doesn't have any, like, flashy,
nothing new.
Yeah, he doesn't have any flashy
Finger Rising Dawn.
It seems like Jiraiya's main, series of training during that whole time span was to that maybe, but also I was going to say just keeping Kurama under control because he's like an expert in like stealing jutsus. He has the Toads to help him as well. And I don't think Kakashi is nearly on par with that. Like,
No, definitely
if
not.
Foretell Kid Naruto is about to kill Jiraiya, I'm pretty sure it's going to do its work on Kakashi
He's
as
gonna
well.
kill
So
Kakashi
Yeah.
probably. Yeah.
I don't even think that would be a very accentuated relationship to begin with, and Kakashi would probably die, unfortunately. So, with that being said, I think with Sasuke training with Jiraiya,
Well, do you think Kakashi would let him? Because that's the thing, though. Jiraiya talked to that frog and persuaded him to release the seal completely. I don't think Kakashi would take that risk, though.
I think the
Like,
risk of
do you think he would? Because Jiraiya actually. That actually might still happen, and the reason why I take that back, and the reason why is because Jiraiya was the only one that knows, or that was speculative of
I was gonna
Minato's
ask.
theory of that Naruto was supposed to master, and
anything-
he would
leak
tell Kakashi
intentionally.
that he would he would relay that intel, but like, hey, Minato believed that he could master this power. I believe that was the case. Like, why would he? Blah blah. Kakashi would also believe because it's Minato, and then eventually he would go down that same line.
Yeah,
So,
if
I
anything,
do
he
think
would
you're
just
right.
he would just recruit Yamato earlier to help him with that.
He would be smart like that. Yeah, he would
Yeah.
have a
That is true.
contingency
They
plan.
worked
Yeah,
in ramen and everything, man. So.
He'd probably have
just
Yamamoto
in case.
like he did when he trained him to learn the Rasen Shuriken.
Kakashi's not a ding dong. Yeah,
That's what he
No,
did.
yeah,
He had
yeah,
Yamamoto on
yeah.
standby the whole time, just in case.
exactly. So So he wouldn't pull a Jiraiya and almost fucking
Walmart
die.
Hashirama?
Yeah, I would say that their arsenals would just be greatly different for both of them, for Naruto and Sasuke.
The only
I don't
thing
know
I'll
how
put
well-
into that.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Shinobi. No, you're good, bro. What are you saying?
I was just gonna say I just don't know how well Sasuke would do learning stage mode.
Yeah,
That's all,
that's the question. He wouldn't have the shadow clone like increase of growth perk like Naruto
that
did.
Naruto had, exactly.
He does learn
Like-
faster, but he doesn't have that quick
And he's
speed
a
up.
genius. Like, he learns. He's really, really good. Well, the way I see it is, like, for instance, like, let's be real, Madara, he's a genius. He never learned to master it, and then he just absorbs it from Hashirama. He's like, oh, this is Sage, okay, bet I'll just use it, and he does it on the go. So unless you think it's some shit like that, where Sasuke is also a genius, blah blah blah. And I mean, and even in Madara acknowledges like Sasuke's intelligence, analysis abilities. Like, there's a point where he's like, man, if only he was here earlier, and I didn't pick Obito, and I picked him instead. But he's like, actually, no. It's too late to think that. I need to focus and win this fight. So like, But either way, like the way I see it, to add to that, is Jiraiya does make a statement like where he says like it's kind of no fun training and and being with a student that's already so talented and a genius, aka Minato. What I mean? So like, it'd kind of be a similar concept like that with Sasuke.
It's true.
Where obviously everything would be really easier for Sasuke, be a given, and Jiraiya wouldn't have to do that much. But it would also be a similar growth aspect, I believe, to where, like, I don't think like Sasuke is gonna be like getting some crazy. Like, I think in comparison to Orochimaru, Sasuke would grow the most still, and that's just because Jiraiya's like training, like, in like growth development is really not that great. You know what I mean? Like, once again, you see Naruto, he only does a bigger Rasengan. Like, the man never thought like, oh, I should probably start trying to teach him Sage Mode and introduce him to that and bring him to blah blah. Like, nah, instead he just gives him some Genjutsu advice and tells him to use the Kyuubi more, and then basically Naruto has a bigger Rasengan, you know what I mean, shit like that, and more experience, more better with using his shadow clones and stuff. We kind of see that with the Bell test and whatnot. So like, there is some growth, but like it's not like drastic as compared to what Sasuke did with Orochimaru. So I do feel like if he's with Jiraiya, like, he'll get certain perks, like Jay was saying, like Fire Style will be goated, this and that, etc., whatever, and also obviously the fundamentals, because of how Naruto grew in a way, that would be even more greater for Sasuke. So he'll definitely grow really good in a sense, but I do think it would be like kind of bad as well in a sense, because Sasuke is not really a Minato. Minato was such a genius to where he could create a Rasengan and master flying Raijin and things like that. While Sasuke, he's kind of the guy where he just needs to be like told about things or given, and then he can do it. You know what I mean? Not for him to do it on his own on the fly.
The difference also, is their affinity. Like, the affinity for Jiraiya to use Wind Style, like Rasengan. I don't think Sasuke even has Wind Style, so he would never even learn Rasengan. I think.
I don't think so.
And Kakashi can use Lightning Style, which is perfect. The perfect affinity to match Sasuke's, who uses Lightning Style. So that's that's also another reason narratively why Kishimoto had have the mentors that they have because the affinity for the same chakra natures as well. Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, so, like, and that's another thing too. Like, if we do it around the time where Kakashi was still kind of being neutral for everyone and trying to help him out, and then eventually favored Sasuke because that was similar. Like, if Sasuke also still has a Chidori, and then he eventually is given to Jiraiya, you know, instead of the Orochimaru thing, that would actually be pretty cool because, like, he still has Chidori, but now training under Jiraiya. But let's say we get rid of all that, and that doesn't happen either, then, like, fucking, that's already weird because, like, like, Sasuke, how would he be in the tuning exams, though? You know what I mean? Like, he wouldn't have a Chidori. Instead, he would technically have a Rasengan. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Oh,
and that's
bro,
just really
imagine.
weird. Like, it still would be better than nothing, because let's be real. Like, he still has a Sharingan and can at least, you know, see and still counter,
So
you know.
these
So he
mentors.
can still make it.
It
If Naruto can do
probably-
it, Sasuke can definitely do it with a fucking Sharingan.
Yeah, these
you know?
mentors just match their strengths
So-
better. That's what it is.
But
Well,
let's be real, Sasuke, if he was with Jiraiya instead of Kakashi at that moment, starting from there,
He'd be weaker.
Yeah.
I do think he would be way more broken compared to Kakashi, though, in the tuning exams, to where when he actually put up against Gaara, a dead ass, I'm not even joking, either obviously Rasengan, that's it, Gaara gets slammed, or he would be a show-off and actually probably summon the frog and be like, bam, like, this fight's over. Like,
Yeah,
see, bitch.
They might
Like, you know?
they might stop the fight
So-
if the Toad comes in, but I think
Yeah.
that
I would say, yeah, sorry,
Yeah, go
go
ahead.
ahead.
I would just say that Sasuke, his strengths match better with Kakashi's, like the very chakra
Oh,
natures
sure.
that they have.
Sure.
Jiraiya's chakra natures coinciding with Naruto's.
Yep.
Orochimaru even coincides more with Sasuke than Jiraiya as well, narratively. It would definitely have them have different arsenals, but again, their strengths match up better with who they originally had. So
Yeah. I do think Sasuke could learn Rasengan, though, because if Kakashi could do it, he could definitely do it. But, you know,
yeah, we can
What's
make
it
the argument
called?
with
He
the
probably
Sharingan.
learned Chidori as well, still though. You know, just
Yeah.
like Kakashi did. Like, oh, oops, I made a Chidori with Rasengan. I didn't
and that
mean to,
can
but,
also
yeah.
happen too, you know, just like Akatsuki, smarty, whatever. Like he could be trying to do the Rasengan training, whatever, and that could
Uh-huh.
happen on accident where he
On
could
accident, yeah.
summon Chidori. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So,
I just thought it was funny because, like, you know, Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto, they all have like a Sanin as a sensei after like the whole, like, you know, original fly leaders, and then like the rest of them, dude, they get nothing at all, bro. Like,
yeah, literally.
Asuma dies,
Everyone-
Kurama gets pregnant.
Fodder,
like,
yeah.
what happened to that, dude? Like, that's
just-
kind of messed up.
They shifted their priorities really very heavily
Hey,
after the training
just-
exams.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
let's be real though. If Sasuke has Sagema though, with his arsenal and whatnot and all that, he would be crazy though.
Oh, it'd be broken. Better than the
That
curse
motherfucker
mark.
would be crazy.
So someone asked thoughts on the latest DBZ chapter and the current state of the manga. Honestly, I haven't really followed the current trajectory of the DBS. I get what they're doing with Goten and Trunks. They're trying to establish like some sort of relevance. But to be quite honest, I really don't care for it. It seems like what I call it pseudo filler. It is canonical, but it is just unnecessary canonical literature I don't really need to read. I kind of want to see Black Frieza come back to the equation, or maybe give some sort of polarizing moment for Goten and Trunks, not just fighting like fodder ass people and you know on Earth. I don't really care for it.
Yeah, I feel that.
it's
That
just
should
a
have
waste.
been like
Yeah,
in
it's
Dragon Ball Z.
This is not really
like
it's not really relevant to me. And I do see Dr. Jiro, I think is his name, from the Dragon Ball superhero movie. He is involved now, so that gives us some sort of like foreshadowing that maybe that we'll see Gohan Beast soon, because we do see him. We see Pan now in the last chapter as well. So that kind of reinforces the theory, which is now probably fact, that the superhero movie takes place after Black Frieza, because it seems to be leading up to that now. In fact, in the last chapter, we see Piccolo spar with a nerfed Rusty Gohan, just like in the movie. So in fact, I do think Gohan Beast will be the strongest, and I think that also foreshadows that Black Frieza will probably face Gohan Beast as well.
I can't wait.
So that I did like in the last chapter. But besides that, I wasn't really... The previous chapters before that, I wasn't really kind of swayed by them. They were kind of irrelevant to me. But I think the last chapter set the stage for what's to come. And I think the manga is now heading in the right direction, back to like relevant, more entertaining moments. So I am looking forward to what DBZ has to offer now. Will they sort of like reenact the movie? Will they kind of change things up for the sake of mystery? I don't know if they're going to just have the same events take place again, just in manga version, with Gohan Beast fighting, you know, Cell Max and, you know, Gohan and Goten and Trunks and Krillin helping out. Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 fighting. Because Gamma, I believe one of the Gammas was established in the final chapter. Gamma 2, if I'm not mistaken, was shown in the final chapter of the latest manga chapter.
Oh, wow.
Just like in the movie when Piccolo runs into him. That's where we are now. So we're
Nice.
leading up to some interesting moments. And I hope after that, we see Black Frieza. So I think the trajectory is... It's starting to spice things up now. That's what I would say with DBZ. So...
I do appreciate how they are, they're trying to cater towards the other Z fighters that have kind of been lost in the mix for a while.
Yeah.
I thought Gotenks was pretty neat in the whole Boo series. I'm sure a lot of folks do as well. And they're kind of like a gag moment, low-key, but, they obviously have some, massive potential. Like Super Saiyan 3 was no joke.
Exactly. And I think those two, especially Goten, they just got lost in translation for a long time until now, where they're reintroduced. I wonder what their trajectory is going to be. Right now, I'm predicting it's going to be Gohan Beast versus Black Frieza eventually, after they get through kind of reenacting the movie of Superhero. I feel like that's where it's headed. Gohan Beast and Black Frieza are going to have some sort of interaction. Maybe he's the one that can close the gap, because Black Frieza fodderized Gohan and, Goku and Vegeta, the current Goku and Vegeta. So I wonder how that's going to act. Yeah,
I mean, freaking Gotenks did damage Cell Max.
Yeah, he did.
Movie
He did damage him. So
that was like an imperfect Gotenks as well.
Yeah, and that's some sort of feat. So that's something you got.
I guess.
Yeah, to some extent. To even hurt the guy is impressive. So
take it with a grain of salt, though. But I was just saying it exists. You know.
So that will give him some relevancy. But I'm definitely looking for a climactic event taking place soon, which hopefully is Gohan Beast vs. Black Frieza, which is what we all been waiting for a long time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, since the Gohan Beast movie, I've been waiting for that since then.
Dude, or like Ultra Instinct / Ego.
Oh my god!
Bro.
Oh, Vegito! Holy shit! That'd be fucking broken.
That'd be amazing.
Or I want to see Vegeta get like a. I know that Goku has True Ultra Instinct. It'd be cool to see Vegeta get like True Ultra Ego or something. Maybe that'll be possible in the future as well. But
yeah, see if they can even combine.
Yeah,
if they do a fusion, they should be able to combine their abilities.
It'd be like an Ultra Ego, Ultra Instinct Vegito.
Yeah.
If
Goten
if the Angel Kai works with like Hawkeye.
Yeah, that's the question. Can they even mesh? Yeah, that's gonna be a question.
It's like polar opposites, essentially.
Yeah, they're essentially like. They're the inverse of each other. That's why.
I'll be real. It's Goku and Vegeta. I know they can do it.
Yeah,
probably
straight, right? Yeah,
and that's a fan, and that's like a fan appeal as well. In a sense,
and there's obviously Broly as well. Broly's still there in the sidelines. What they're gonna do? with
the
him.
way that man's going, his potential and growth, they're gonna have no choice to do that. You know what I mean?
A narrative observation though is that Black Frieza was so confident in how powerful he was that one, he let Goku and Vegeta live. He didn't just eliminate them, which he could have done easily. And two, he seemed very confident after. He's like, you guys are fodder. That means he's aware of Broly. And the theory I would have is that he at least expects Broly to be as powerful as he was in the Broly movie, who fodderized that Frieza. So Frieza's more than confident in dealing with at least a Broly of that caliber. But Frieza's not stupid. I'm sure he knows that Broly's gotten stronger. So he seems confident in dealing with Broly right now. Maybe he's not as strong as Broly.
Yeah, he'd feel skeptic whether if he's if he could be able to fight him or not. That'd definitely be on his worry list.
I do think that he would probably whip Broly for a while until Broly gets strong enough. Oh yeah, he'd whip Jiren now for sure. Yeah.
Oh, he wants to whip Broly's ass.
Oh yeah, he wants to get that back.
For how long, dude?
He got bullied by Broly.
Frieza holds grudges.
Get his ass whipped, bro.
Yeah, just think about his development. He's always held grudges. He held the grudge ever since Goku whipped his ass on Namek. He held the grudge against Vegeta because he's a Super Saiyan now. He probably holds a grudge against Trunks.
He killed him though, and he didn't kill them. That was weird.
It's because he's confident that he's superior.
He wants to smoke again. He's like, go ahead and come at me. I don't care.
He probably wants them to fuse. He's like, you guys should fuse next time. And I'll fuck you up again. That's probably what he wants.
And he's seen them fuse before when they went up against.
So he's aware.
So is that I'm not too much into it. Is that like a whole other new form, or did Frieza train under somebody?
He was in the hyperbolic time chamber for 10 years. It's a new form.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That fucking chamber shit, bro.
That gap.
Chamber, bro.
The gap is so wide now that he's confident he could just slap
How come
everybody.
Goku and Vegeta don't still do that shit? Like, what have they been thinking?
Yeah, they've been training. They've been training together. They've been training with Broly. Yeah,
It'd
it's
be better for like
And they do that
Piccolo
chamber
and
thing
shit,
though, because Frieza he said fuck all that.
yeah. He was in there for a decade. That's a long fucking time.
That's ridiculous, bro.
Yeah, it's a long time.
Actually training, which I guess he never did before, so that's why he's this strong now.
And not only did he beat
actually
them,
trained.
he beat fucking Gas, who was literally stated as the strongest in the universe before Frieza showed up. He was the strongest warrior in the universe, and then Frieza was so strong that Gas, because he has this trait where if someone is stronger than him, his body automatically tries to upscale himself. It got to the point where he disintegrated because Frieza was so much more powerful than him. Like his body couldn't handle how strong Frieza was. His power level couldn't surpass Frieza's. His body couldn't handle it. He fucking disintegrated, and Frieza one-shotted him, and then he one-shotted Goku and fucking Vegeta. That's how much stronger he was than them. It wasn't even close. It was a massacre. Yeah.
His hacks was nullified, bro. By his, it's like almost like Aizen and Mugetsu Ichigo. It's
Literally.
like the difference in like spiritual
Quick
pressure.
question though.
Yeah.
Did
Such a
Goku go Ultra Instinct on that Black Frieza too or no?
I think they were.
I think he did.
Yeah, I think he was in
And he
true.
still lost.
Yeah, Ultra
Damn.
Ego.
Both
It was
versions,
Ultra Ego Vegeta and True Ultra Instinct Goku getting slapped, both of them
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
at the same time. He fucking one-shot both of them at the same time. So
What the fuck?
blitzed them and one-shotted. That's what he did.
Okay,
badly.
so we do know that his hack's ability to just dodge things naturally has limits. Then, if you're overpowered,
And for the gas thing, it's also not referring to like the
Oh,
angels
yeah,
and
no,
Xeno,
definitely
of
not.
course. It's like you know what I mean.
Definitely
obviously.
just like the Z fighters. That's it. Definitely not
Yeah,
fucking.
exactly.
Whis is way beyond them. Yeah, way
I always
beyond them.
thought the Ultra
It is.
Instinct was
No,
like a
yeah.
hack thing, to where
Wait,
even if you
no.
were more powerful, you could still dodge.
Oh
naturally,
no.
That's just what it did.
I think Whis still whips Vegeta and Goku during training. He still does. So
bro.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
nonchalantly, bro. He's just eating
Well,
his
yeah, he's
breakfast.
just like,
You know what I
he's in
mean?
the whole
Yeah.
other thing. Yeah.
I mean, even Broly, when he was slamming fucking Frieza, he was like skipping around Broly. Whis was just skipping around and like playing with him. He's never the challenge.
Yeah.
He's never gone full power either. He's
Never,
showed,
he's
like,
never
any
had-
key or
he's
anything.
never had
He's just
to,
in
yeah.
base.
He's
He's
just so
suppressed and in base.
he's so superior. He just like skips around and plays with everybody. He's way more powerful than everybody right now. The only people stronger than him are probably like the strongest angel and maybe like the Xenos themselves, and that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Next
Hey,
question.
this is another thing though. But this is back to the whole Kakashi and Jiraiya thing. Do you think Sasuke would have still learned Karen or no?
Without Orochimaru, I don't see why not. I don't see why he
Right?
wouldn't
I
learn
don't
it.
see why not
Yeah.
either. Yeah.
Because Orochimaru's not known for that. He's just known to. He kind of just amped Sasuke.
Yeah.
Like had him hone his curse mark and all that kind of shit. He probably wasn't teaching him like new lightning style jutsus or anything like
I'll
that.
be honest. I don't think Jiraiya would teach him Rasengan either. I'm pretty sure Jiraiya would actually ask like some advice from Kakashi, or he
Probably would.
already knows he's a fucking Sanin, and he'd be
Yeah.
like, actually, I want you to learn the jutsu Kakashi uses. Shidori, you're no Chia. You guys are, no joke. Like, and here I'm gonna give you some advice, blah blah blah, and then he would probably still end up learning Shidori.
Yeah, he probably still would.
I wouldn't see why Jiraiya wouldn't recommend that. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
that's just me.
He probably would try to teach him Sage Mode, but I mean Chidori, he probably still would want him to learn that for sure.
Yeah, right. Like I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure. Like I don't think.
Yeah, that makes
like,
sense.
It's either he's still like, because Kakashi, he knows blah blah, he sees the benefits of Sharingan, you name it. So it's either he would also make Sasuke still learn Chidori, Jiraiya, or he would just tell him what Rasengan is, and either Sasuke ends up with Chidori and Rasengan, or just Rasengan, whatever, it doesn't matter. But Sasuke would get Kirin though. I do think he would still get that as well.
Yeah, I don't see why
Yeah,
not.
I agree.
Shippuden
Yeah.
thing and
Why not?
whatnot.
He would
Yeah.
probably still discover that with him training. Like,
And then
all
in
the time.
Sage Mode, I don't think Sasuke's learning that as a kid. He would need to get more,
probably take some
more of a
time.
larger chakra pull. It would be in
Yeah.
Shippuden. But in Shippuden, instead of him just having or relying on the curse mark, obviously it would be like Sage Mode.
You'd be
Right?
training with Mom and Pa instead. Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably what you'd be doing. Next question. By the way, folks, feel free to ask any questions at all. Anime, it can be whatever you want, any topic, basically. Anime, sports, whatever.
Fresh, man, for sure.
We try to be versatile. But the next question that was asked pre-live stream was, what if Zabuza and Haku were a part of the Akatsuki instead of the two weakest, meaning Hidan and Konan? Because that's who works with Obito, so he wouldn't be part of the Akatsuki. So this is an interesting question, as it's contentious on whether or not Zaku and Haku are even low-tier Akatsuki level in the first place. Konan was bested by Jiraiya, and Hidan was bested by a more powerful Kakashi in comparison to the one that fought Zabuza in their encounter. Hence,
I was struggling with Asuma, bro.
yeah. So hence, rationally,
Yeah,
I would
exactly, bro.
conclude, rationally based off the empirical evidence, I would conclude that Zabuza and Haku would be an inferior duo to Zabuza, to Hidan and Konan. I don't think they'd even be above those two, to be honest. Empirically, just shows that.
And weaker, I'd say it's like Zetsu, man, and Akatsuki.
Yeah,
Honestly,
that's it.
bro. Like,
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I don't think they would contend, and I think that they'd struggle to take down a Bijou. To be honest, if it was those two trying to take down Bijou, they'd have trouble.
Okay,
Yeah,
not enough
so
AP, honestly.
they just lack. Yeah, they lack the power, the AP that the Akatsuki have.
Point fail as well.
Yeah. So the next question. This is another easy one to answer. What if the entire Akatsuki went after Bijou instead of just duos? The entire villages would have to prepare themselves. If the entire Akatsuki's coming after each Bijou, imagine the pain arc with the entire Akatsuki on the leaf. I mean, Naruto would be fucked. He wouldn't stand a chance. It'd be Pain, Itachi, Obito. Yeah,
they would have to form an alliance.
They would need 8 gates, my guy.
Dude,
that's the only chance they have.
So broken, bro. I'm so broken.
My guy would have to use the 8 gates. You have no choice.
I'm gonna be honest though, like it's either like because like Obito always made it seem in a sense, or it was either Pain or Obito. I don't remember which one, but they always made it seem in a sense where they didn't want to get too much attention and whatnot. You know, where they were kind of trying to like operate in a like low tier sense and then do some favors, do all the dirty work and blah blah, and then they can have their own agenda and etc.
Yeah.
Do the thing like low key. I mean, like, into where they were probably worried of other villages trying, possibly maybe teaming up with each other to like take them down, where blah blah, you name it. Like, they didn't want to be aware because if they were like in that sense where everyone knew who they were, which technically they did. They had the bingo book, they know, but like they didn't know Obito was like only Jiraiya had like the theory that it was Mater or whatever and things like that. But it's interesting, you know what I mean? Like, and it was always interesting. I thought in a sense, it's either like fucking like they did it because of that, which that would make sense, or two, Kishimoto knows damn well whether whether someone thinks it would be a plot hole in a sense or not. I don't think it is, but where if they were all together and just going after Bijou or going,
it'd be overkill.
Who the fuck stops them?
Nobody.
You know what I mean? Like, what do you do? So
there'd be no current Shinobi on Earth that would stop them. No one could stop them.
It would have to be the 5 Kage to try to stop them.
And even then, they would get slapped up too. Yeah, anyone. Yeah, so the world would be over if they. Yeah, it'd be over. It'd be done.
That's what I'm saying. So I think it was more. It's two things. It's either a plot device where obviously that's why it just couldn't happen, or two, what's it called? It was more of like they just in case to not take the risk, whatever, blah blah. Like, let's just operate, do whatever, and then just have duo pairs, and that's it.
Certainly a plot.
It's weird, but
to some arbitrary extent, it's certainly a plot device because it would just be overkill. No one would stop them.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if you analyze everything, the scaling, blah blah, like that's why, like it is what it is. But that's why it was always interesting to me. Like I always try to give it the benefit of the doubt or whatever, blah blah. But but it is kind of like, let's be real, like, bro, like all the shit that they say of why and how they're operating, in my opinion, it is kind of some bullshit in a way.
Yeah,
they just grouped up as a whole group.
Same question is why. Yeah, same question. Why didn't fucking Obito just calmly Naruto back to his lair?
Yeah,
could have done a long time
ago. He could have taken him at any point after the Nine Tails incident. He could have done it. Well, no, let's give that excuse to Itachi. That was an excuse.
Yeah, but it's definitely once he's dead. Yeah, no choice.
Yeah, after Itachi's dead. At that point, he could have taken him at any fucking moment, bro.
Yeah. Never did. He was literally like in the same room as him and just stood there. Never took him.
Yeah, he was sleeping. Naruto was asleep, and he wakes him up and he's like, "Hey, Naruto!" Instead of just capturing him,
Yeah, literally starts having a conversation.
Yeah, that makes sense. Totally.
Yeah, but yeah, so it'd be overkill essentially, folks. But someone asked thoughts on the Mandalorian season 3. I haven't seen that.
I haven't seen it yet. I'm waiting for it to finish, and then once it's finished, I'll watch it.
Yeah, I'll probably eventually check it out. I've heard good things about it.
I've seen the first episode though; it's pretty good.
Yeah. Someone asked, in your opinion, how well written of a character is Sasuke? So it's actually a good question. I would say that overall, I would conclude that Sasuke is a very well written character. When you analyze and dissect his overall character development, it is a well written narrative for the most part. Sasuke at the very beginning has a very narrow and blatant ideology and aspiration, which is obviously to kill his brother Itachi. However, he has an identity crisis once he finds out the truth about Itachi after lashing out in anger against the Shinobi world during the 5 Kage Summit, which I think was a very good sort of 180 for Sasuke's development. In the end, Sasuke's
always conflicted on a moral setting too.
In the end,
Awesome.
Sasuke's ideology is altered by Naruto's kick in the ass, essentially, at the end of Shippuden.
Yeah.
With him becoming the man Itachi always wanted him to be. Ironically, that's what he became. Now in Boruto is who he is. So the hills and valleys of Sasuke's journey are polarizing for sure, and I think overall he was well written. I think he was a fluctuating hill and valley type of character, which is relatable. So I do think he was well written overall. But yeah, that's what I think about Sasuke though. So
Yeah, I agree completely, man. I think honestly, we all love Itachi and what he did for the Leaf. You know,
Yeah.
basically was a guardian for it in the shadows, and Sasuke, consequently took that role afterwards in Boruto, especially. But
essentially, yeah.
it took a lot of like mental anguish and all these, like you said, hills and valleys. You know what I mean? Lots of lows, and it was very emotionally appealing to a lot of us that witnessed
Definitely.
this journey. So. It was respectful, he did a lot of shady things, but he had some, I guess, rationalizations behind it, and I think he's making up for it now.
Oh, definitely.
So
He's definitely made up for it. He saved the world on more than one occasion now. So yeah, he's
he was
definitely made
no
up.
simp, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He said, "Nah, bro." Like
Exactly, and he's not a simp
he
either.
stayed true. He stayed true, bro.
Always been. I mean, him and Naruto saved the world a couple times. Yeah, they're definitely. He's definitely paid his dues. But yeah, his trials and tribulations made him. All the all the tough moments he had in his life built him to who he is now. Naruto too, even though he wasn't an antagonist, his trials built him also. Which is why
What's
both characters.
interesting about the character too is he could have dived in so many directions. That's what was the most interesting component of him. Is like even from the beginning, like he had two choices: either go to Orochimaru or stay in the Leaf Village and develop. He could have done either or technically.
Yeah.
True.
And it's like it's always interesting in that aspect to where he could have done that, and then you would have had all that and how that would go. That's an interesting what if setting. And then you have the point where like fucking he finds out the truth about Itachi. Let's say instead of him going on a whole fucking slaughter fest or vengeance quest or whatever, blah, blah, that he just went back to the village and accepted and respected his wishes, but at least wanted justice for the elders. You know what I mean? Like, not to do, like, all the crazy shit he did, but at least to do some type of thing and be like, hey, like, these people need to be held accountable, though. Like, this is bullshit. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Some type of thing.
Yeah, no, for real.
You know,
Yes.
there's just so many
That's
ways it could have gone.
Yeah.
And that's what I really enjoyed about the character, and then most importantly, just the relatable aspects of him too.
Yeah,
I mean, he's completely
Sasuke.
understandable. A lot of people bitch him, but it was very understandable.
Sasuke's
about he
his
acted.
ideology and aspiration overrid everything else, even his own moral compass. He's like, yeah, I have to go to Orochimaru. It's the only way I can kill him. It's the only way I can kill Itachi. He even went that
Imagine
far.
your own brother making you see your family get murdered over and over and over again.
Literally.
It's like on several
And
occasions. Like,
Itachi did
that's
that. He
raw.
did that intentionally to make him hate him. That's what that was his whole intention was to
Yeah.
make Sasuke hate his guts, to make him
That's
kill.
raw, dude.
He wanted
Yeah.
Sasuke to come back the hero. He wanted him to kill him.
And not only
Come
that,
back
like if
hero.
you do that, wouldn't any reasonable person think you're an evil fucking scumbag?
Literally.
Like
Well, then,
that
well, that's
definitely
how the-
sells the ticket on I'm the bad guy. So.
Yeah. Well, that's how the Uchiha saw a way of gaining power was through hatred. That was
Yeah.
the one, answer for everything in that regard.
I mean,
But
Itachi was aware of that.
there have
Itachi
been-
was definitely well aware of Madara's
Oh,
hatred,
absolutely.
motivation.
Yeah, Itachi used the hate as a sort of like driving force for Sasuke. That's why he had him hated. He tried to build that hate for him, like made sure to whip his ass when he tried to go find him during the when
Just
Naruto
getting
was about to get
salty.
kidnapped. He made sure to whip his ass on purpose. He's like, yeah, you're not
Oh, yeah.
ready. You should hate. You're fucking like he trash talked him and told him like you're a loser and you'll never be able to beat me. He did that on purpose to make him fucking further hate him even more. And that's what set him over the line. He's like, yeah, dude, I need to go to Orochimaru. There's no fucking way I'll be able to catch up to him.
He's nowhere on his league, bro. He's
Nowhere.
like, yeah.
And what's really funny about that too, that's definitely what was the cherry on the top. It's like Kakashi gave him that lecture, and he did come back to the light. But even if because the reason why he fully went into the darkness was because the Sound 4 came and then changed his mind again.
Yeah.
But even if they didn't came, it still would have happened eventually. It still would have happened. You know what I mean? Like he would eventually still cross that line whether if it was Orochimaru coming again, or maybe the Sound 4 coming at a different moment, or just something else entirely, he would have still eventually fell over because no matter what, it was just there in his heart.
The gap was too large between him and Itachi. Yeah, that was the problem.
Yeah,
he wasn't even close to him. He was like complete fodder to him.
And he was impatient. That was the problem. He was so impatient. He just wanted to grow so fast to kill him.
It fueled his ambition. Once he saw he wasn't even above Naruto, when Naruto's Rasengan being more powerful than his Chidori, he's like, oh fuck, man, I'm fucked. There's no way I'm gonna be able to ever beat him.
Yeah, you see how powerful of an opponent Itachi is. Like, there's no way you're gonna get on his league unless you do something like drastically, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you can improve, why can't he in the time while you're training? So
yeah,
it's just like, yeah, you have to do something drastic to even be on par with him.
Yeah, essentially, he went on steroids with Orochimaru. Essentially, is what he did to try to close the gap.
Lots of mods.
To be fair, that's why even Naruto was even technically growing more than Sasuke as well, in a sense, because of him training under Jiraiya. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No offense to Kakashi or anything. Kakashi's good, but he was just so lazy back then to where he wasn't really given like the hardcore treatment training like what he was doing with Naruto, eventually in Shippuden. You know, like Kakashi wasn't fully in it, you know, in a sense. Yeah. To where, like, that's why Naruto was just progressing way more faster.
So the Nine Tails was such an advantage for him. Yeah, that's why.
And that too, you know.
Sasuke's like, I need more.
The Nine Tails was a given. That always had him above Sasuke, no matter what. That was just shown over and over.
He had to get he'd essentially get on steroids to surpass Naruto like that.
You know, but that's more of another reason too. It's like, hey, if I probably continue to keep training only under Kakashi, yeah, I'll be strong in a sense, but you know, nowhere near as enough strength I'll have if I'm getting trained under a legendary Sonic, you know. So
yeah, exactly. So Sasuke just felt desperate. It was a sense of desperation that made him do that. Yeah. So, but overall, yeah, Sasuke's a well-written character.
And that's relatable too. Who wouldn't? If you have a shortcut, why not? Right?
It's true. Yeah.
The thing is, though, like I agree with you guys completely. I think he's a very well-written character when you go back and analyze, you know, his story and journey in general. But when you ask people, oftentimes, like, hey, like, who's your favorite character in Naruto? Oftentimes, you're never going to hear Sasuke, bro.
That's true.
No, you know, not at all.
Yeah, usually say like Itachi.
It's just Itachi, Minato, Kakashi, Naruto, or it's what's it called? Not even Sasuke.
Yeah, he's not even in the top 5.
Obito. That's who. That's what Obito and Pain. That's all you get all the time.
But yeah, so he's overall well-written character though, folks. Someone asked, have you seen the new Shazam movie? I heard it was mid. I actually haven't. I haven't seen it.
Haven't either. Nah.
I've been disappointed by DC one too many times. So.
And it's mid. That's all funny.
It probably is mid.
It looks really bad in my opinion.
Yeah, but feel free to keep asking questions, folks. And if you just came in or haven't done so yet, make sure to hit the like button, whether you're watching the recording or watching live. Make sure to hit the like button, folks. Let's try to get this video to at least 30 likes. It'll be greatly appreciated.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, feel free to ask any questions at all, folks. So someone asked, why wasn't Naruto just elected Hokage immediately after the war? So this is what I would say. Rashly, I deduced that he wasn't immediately elected because he still lacked the mature character to lead a village, despite clearly meeting the power level prerequisite, which he clearly displayed in the war arc. He still lacked the maturity and overall leadership. Tsunade, Kakashi,
like Kakashi brought a bunch of books. Not Kakashi. It was Kakashi. He brought a whole bunch of fucking books and shit, everything with Shikamaru. He's like, hey, bro, you need if you want to be Hokage, here's the adult shit.
So Tsunade, Kakashi, and the elite bureaucracy probably concluded that Naruto was still too naive at that point, even if he was insanely powerful, to give him the title and authority of the Hokage. So that's most likely why they went with Kakashi. Kakashi has the experience. He's a vet. A lot of wisdom.
You name it. Yeah.
I wonder if he was like Kakashi's like elite guard or something at least. You know?
Yeah, he's probably around the Hokage's office a lot. I'm sure he was.
Well, they're still setting fucking Kakashi at SFREC missions in Boruto, technically.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, Naruto was probably around. They definitely prepped him to become Hokage for sure.
Hokage. Yeah, I agree.
That's what I'm watching right now, by the way. I don't know, like I said, I don't know where you guys are at, but they sent fucking Kakashi and Guy and Asuma's daughter on an S-Ring mission.
Yeah.
I'm like, bro, let these people be in peace, bro.
He was more than powerful enough, but he just lacked the leadership. He wasn't there yet. So the next one, what elements?
Batman. Did you say that Batman the guys on S-Ring missions as well in a wheelchair?
Yeah. Guy, he's on an S-Ring mission.
Yeah.
So guy apparently is still a
That's
threat in a way somehow.
Can't
crazy,
even, can't even
bro.
move, but yeah. So the next question was, where was it? I just had it here. What
And
elements
that
from?
blew my mind because the S rank mission is like a really, really serious thing.
I
Like
know,
some, like I would understand maybe A rank, whatever B rank, but S rank, like damn, like that's the shit they were
I
giving out
mean,
like candy to
there
fucking
aren't very
legendary
many
stuff.
there aren't very many threats anyway besides the Otsutsuki out
Yeah,
there.
true,
So.
yeah.
What elements from Naruto you wish were implemented more in Boruto? So an easy one to identify is the thematic aspect that hard work
Growth.
leads to greatness.
Yeah, like
Clearly,
it's
we
just
see
they're
that
giving
heavily
shit.
with we see that heavily with Naruto. That aspect earned our respect and admiration for Naruto, and the lack of that is the reason why we don't take Boruto as a character too seriously, even now. We
Yeah.
perceive Boruto as a child born with a silver spoon in his mouth, per se.
Literally everything.
Yeah. Being born as a Hokage's son, being the chosen one in the eyes of Toneri, and
Given a
later,
broken power.
and later even receiving the power of a god in Momoshiki when he wasn't even the one who defeated Momoshiki in the first place. It leaves a sort of bitter taste in many people's mouths, rightfully so, seeing the easy path Boruto has had power-wise. Hence
It's
the
just
reason,
shit writing.
yeah. Hence the reason why the most recent narrative of Boruto is so interesting is because Boruto is now being ostracized and hated by the Shinobi world, which will give him, which will give him inevitable trials and tribulations, which I think is a very good narrative, again, a very good creative writing choice by Kishimoto, as this will parallel somewhat of what Naruto went through in his youth to some arbitrary extent, and I think
It opens up a
very good.
road basically
Definitely
to
does
allow
parallel
him to actually be acknowledged or respected in a sense, or to really now show like why he should kind of basically be analyzed even to similar degrees when it comes to Naruto and you name it. So
yeah. So
like
essentially,
it's good.
Essentially, what animes have to strive to do to get eyeballs is they have to make the populace care for the protagonist. That's what they have to do, and they're doing they made the right choice with where they're headed now in Boruto. Naruto, we started caring for him early on in part 1 already. We saw what he went through and what he endured. For him to come out on top was very admirable, and especially like during the Pain arc when he finally acknowledged for who he really is after he beat Pain. That's the type of moments that build a legacy for a character, and Boruto hasn't had that. In fact, he's never had that.
Not at all.
So maybe now, these trials and tribulations will lead up to a very noble moment where he triumphs over maybe Kawaki or something like that, and he ends up the hero. That's what we need to really revere the guy, like on
Just
a
don't
level
make
of
it too
Naruto.
similar to like what Naruto
Yeah,
experiences are good as well.
It should definitely be
like
unique.
keep it fresh.
Yeah, it should definitely
You
be
know what
unique.
vibe I'm getting from that too, though, Jay, which is really good and interesting because this can be really good and different from what we already got from Naruto. Is it's kind of like what if basically Sasuke ended up killing Naruto and did the whole evil thing and wanted to rule the world and he even said like, oh, he has many ways of immortality or to become like a most broken invincible entity like some Jubito or Jubimato type shit. Who knows what he would have done or whatever because Naruto questioned that. He's like, well, what about threats that you need help to beat? So this is stupid, blah blah, whatever, like yada yada. But he explained that, oh, I have other means and methods, and I have ways to compensate for that. Then, like, it's kind of similar to that, where like Sasuke would have just been solo McGee and done everything on his own. I'm kind of getting that in a sense with Boruto, where the whole world would be against him, he's on his own. And it's kind of similar to that, and basically what we'd have got if Sasuke pulled that out.
Yeah, literally, that's what's going to happen. Well, it is happening now. The whole world's against him. And this is going to lead to it's hopefully going to lead to a moment where he triumphs, and that's what's going to make people really respect him and admire.
No,
him.
he will. It's called Boruto, so I mean,
Boruto's the main character, so that's inevitably going to happen.
That.
Yeah, inevitably it's going to happen. Sarada's development, a lot of opportunity for her now, being the only one who knows the truth. Kawaki being the antagonist he is. Very unique one, I'd say, too. It's very new in the world of Naruto to see an antagonist be considered the good guy like that. Literally, he's literally considered the good guy by everybody now. And I wonder what his choices are going to be moving forward. Is he going to make sure Boruto's killed? It's going to be interesting to see what he does and how persistent he is on trying to find Boruto to kill him. I know he wants to die. He wants him to die because of Momoshiki. He wants to exterminate all of Otsutsuki. That's his real goal. So
I will say this though, like just because reality is now switched, and everyone's underneath the assumption that you are Naruto's son and Boruto is someone else entirely. He still has to choose and decide upon his actions carefully. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, in the current time, everyone's underneath a good vibe about you. But if you do anything that's like detrimental towards the village or Naruto in general, I mean, that's raps for you, right? Or are they constantly in this
Mm,
this delusional state? Like, you know what I
yeah,
mean?
the way it seems implied is that they are stuck in it until someone undoes it somehow.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh wow, that's
like
crazy.
like
That's
Sarada, because
broken,
we already
dude.
saw proof of that when Sarada tried to tell Mitsuki, "What are you doing?" And Mitsuki did not change. He's like, Boruto's a threat. Get the hell out of the way. I'm gonna kill him now. And that Sarada's like, "What's wrong with you? This is Boruto. He's our friend." He's like, "No, he's not. Kawaki's our friend." So yeah, definitely they're stuck in it until there's some magical ability that undoes it. But
Yeah.
Mm,
they're fucked. I mean,
mm,
he's fucked for now until
interesting.
unless
That's
unless
interesting.
Momoshiki helps him or Shibai comes to Earth or something. So there's gonna be some narrative that's gonna have to be created for this to be undone. But it's gonna be
Here's the real question: do you think the ending eventually of Boruto, like, and not like Boruto, like I mean like for like whatever Shippuden's gonna be, when it finally hits the end of that, do you think it's gonna be a bad ending, like dark, or do you think it's gonna be a good one, or do you think it'll be in between where things basically go back to how everything was back then, where there's war, violence, blah blah, and shit's
mm,
just the same way it is, and that's it.
yeah, it's hard to tell where they're currently headed. At the time skip, we do see the village destroyed. We do see
Yeah.
that. We do see Kawaki say, "I'm going to send you the same place I sent the Hokage," which could mean
Yep.
the dimension he's currently in, or it could mean that he killed him. Maybe Naruto comes back and he does kill him, but that doesn't make sense because that would go against
Yeah,
his
no, I
whole.
don't think he would have.
He's
Yeah,
not gonna
Yeah,
kill
he loves him
Naruto.
too much.
very
Yeah.
unlikely now. After all he's done, he's
Yeah.
willing to fucking rewrite. He's willing to rewrite history just to fucking save Naruto. Um, I I think that Boruto's gonna win. If Kawaki has this intention, I think Boruto's gonna defend the old Shinobi way, which was Naruto's. I think that's what's
Yeah.
gonna happen. I think he's gonna beat him. But
I
a
really like his
possibility
Sharingan
to give
too, plus.
uniqueness, a possibility to give uniqueness is that this never changes and that history stays rewritten, but Boruto wins. So it'd be like the equivalent of Sasuke winning in a way, except Boruto's actually the good guy. Um,
Oh wow.
Weird,
Yeah.
I would
weird.
see,
Yeah.
yeah, I'd see Boruto beating Kawaki. Um, I would assume some people are dead at this point. Maybe even Sasuke's dead at this point. Maybe Code does. Maybe the village is destroyed because of Code. Maybe Code sent his 10-tail QB clones down to fucking Leaf and they got fucked up. And
Yeah.
Boruto shows up and everything's gone. He's like, "What the hell happened, Kawaki?" And they finally battle to the death, maybe, or maybe Boruto does something like Naruto and just beats him down into submission. Um, but I do think the
Hmm.
ending's gonna be different in some way. I highly doubt it's gonna be, especially after this. I highly doubt the ending of Boruto is gonna be the same as Naruto.
Yeah, yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
like
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. I don't think it's gonna be a happily ever after ending, dude.
Oh,
I don't know.
definitely.
Nah.
I'm feeling either it's gonna be a really dark ending, like some Thanos shit when he snaps his fingers, and you know what I
Yeah,
mean, like,
I think
or it's gonna be like where it kind of goes back to square one and nothing changed, and it kind of just goes to show the whole like thing that Pain was right, Madara was right, blah blah blah. And
yeah,
he,
I think
and
it's gonna
goes from
end
there.
in Boruto defending his father's honor. I think that's how that's gonna end. As far as
Okay, that's
what
fair. Yeah,
what
understandable.
happens physically with the events, I'm not sure. It could end in Boruto killing
Yeah.
Kawaki. It could end
Yeah,
in Boruto killing Kawaki and bringing Naruto back to a destroyed village. There's many ways it could
I could
end
see
in,
that.
but
I could see that. Yeah.
I see Boruto winning and defending his father's honor somehow, and kind of defending the ninja way.
I think
Um,
Boruto would be willing to kill too. I don't think he would pull a Naruto and be like, "Bro,
yeah,
like I don't want to hurt you." The Naruto's just unique. I
I
mean, Boruto, he seems more like he would
I
take
just
Sasuke's away and he would kill someone if he
I
needs
just
to.
doubt that it's gonna end with everything
Facts.
stay. I just doubt it's gonna
Fuck
end the
it.
way with everything staying the same. I highly doubt
Yeah,
that. I don't think the world's ever gonna be the same after what happened.
man.
Because it would be
And
trivial
no
to just
reverse Uno card,
it
huh?
would be trivial to just repeat the past. Like, Boruto be Kawaki, and let's continue the same cycle. I don't think Kishimoto wants to head that way, and I think
Yeah,
he
that's not fresh at all,
yeah,
man.
I
You
think
know, like, yeah.
he's proving that by making happen what just happened, having history
But
literally be
you don't
rewritten.
think the story would even be written like back to normal of how like everyone knows
No,
reality beforehand? Like
uh,
you just think it's just gonna keep going, that's it, and just
I just think the Shinobi
improvise.
world it will never be the same. I think
Gotcha.
he's gonna defend his father's honor. His ideology will win, but I don't think the
Hmm.
Shinobi world would be the same as what it was when Naruto beat Sasuke. I doubt it's gonna be the
Yeah.
same. And another interesting question would be Shibai. I don't know what's going to happen with him. Will he ever come down? Will he be even a part of the narrative at all? Shibai Otsutsuki being the god of the Otsutsuki. I wonder.
It's just be a plot device that rationalizes this mysterious powers that people have. You know what I
He
mean?
could just serve as that. Yeah, kind of like a Hagoromo in a way.
Imagine
Yeah,
Orochimaru
exactly.
pulls like
Yeah.
an Okidoke and he like is the one that saves everybody somehow.
Yeah, Shibai is the god of Otsutsuki. He seems to be, well, we can only know what we've been told, but he seems to be very powerful. The god of Jutsu, literally created Jutsu himself.
Yeah, leaves above Ishiki. You know what I mean?
Clearly,
Like,
yeah.
you know
So
how powerful he is. So
I'm definitely looking forward to what they're gonna do. I want to see something different. I don't want to see the same shit we saw in Shippuden. I want to see new shit. That's what I want to see.
yeah, I always love a good plot twist, man. Who doesn't?
That's
That
the
was-
problem, though. It's either Kishimoto's going to keep a similar narrative in a sense, which is what part people don't want to do and go through again, or he will switch it up and keep it unique and on your toes type vibes.
Yeah. Currently,
One of
everyone's
the two.
everyone's on their toes for sure. Everybody.
Yeah.
After what happened, which was a very good writing decision, a very good one. The next question here was, let's see where it was. This is kind of a dark question, but someone asked, how would the Naruto story and community be affected if Kishimoto himself died? It's a dark question, but
That's tough.
I would say, first of all, knock on wood, that never happens. But however, if this were to ever take place, we would only further reminisce on the greatness Kishimoto created with Naruto. Because loss inevitably leads to reminiscing and romanticizing of the past. We already
And it
have
wouldn't be
that
the
on
same
display
either.
with Naruto being sealed and Kurama being dead. That's already taking place. Now, if the actual author himself died, that would only be further amplified. And I think Naruto and Boruto would trend even more if he died. I think that's
Oh
what
yeah,
happens.
especially initially, right?
I don't think the writing would be obviously nowhere as good, and I do think the writing would be worse in a sense. Or
Oh yeah,
pretty, like,
Boruto wasn't
mid,
over
whatever.
yet.
Yeah, the writing.
You know what I mean? But
especially,
and that's going to be the disappointing aspect of it. But at the same time, it would boost everybody's morale in a sense to like really be now invested, regardless whether they really
Yeah, that would
they'll
happen.
fuck with it or not. And it would definitely get those type of incentives.
It would
for it, yeah.
romanticize. It would cause everyone to romanticize Naruto and Boruto probably.
I think the creator of Yu-Gi-Oh just passed away, unfortunately, like trying to save someone from drowning. And
I think I heard about that.
Yeah,
I've heard about
that was
that.
months
that was
ago.
extremely unfortunate. Yeah,
He was a genius
Grew up
writer
on
too.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, these genius writers carry a lot of legacy. Clearly, they have their anime behind them that they've built.
Absolutely.
So if any of these guys died,
It's your legacy.
Kishimoto,
Yeah.
Toriyama, Tito, the guy that wrote fucking Bleach, One
Bleach,
Piece,
yep.
Odo, it would be, it would just cause a huge surge in trending of any of these animes. So yeah, it would be
Someone
set.
commented. I did like this is an old one, but someone commented Ada did what took Madara more than his lifetime in 20 seconds.
Literally, is what he did. Is what she did. Ida's above
Damn.
Madara. Yeah, definitely. Not a character. Madara's way cooler than her dumbass, but yeah,
Oh yeah, way better. I already know nobody's fucking with Madara like that.
Nah, the best characters in Boruto besides Naruto and Sasuke are probably Kawaki and like Ishiki and.
Let's be real. If
Madara,
Madara was able to also do that or be aware of something like that, I know damn well he would actually either make that modification in his body or he would make it whatever you name it and do that as well instantaneously.
He would
Madara
absolutely do that.
too. He would definitely
for the
bend
power,
reality.
man.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
He would
definitely.
cleverly do it too. Rewrite history. The next question. This is the last anime question we have, folks, and then we move on to miscellaneous. But feel free to ask any questions you may have. It can be anime, sports, conspiracies, fucking whatever. But yeah. So the last one is, what are your thoughts on the speed scale? So Tobarama at the top, EMS Madara below him, Eder Madara below him, KCM2 Naruto below him, KCM1 below him, and then Alive Minato and Base below that. So the most contentious part is the most contentious part is Tobirama.
Exactly. EMS Madara.
It comes down to Tobirama's to Madara's statement. If you presuppose and take it hyper literally, and you consider it and interpret it as Tobirama was the very fastest, then clearly it would be correct if you interpret it that way. But if you don't, and you only interpret it as he was the fastest, he was heralded as the fastest, then he'd probably be at the bottom of that list. He'd actually be below probably even Base Minato since he implies inferiority to even him.
Yeah, I mean, it goes back to
And
what we were saying
Tobarama's
earlier.
not at the top.
Yeah.
He's all the way in the bottom. I'm sorry.
He's the fastest because of the flying Viking.
Yeah,
Like, he
he
literally
was
killed
the
Izuna. You know,
literally.
Madara knew.
So the right
Like,
scaling.
I'll be generous. Like him being above like fucking KCM2 Naruto, whatever, all that shit. Like whatever, fine. Because of flying Raijin at least, bare minimum. Like you know what I mean. So if you think like KCM2 Naruto's not like speed blitzing like the Raikage moment,
Yeah.
and he could still be able to react and like teleport out or whatever. Sure, I'll give you that. But that's a whole other.
He probably belongs at the bottom, and I would also contend
Yeah.
Minato being below KCM1 Naruto, since one, the Raikage was testing Naruto, and two, he was trying to kill Minato. He had killer intent against Minato, and that was Jonin Minato, by the way.
Yeah, exactly.
So base Hokage Minato, there's a good argument that he's faster than initial KCM1. There's a good argument for that.
Oh yeah, most certainly.
Yeah, so I would definitely say that EMS model would be at the top. Edomata belongs below that. KCM2 below that. And then you can make the argument that Hokage Minato's around there, and KCM1 Naruto is like relative to him. And then at the bottom would be Tobirama.
Shit, Edo Madara was fucking reacting to KCM2
Yeah, he was reacting, yeah. He used his fucking Uchiha reflection, I think, on him.
Naruto went at full speed, like he got pissed.
And all that, or just Edo Madara, just how he was with EMS, because that's kind of different as well. You know?
Yeah, he didn't even use EMS that long, like as an Edo. He immediately like awakened his Sharingan.
And he wasn't even using Rinnegan when he reacted.
Rinnegan.
He just had Sharingan.
Yeah,
he had Hashirama cells though, and all that.
Yeah, later on he did. Yeah, he did have Hashirama cells. That's true.
That is true. Yeah, but the problem with that is we just don't know like the quantification.
But Hashirama did say that Madara was only barely approaching his past powers, even with the Hashirama cells. But
and that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
So he was weaker than EMS Madara because Hashirama said it, but. I think the
point. I mean, it's gonna happen too.
Yeah, but I do think that he probably passed his prime self once he had like Sage mode and stuff like that. I think once he got past that, he was probably stronger than his prime self at that point. And then Jubidara, of course. But someone asked Kim Possible versus Perry the Platypus. Oh, that's like Disney, right?
Oh man, I haven't seen that in so long, dude.
Perry the Platypus.
Phineas and Ferb or something?
Yeah, Perry the
Platypus. He's kind of like a SpongeBob character. I think fucking.
Yeah, he does a lot of things that don't conform with reality. Kim Possible is like a more serious show. I think Perry.
It's a more like realistic thing. Yeah,
I think Perry would beat her. He's just more like he has more reality.
Crazy. He's weird.
He has like more reality warping feats.
Yeah.
Probably
Perry. Ferb is just I don't know, some on crack.
They do like crack like broken shit every episode. Yeah.
Yeah. So he is for Phineas and Ferb, then, right?
Yeah, Phineas and Ferb. Yeah, he's like their. I think he's their pet or some shit, and he's like secretly an agent or something like that.
Yeah. He's always doing all the impossible and crazy shit.
He's like stopping that one evil dude, whatever his name is, like Dr. Doofus or some shit.
Yeah, the Doctor dude. Yeah, and that guy's over here making like crazy shit.
Yeah, he's like making
it's like I said, it's like relevance to like all the crazy fiction shit. Like
and then Perry always always beats him in the end. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's broken. He's like not SpongeBob level, but he's broken. Yeah.
Yeah, he's not on their level. Like he's definitely a way.
Those guys like transcend reality, like SpongeBob, Bugs Bunny.
He can do like similar reality weird shit.
Yeah, definitely. Like SpongeBob.
If you live in a pineapple in the middle of the sea, you're a weirdo, bro.
He literally destroyed the universe with a string. Yeah, he's actually entire reality with a string. Yeah.
And he can't take damage. He gets punched, and it just tickles him.
See Squidward.
Squidward. Damage
yeah.
sometimes.
Oh yeah. Sometimes he does take damage. Yeah.
Oh,
but
okay.
Against when he when he was dealing with the bully. Yeah. He was like omnipotent. Like he wasn't even getting like he was bouncing off him. But there is episodes where he gets his ass beat. I think there is episodes. Yeah.
Yeah, he has like black eyes in some episodes.
You know what my theory is that their bounds are only limited by their imagination. I honestly think that
it's their mind.
I honestly think that the reason he got his ass whooped. Well, I could counter myself and say he thought he was gonna get his ass beat by the flounder, and he didn't. So maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, that is true. Because he was scared. Yeah, he was like,
oh no, and then he punched him, and it like bounced off.
It's also that episode, like, remember when he's trying to go into like that that bucket or whatever, and he keeps getting kicked out and gets sent to like Weenie Head Jr.
Oh yeah.
He keeps trying to like work out and stuff, but it's like he's obviously just super weak, bro.
I guess
I think this is how it works then. Like fucking if if there's no writing plot, thing or whatever,
Yeah.
then he's invincible.
He's
You know what I mean?
boundless.
But
Yeah.
if the writing is put in there to make him then get damaged, then he can get damaged.
Yeah,
So
I
it just
think
depends what the
a
writing
better
of him
yeah
is.
a better rationalization
Exactly.
would be if there's no plot device limitation, he's only bounded by his imagination at that point.
Yeah.
But if the plot limits him, like when he was at Winnie Hut Juniors, then he is limited because he's weak as fuck in that episode.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Can't do anything.
Yeah,
bro.
and he gets his,
So
doesn't he like
sick,
trip over
so-
something when he walks into that one bar? He like trips over at Penny or something, like fucking injured.
Now Bugs Bunny, that man is cracked.
Oh, he's broken. Yeah, he's broken.
yeah,
too.
that
Yeah.
man.
He's like
Yeah,
in
he's
different
that fucking
dimensions at all
dude,
times. He like
bro,
disappears
yeah.
from dimensions, goes to other places. Yeah. Fucking broken.
So if you do something like that, like GG.
Yeah, no, those guys will break. They'll slam almost anyone in anime, pretty much,
Yeah,
including
that's
Goku.
great.
Goku gets slapped.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Goku would get bodied, bro.
But
Not
fucking
even Goku's doing
SpongeBob
that
would
shit.
just like he would just use a string and like erase him.
Like,
That was
shit,
it.
if anything, or, like as crazy as it sounds, only Kid Goku would technically be a
Yeah,
contest
only
with
Kid
somebody
Goku.
like that.
He transcended
Yeah.
reality in that one chapter. So,
Yeah.
Sir Jeets or So Goats, Boruto versus First Form
Good
Frieza.
goat.
Boruto Momoshiki position versus First Form
Oh.
Frieza Namek arc. I would
I'd say
scale.
Boruto for sure, right?
Yeah, I think First Form Frieza
Scale
in the
is
Namek
good,
arc. He's probably
Yeah.
like
And their
multi.
fighting's way better than Frieza. At
Probably
least in my opinion.
multi-planetary.
Yeah, he's probably
Or
multi-planetary. Boruto current with Momo, he's probably like.
Solar system.
Yeah,
minimum,
solar
bro.
system.
Same.
Yeah, he probably beats
Yeah.
him. Yeah. I probably
Yeah,
would
like
say him.
fucking Frieza is more of like a Street Fighter as well in a way.
Yeah. His
he's
power
the way I
level's
see him.
His power
Another
level.
Frieza.
Yeah, his
That's
first form
different.
too. I think even final form would probably lose to Boruto, to be honest, in the Namek arc at least.
Oh yeah. I'm talking about like Black Frieza though. Like that.
Like Goku.
Oh, Black
when he
Frieza would
was in
slam
Super
him,
Saiyan
yeah.
1, like
yeah, slam.
they were
bro.
in like an equal sense of power, but because his fighting prowess is just so much greater, he was just beating his
Oh,
ass.
if it's Black Frieza, I mean he one shots him. But
Oh, yeah.
yeah, it's
I
not.
mean,
his fault.
Frieza in his first form just casually blew up the planet Vegeta with a freaking finger.
That's
You know
true.
what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
it just shows you how strong, even back then, how strong DBZ characters
Yeah.
are, man.
they're like
Ridiculous.
casually planet level even early on.
And
Yeah.
Planet Vegeta is like what 10 times
Shit,
larger
like
than
bro, in
Earth?
Super,
Yeah, it's larger.
bro, in Super, he just
So,
like you know how you use your hand and you can like use your fingers and to squeeze something.
Yeah.
He does that to the fucking ground. Imagine using your hand and squeezing your fingers on concrete or grass or whatever, and you blow up a planet like that.
Yeah, he's
That's
fucking-
ridiculous.
He's fucking broken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He did
Okay,
that in
yeah.
Dragon Ball Super, and then they
Right.
had to do like some time thing to rewind or whatever, some shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Like that is insane.
First Form Frieza, Namek arc would lose. But yeah, once current Frieza, any form would slam. Yeah, even fucking base. But yeah, Boruto probably could scale up to like Solar System possibly, maybe a little higher. Yeah, he
do you
definitely
think
does.
he's on par with Momoshiki now? Like the one that formed with
I don't know if
What's his
he's
name?
relative
I don't know about
to
that,
Fused.
yeah.
He might be relative or beyond base now, base Momo. But I don't know if he's. It's
on that part.
contentious.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's contentious. That would be like saying
It almost
Boruto.
gives me like Jinchuriki vibes, you know?
Yeah, because a
Low
good
key.
argument is that Kawaki and Boruto have always been relative. And I remember Kawaki tried to like fuck up Naruto when he first met him, and Naruto casually like catched his punch, and that was with
Yeah.
Karma, by the way.
Yeah.
And he's
yeah.
like, "You're fucking fodder," and then he put him down like his son, and sunned him, literally sunned him. So he probably isn't Fuse Momo level. I wouldn't say yet. I think he's gonna surpass that though for sure. He is gonna surpass it.
But when Kawaki and Boruto use karma in the time skip, then they would be more right. Like they wouldn't be getting treated like that from.
Oh
now.
no, they're probably even beyond Ishiki at that point. Those two at that the
Okay,
time
yeah,
skip,
yeah.
yeah, they're probably beyond that because it's also stated that if you find a good vessel, you'll surpass even Otsutsuki. Like Ishiki wanted Kawaki because he wanted to surpass himself just in his own regular form. Yeah, so at that point when they fight,
isn't the karma basically like a curse mark though? That's all. It
Yeah,
is.
it's
Just another
essentially like
version of
Yeah,
the alien.
a
Absolutely,
broken OP fucking curse mark
Okay.
essentially. Yeah. Like you can absorb ninjutsu, you could spit it back out, you could
Bro,
teleport.
everything absorbs ninjutsu. That also absorbs ninjutsu. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's fucking broken.
Oh
But
my
Like running
God.
on, bro, on steroids, bro.
Like, how many times are they gonna let somebody absorb ninjutsu, bro?
yeah, exactly. Yeah, at that point they're probably beyond Momo and Ishiki when they find the time skip. It's probably beyond that. That's like that seems like the tail end of Boruto. Maybe it's not, but it seems
You
like
gotta
So
be careful
I'm
of
so
Boruto
tired of
now,
that
man.
shit, bro. I
Yeah.
see the alien people absorbing it. The next thing you
Yeah.
know, they got karmas. They can absorb. Like, bro, everybody can absorb it.
Yeah,
Dragon Ball did great with that. You know what I mean? They stopped that. shit
Yeah,
real
I'm
quick,
glad they
so,
stopped that
yeah.
bullshit with the androids. Fuck that.
Yeah.
That would have got real boring real fast.
The other
What
movies
do you mean?
are
What do you mean
also
with the
broken.
androids? They can do that too.
Yeah, I remember in
Like
the
back in
android arc, yeah,
Oh my god!
when they did it to
bro.
fucking fodder Yamcha.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Back in Cell Arcade, yeah, definitely.
that was sad to
that's
see
fucking.
Yamcha get.
Everybody can do that shit.
That was
bro.
sad when
Vegeta just getting his
Yamcha.
ass whipped, bro.
Yeah, I remember when.
They weren't
So
even
much for
the
running
legit
on
ones.
abilities. Shit.
I remember when
Yeah, for real.
Yamcha got fodderized by one of the androids.
Oh, yeah.
That was so sad. He's been a bitch for a long time. A long time.
Vegeta's getting his ass kicked too, bro. Just saying.
Oh man, yeah, that was bad. Yeah.
He just
Alright.
got Super Saiyan. He's all proud, you know what I mean? And then like,
He gets
bam.
slapped. Yeah, that was sad.
Yeah.
Just a shout out to Shinobi himself for subscribing as a
Yes,
member.
sir.
All right, so okay, we just did that one. Baramon Minato versus current Boruto. If we presuppose that the amp is even remotely close to Baramon Naruto, then Minato would slam Boruto probably.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That-
Or
I
I mean, you
don't
could
think
you
it
could
would
counter
be,
and
though.
say that because he doesn't have 6 paths, he might not close the gap. Yeah, he would need 6 pass powers actually on top of that. If it's just Minato with Baryon mode, I don't know if his body would even handle that. It's so much power, but probably
I've seen
Boruto.
it being
Yeah, I
questionable.
haven't gotten that far enough to like know all the details about
Yeah,
it, so I
it's-
can't really say.
Baryon mode is probably the biggest amp up to date in Naruto history. It's the biggest amp you'll ever see, until we see Kawaki and Boruto reach their potential, probably. But
It looks cool though. I've seen what
Yeah,
it looks like. I just
aesthetically,
don't know anything about it.
oh, it's
cool.
really
Yeah,
it's really
for
cool.
sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Kakashi, the one that fought Kakazu versus Deidara. I don't think he'd defeat Deidara. I think Deidara would be a problem. Even the best shot is him using MS and using Kamui.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't know if he blitzes.
That's his only win con. That's
That's it.
I don't
Yeah.
think. Yeah, besides that, I don't see him being Deidara. And I think it'd be difficult.
And Kakashi admits it verbatim himself. Like the only way you beat a type of fighter like this is if you can either beat them at their own game with ranged ninjutsu or whatever, blah blah, or if you're able to like it was something else. I forgot what he said, but yeah. So like the only range thing he has is. At least to
Kamui.
our knowledge, is Kamui. Like, yeah, we know,
and
we know he knows
would
1,000 jutsu, but
he'd
like,
have to fight him
exactly.
out. He'd have no
Yeah.
choice but to fight him out range because Data would just drop bombs like fucking Nagasaki on him.
yeah,
That's
and
what he would
Dato's
do.
not stupid. He's not going to engage with him
No.
in close range.
He's gonna be
whatsoever.
he's gonna be like a B-52 bomber in the sky.
Yeah.
That's what he's gonna do. Yeah.
And that's just in character. Like Datara
He's
doesn't
not
fight on
strong
ground
enough.
or hand to hand. He always he's an evasive little bitch. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
he's
So,
very yeah, and the only reason Sasuke got him is because he admitted that blatantly that Sasuke was faster than him at that point. He's like, yeah, he's faster.
yeah,
than me.
like he had to go on that bird. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, he was just way too
I
fast.
doubt
for him. He
MS
had to.
Kakashi is as fast as post Orochimaru absorption Sasuke. I don't think he is.
Yes, too. Yeah.
Twistiest too. Yeah, I doubt that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
So I think MS
Like, I'll
Kakashi
be
would be too
honest,
slow.
like,
Yeah.
That's fair to say because it's like it's interesting because it's like when we see Kakashi with Data or whatever, Data never ever not once says, "Wow, that man's really fast" or
Yeah,
some shit. You know what I mean? Like he
yeah.
only says that about Sasuke. So
Yeah,
I think
Sasuke's
he's
the only
also trying to like separate Kakashi and him. So
And
he wasn't
him,
really
yeah.
like going all out or
And he's the
as
type-
he
Yeah, it wasn't
possibly
like he's
could.
in a fight. Yeah.
and he never admits
Yeah.
inferiority. He's only done it twice. Itachi when he sunned him, and then Sasuke with his speed. That's the only time he's ever admitted like, oh
Yeah.
fuck. Yeah. Not even
Man's too
Gaara.
proud, bro.
Yeah, he's extremely
Yeah.
proud. Like you have to blatantly be above him for him to admit, yeah, he's better than me. Like Sasori too. He's like, yeah, I guess.
He does say that like he was really surprised that Kakashi had a Mangekyo ability that's on the same level as Itachi. So that's impressive.
Yeah,
You know, he kind of compares him to that, but you know, other than that, that's.
but he
that's all
definitely didn't
has,
consider
just
him
that
like,
Mangekyo, you
yeah,
know?
he definitely didn't consider Kakashi Itachi level because he'd probably be in fear if he was.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, not Itachi yet, but he just says like his MS abilities, like you know what I mean, like
I see.
I
what you
forgot the
mean, yeah.
wording of what he says, but he just says like he never knew like he had like
I think
you know, just dangerous as.
I think he
Itachi
was
or
more
something.
so surprised that he had an MS because he's not in Uchiha. I think that's why. That's why he's like, oh shit, he has a Sharingan. Interesting.
Kakashi's dope, bro.
Yeah, he's
Gotta
dope.
admit.
But Datara never admits inferiority. Like he's hesitant to do it. Even when he was about to kill himself, he's like, nah,
Yeah.
Itachi, I'm the best. And then Itachi's like, you're about to kill yourself, retard. And he's like, oh shit. That's when he
Golden?
admitted it. Yeah.
That was just with 3 Tomo, bro.
No, it was not even with MS. Yeah, that was with Tomo. And then
just 3 fucking Tomo Genjis.
Sasori,
like,
he like
shit.
reluctantly admits that Sasori's stronger than him too. He's like, I guess, like, yeah, he's stronger than me, but that's it. Like, he's very hesitant to do that.
It makes sense with the scaling stuff too.
Yeah, it makes sense for sure. Let's see, imagine Boruto with the Jogan and the Rinnegan. Honestly, Atsuki powers are so broken that the Rinnegan, unless you're 6 powers level, the Rinnegan wouldn't really do much. But
yeah, honestly,
if you have a Rinne Sharingan
maybe
on the level of Sasuke's, maybe that'll be useful. But,
Okay. Yeah, Jay,
exactly.
this is what it was. He says, but running into someone with a Tachi level ocular jutsu, that and like he's like fuck, like what the hell, man? I mean, that's all he says.
You know what's funny is that has he even seen Itachi's MS? I don't know if he has.
I don't think he has, no.
So that's kind of strange.
So it's like, wait a minute. Yeah. So it's like, if he's only technically seen 3 Tomo, so what is he saying? Kakashi's MS is to 3 Tomo?
Probably, yeah.
Imagine.
He wouldn't be living if fucking Itachi used MS. He'd be dead by now.
Well, one thing I will say though, Itachi was a little bit spooked though when Kakashi did like talk his shit in a way against his 30% clone thing. Where he was like, oh, you know, like, I'm not the same as before. Like, he talks about the Sharingan, he's like, how much sight have you lost, blah, blah. And then you just see, like, Itachi get, like, dead serious. He's like, oh, shit. He's like, wait a minute. No way. Like, you probably have awakened the get-go.
He's probably impressed. Yeah, he probably was impressed by that.
Yeah, he was just impressed. Yeah, he was like, wow, like, that's crazy.
He's not, like, it's hard enough doing it as an Uchiha. And then
literally. So he was like, no fucking shot. This man has the MS. Like, he was like, no way.
If he has Kamui and he's not even an Uchiha, yeah, it's broken. I just want to
training he did to, reactivate essentially. He unlocked it way back when Rin died.
Yeah. Technically, that's when he. Technically, that's when he actually awakened it. Yeah, that's when Rin died.
Technically,
That's when he had all, and then his body like instantly like fainted.
With him and Obito together. You guys don't have to answer this. Edward Elric versus Third Ward Shinobi Kid Obito. I don't know.
That's from one.
He's talking about Kid Obito.
Full Metal Alchemist.
Oh yeah, that's what he said. Full Metal versus Battle. I don't know if you guys want to answer that. Edward Elric.
No, I heard it's really, really good.
Shinobi War Kid. I don't know much of Edward scaling, to be honest, man. Like,
I'm definitely not
familiar with it. That'd be a hard one to answer, like, definitively for sure.
Yeah. But again, folks, feel free to ask any questions. The rest that are left are miscellaneous, IRL, etc. So, but feel free to ask Boruto, anime, sports, religion, whatever the hell. Go ahead and ask. We'll answer them. We're going to be as versatile as possible. And if you donate, we'll stop quickly as well. But,
it'd be interesting to see if Genjutsu can even work in that universe as well.
Yeah. It's always an interesting part of the Crossverse. So the first miscellaneous question was, is there equity between accountability for men and women? Now, I've talked about this many times, but I'll give my take on it here. So, in today's Western world, there certainly is not equality in terms of accountability. A woman can be disrespectful, overweight, and unappealing, and most don't hold her accountable for it. In fact, simps will revere and pedestalize her for it because they're desperate for female interaction. Now, conversely, if a man is broke, overweight, and an overall fucking loser, he'll get shamed by most likely even his friends, social media, and will be a literal ghost to all women around him. He'd be invisible. He wouldn't exist. Now, men and women live completely different lives in today's Western world, and not in a good way. They live 2 completely different lives with, the prioritizations of each being much different. So there is definitely not.
Yeah, look at fucking Amber Heard as an example, bro. She got a slap on the wrist. That's all she got comfort for that shit.
Yeah, that's all.
I mean, even though she was the evil villain.
Yeah, no.
Attention,
but that was a man. Good luck.
If you're a man, you're done. Your career's over. If you don't go to prison, your life's over anyway. So
you're done now, bro.
Accountability is not even remotely the same. A woman could be fat, nasty, disrespectful. They'll still be a simp.
They can say whatever they want on a podcast or show too.
They could say, "I wish men die," whatever the fuck they want, and no one gives a fuck.
Nothing.
Yeah, and there'll still be simps actually encouraging them because they want pussy. That's how desperate they are for it. Now, if you're a man, you're fat, you're out of shape, you're a loser.
Say that shit, you get canceled.
You don't even get
targeted. You get sued.
If you're just a loser, fat, broke male, you're invisible. You're probably a virgin. You probably don't even have friends.
Extremely depressed.
You're depressed. You're miserable, and there's no one, almost nobody, giving you encouragement. You don't even have an ounce of encouragement if you're a loser as a man. Not even your mom, probably, in today's Western world, will give you fucking encouragement.
Same thing for work environments. You gotta like work your ass off, earn your shit. You name it. You gotta either be like just on a different level, or you gotta be a really hard worker. While for them, they're just giving shit. You know what I mean? Like, like their hand is hold. Fucking
men and women
promoted or given jobs because of their looks and shit, or benefits that they can give to whoever. Like
men and women live two completely different lives in the West. And it's not even me saying it out of resentment. I'm just the messenger of reality. Like, I don't even have a problem with it. It's just life. The way life works is you get the deck of cards you get. That's the way it is.
Let's be real. If we were women and we had all of those pros and everything benefits, like shit, we wouldn't be complaining. But we would at least admit it.
It's like the equivalent of playing poker or some type of game like that. If you're a woman, you're gonna have the aces. You're gonna have the spades, the jokers. If you're a male, you're going to have the weaker deck. That's just the way the world works.
Like a 10 maybe here.
You have the 10s. And if you want a better deck, the difference is you got to earn the deck as a man.
And obviously that's nowadays. We're not saying over all time.
Oh, no. Back then it was the opposite.
Not the case at all.
But amongst men themselves, it's always been that way. The top wins. Winners win.
True.
Losers are fucking ghosts. Like even back then during, probably like the Chinese dynasties, the Muslim religion dynasties, the Islamic empires, like the top guys win. The bureaucrats, the top class as far as wealth, they get all the pussy. It's always been that way. The only difference is now it's easier than ever for the top guys to get pussy because there's instant communication, there's internet, there's constant flow of information between men and women through dating apps, social media. So the winners are just winning more. The losers are just losing more. Competition has skyrocketed. As a man, you're gonna have to compete, no matter who you are. There's constant competition. Women, if you have tits and an ass, you can make 10K plus on fucking OnlyFans a month. Easy.
Yeah, you can be a streamer and make that money.
You can show your tits on fucking Twitch and be a Twitch affiliate and not get banned for it. And people like Gideon get banned for nothing. Gideon talks about politics and gets fucking banned.
You can sell feet pics, and make fucking $6,000 a day or something.
And I don't resent these women because the way I look at it is they got the deck of cards they got. That's just the way the world works.
And they're using it. Why not?
It's up to you if you want to use it or not.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
So I'm aware of reality. I'm aware of the unjust. Well, not even unjust. Just the reality. I wouldn't even call it unjust because reality is not moral. It's amoral. It doesn't care about morality. Yeah. You just get the deck of cards that you get.
Fairness doesn't care about right or wrong. It's just reality.
Some guys are born 6'5". Some guys are born fucking 5'2". It's just life.
Same thing. Hey, but don't get us wrong. It's not even a complaint, though.
It's not.
It's such a constructive way of living and learning.
Yeah.
Things and a natural progression. So it's just like I'd rather earn and work. For
absolutely.
Now, one thing I will say
too is more long-term success.
Yeah. Or shitting on them or anything like that, which we're not. We're just being realistic. But they also have cons too, though. That we
women can't.
It's the other way around.
Women can't be promiscuous. They can't make that public. Yeah. Their dignity is shot. Their dignity is shot. If people find out you're a thought and a hoe, you're done.
Like, well, for a guy, it doesn't fucking matter. You know what I mean? Like, you get actually like praise for that, or
you're like, yo, dude.
It's like, dude, there's many things that we have, and another thing in comparison, even health. Like, women's health is horrible compared to men. We have it fucking fantastic.
Oh yeah, they have to deal with pregnancies. They make birth
control for a man. Yeah. You got no side effects. A woman, you could shit fire. Okay, and they don't give a fuck.
They're the ones that they're the ones that deal with the pregnancies. Yeah, the women. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I mean, like all medical stuff that they don't have at all. It's horrible. I mean, even with fucking pregnancy
overall,
and stuff,
overall in the Western world, women have it much easier. But again, that's just a deck of cards they were dealt. It is what it is. I don't like guys that I don't like guys that bitch about it, that are bitter towards women because they're fucking ghosts. I'm like, well, you're a loser. They don't want you. It is what it is.
Exactly, bro.
I don't blame the woman for not wanting your broke fat ass. Fix it. Maybe they'll want you then. You shouldn't blame them for your inadequacies. That's
maybe
just life.
Get a decent job. Maybe
work out. Exactly.
Get in the gym. Not
Yeah.
only
Maybe get a
that, like
car.
you don't
Exactly.
see us fucking bitching about like, oh wow, why can I not get a fucking 10 24/7
Exactly.
or some, whatever. But like you gotta accept reality. You gotta take it to the chin and earn your worth and your growth.
Exactly. Yeah.
And respect yourself for what you can do as of now, and keep continuing to grow and move forward to
Yeah.
where eventually you are able to obtain or grasp certain things that you couldn't before. And at that point, you won't be bitching. You'll be like, "Damn, I fucking did it. Look at me." You know what I
Become
mean?
a
So instead
winner.
of
Yeah.
bitching and getting nowhere or
Enjoy the
complaining
reward.
about shit or whatever,
Exactly.
fucking thrive to get that. You
That's
know what I mean?
why I'm
Like,
a. That's why I'm a personally a red pill advocate, because their philosophy and ideology is for you to improve, whether it's
Yeah.
through harsh means, harsh delivery like Tate, or a more elegant delivery like Peterson. They're all part of the same ideology, just to improve. But a lot
and
of
even
guys,
if you can't, like if you try your hardest, and even if you can't, that there's nothing wrong with
yeah.
that either.
And here's the
And that,
reality:
you should respect yourself for that shit,
whether you reach the final goal or not, you're gonna improve anyway. You're gonna end up a
Exactly.
better version than
Yeah.
you were at the beginning. So
You can't always have high expectations though as
Yeah.
well. That's just important to
life is
just admit
life is
to
very
yourself.
it's a very slow process, especially if you want to do something
Yeah.
difficult. Yeah, business.
And that's why it's rewarding when you do get some progression made, because like
Yeah.
it
literally,
took
yeah,
you a
or
while
anything, yeah.
to get to where you are
I just
now.
the individuals that are most irritating are the guys that are like, oh, you go to the gym all the time. You're cringy. I'm like, I'm cringy because I'm trying to evolve, become better.
Yeah.
I think you're just you don't like looking in the mirror. I think that's the problem. That's why
It's like at the end of the day, like you guys gotta understand. I mean, if that's the stuff you're trying to stress about, if that's the stuff you're trying, you know what I mean, you're always thinking about, or really, killing yourself or blah blah, you're never gonna be happy.
Yeah, it's
You're
like
not,
the guys
I
I
mean?
hate. Yeah, the guys I hate Tate. Oh, you think you're an alpha? No, I'm just trying to better my life, dude. That's what I'm trying to do.
Like you need to focus on what you can do, what you can control,
That's
continue to
It's like,
thrive, move forward, better
if you wanna,
yourself, whatever,
yeah, it's like if
and
you want,
stop bitching and
so
complaining
you
about
want to,
shit
if
that
you
you
want to
either
be a
don't
fat
have.
fuck
That makes
loser,
sense.
that's fine. But don't try to rub your envy on me. Like if you don't want to improve
Yeah.
yourself, that's your problem. Fuck.
Yeah, that's fine.
Like, shit, like I'm gonna be honest, there's a lot of things I wish I had and want right now.
Yeah.
But you don't see me bitching about it. You don't see me whining about
It
it.
doesn't-
Instead,
yeah.
I'm doing what I gotta do, and that's it. Move forward.
Life and time goes on despite whether you're happy or not. So you might as
Yeah.
well evolve with the time. So that's the way I look at it. But I want Ichigo versus Asta. I'm not familiar with Asta.
Black
Fuck is
Clover.
that?
Black Clover. Oh yeah, I've never
I
seen
heard
that.
that was good. I heard that name.
I'm just
Alright,
naming random
wow.
battles right now. Okay, that's fine. Sure goats. Jay with
Yeah,
prep.
I mean,
Jay with prep versus Six with prep in a Naruto debate. The honest truth. I think the topic would also obviously dictate, but I think with prep, it'd be competitive if it was anime. So I'll tell you that.
It would definitely be competitive. What's it called? They can go, but that's you guys got to understand. Like that's what any fucking debater. Like I'm going to say this right now. Like we all know Six is a good debater.
Oh, yeah, he is.
etc.
Yeah.
He's a high tier. He can debate whatever.
He's a
Back
good
then he
debater.
did that shit religiously.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna be real with you. Like I think Six is a way better debater than Noodles. Yet Six lost to Noodles at a
Yeah,
certain
back in the
point.
day. Yeah.
Does that mean Noodles is way better than Six?
No,
No. It's
Six
just he
was-
lost the
yeah.
debate. Etc. Whatever, some shit, whatever, and towards the end, he just said, "Oh, I'm just really tired. I don't really, that,
Yeah.
blah blah."
Six would beat him
And
now.
that's it, whatever, So you guys gotta
Yeah.
like be real with yourselves and don't be immature and be fucking ignorant and stupid, and just open your mind and realize that like if somebody is a high tier debater, whatever the case can be, blah blah yada yada. Everybody has their bad and their good days. Everybody has their level of competence. And all because you have a certain thing or whatever doesn't mean you're not good or
Yeah,
yada,
top
yada,
tier
yada.
debaters, what they do wisely is they select their battles wisely. What my miscalculation was, I didn't prepare when I faced Six the first time, and that was not his fault. That's my own miscalculation.
yeah, totally.
That's
And,
why I
another
failed.
thing too, there could
That's
be
true,
many
man.
things Jay knows more than Six, and vice versa. And same with Six, that he would know more, whatever, or things he would have more of an advantage to debate weather-wise, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The whole concept of debating or whatever the case, like that's a whole fucking controversial thing, and there's just so much to that when it comes to skill and value. And it's not simple as black and white.
Like Six, obviously, where we probably match in knowledge or very close to matching is probably Naruto. If it was like Sonic, he'd probably beat me. I don't know shit about Sonic. He knows a lot about Sonic. If we debate philosophy, I'd probably beat him. He doesn't know much about that. But if it's Naruto, it would come down to our logic and our rhetoric. Yeah, and I think it would be competitive. Who knows in the future if he's ever down? we could do that. Obviously, I'm gonna be much more calculated. I'm just not gonna accept the first topic and do it the same day. I'm gonna be calculated this time, but yeah, I'm not gonna be like,
You
let's
got
do it
it,
right
man.
now.
You got
and,
it, dog.
and he's prepared and I'm
Yeah.
not, which was my fault again. That's why.
And that was the thing too. Like on that day, Six was prepared. Like he had all his scans, he named it, blah blah.
And
like,
and that's not his fault. It's my fault. I should have thought twice. So he caught me slipping that day. That's his W alone. So, Daredevil versus Nightwing. Daredevil is like physiologically more, I would say, advantaged than Nightwing, obviously, because he has like the ability to have like hyper focus senses with being blind. But Nightwing is like the second best version of Bruce Wayne. And I think with prep time,
fighting and shit.
Yeah, with prep time, Nightwing. If it's 1-on-1 and Nightwing doesn't really have the gadgets necessary, Daredevil might overpower him physically. But even then, Nightwing's his ability to, do hand-to-hand combat, very good, very good. Yeah. There's a good chance
able to fight on par with Batman, able to fight on par with other people that are insane level fucking fighters.
There's a good chance Nightwing might just out-technique the guy, honestly.
Yeah.
I'd probably lean towards Nightwing in most cases, but I do think there's cases where Daredevil will just overpower him, like physically, because he's just.
I feel like territory can also really influence that in a certain way too.
Definitely,
due to like the hacks and awareness and enhance hearing and everything with it, because like that's what makes Daredevil so fucking dangerous. Is like he knows you're at all times.
Yep.
Like he can like hear it like with your bones, you name it, blah blah. Like no matter like he can just do shit that's like just. Normally, he can basically do Batman shit, but it's because he has superpowers.
He's like beyond human, yeah.
Oh,
Nightwing, just thinking about it, Nightwing with prep time, he would create some sort of device where he wears some sort of suit that's immune to Daredevil's hyper-focus senses, and then Daredevil's fucked because he's fighting blindly.
He can't hear him or see him, and he
can't hear him, can't see him.
Like nothing. He uses a sound thing and fucks up, that is
his hearing.
A certain amount of sounds, hearing.
So I think with prep time,
that's another thing. Nightwing is extremely intelligent, and if he does catch on to that Daredevil is clearly using sound and whatnot to fight and blah blah. He can, try to theorize and use certain things and kind of, control the fight in a sense with that. Or if it's like a really loud noise and he realizes that also bothers him, like then he can maybe have like some type of sonic device and exploit that.
Just in most cases, Nightwing probably. But I do think there's cases where Daredevil would win.
Yeah. But Daredevil's no joke.
Yeah, he's no joke. He's the second best to probably Bruce Wayne himself. Besides,
and I guarantee, best believe there's like a high tier level Daredevil with on the lowest tier Nightwing. You know what I mean? Like, there's different versions of him.
He's a composite character. So, it definitely depends. If he's like the shittier version of Nightwing,
you have some Daredevils that are fighting against like crazy ass superpowered people, and beating them with just martial arts. So
the thing about Nightwing and the Bat family is even their mainstream versions are fucking cracked. But I mean,
that is true.
That's a crazy thing.
Insane.
There's versions of Nightwing where he outfights Batman. There was one where Batman was being mind controlled.
He beat Batman a straight fight.
He was being mind controlled by I think Talia al Ghul, and Nightwing outfought him, which is very impressive.
I'll be right back, guys. I'm just gonna take a leak real quick.
All right. Yeah. So Nightwing is extremely impressive. I think the only guy that might surpass him would be like a hypothetical adult Damian Wayne if he like reaches his potential. He's actually Bruce's
Nightwing's
son.
way better than all of them. He beats them all, and it's just emphasized over and over.
He like commonly beats Damian in battle. He's like Damian's always.
You guys YouTube it. Every fucking YouTuber that either Scales or DC or whatever, they all show all the evidence and put Nightwing above the entire Bat family, except for Batman.
Except for Batman, he's the best. Most people think he'd be the best Batman replacement for now. So. Like if Bruce ever died.
Because of morality and shit.
Yeah, especially, even his moral compass is...
And his skill. It's just his skills and morality.
His skill, his moral compass is almost the same, if not the same as Bruce himself.
The only difference is he's just not extremely dark and broody like Bruce. He's more of a comedy person.
He's more comical, Like he's basically Batman 2.0 to some extent. Yeah. Literally. What anime have you guys watched? And I'll come up with a versus battle. Naruto, Dragon Ball, Bleach, Attack on Titan, even though that's not really power scaling, it's just more story. Death Note, again, that's not really... Well, you could do like intelligence versus battles with the light, but those are the ones I've seen mostly. But next question, as you guys ask more questions, and make sure you hit the like button, folks, if you're watching the recording or watching live. Really appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
And donations take priority. If you're a member and you ask a question, it takes priority as well. But continuing on, the next IRL question was, let's say the public is not fully aware of the existence of technology and alien technology. How would we even receive this news? Okay, so this is a good question. I would say scientists would have to have sufficient enough observations and possible tests to conclude beyond a reasonable doubt that there are aliens and alien technology present in our reality. So essentially, the scientific method would have to come through to prove that there are aliens in the first place. I'd certainly say that. Now, in terms of how to tell the public about aliens, the media would have to relay the information in such a way that doesn't cause panic, which unfortunately they failed to do miserably with news such as COVID and all this other shit. The George Floyd case.
They always say it in the opposite sense, very negative, dramatic. Like very it's negative. Over.
Yeah. I think the media has failed because media is no longer, well, who knows if it was ever unbiased, but more so than ever before, media is extremely biased and has an agenda in general, not just with just aliens, but politics. Speaking of political leaders, like CNN talking about Trump or Fox talking about Biden.
Emotions.
I think it would probably spread some sort of like a pandemonium. Because the information that we're talking about here, like if it was released, it would have been hidden for so long, and people would rightfully so question and probably be irate towards that being a factor. So there could have been so many individual, people that could reverse engineer or utilize their abilities and intuitions into solving these mysteries that the government has kept compartmentalized for so long.
Exactly, and also the very panic that would come with knowing there's a possibly more advanced civilization that could invade at any time would definitely cause panic. People would be like, how the fuck are we supposed to fight alien technology which can travel light years in a matter of fucking seconds? Like, we're fucked.
You guys think World War II was bad, bro?
Man, that would probably be child's play to aliens of that caliber. It'd be like child's play to them.
Galactic warfare, bro.
Yeah, they're like, we fight on a galactic level, buddy. We don't fight on a global scale. That's pathetic. But aliens.
Yeah, exactly.
Even the Pentagon releasing the news like we talked about the last stream. That's interesting as well. They seem to have beyond human capabilities, their technology, at least theoretically, based off the mothership, the sort of dandelion seeds that serve as probe packages for the mothership to study other celestial bodies. That seems beyond human capability, especially if they can prove that they can travel faster than our rovers can. Our rovers take a long time just to get to fucking Mars, so...
a long time.
If they can prove that these like dandelion seeds they call are traveling to the sun and stuff like that, like very quickly, like in a matter of days at least.
All if not distance, that's crazy.
Not only that, but they can sustain the temperature of the sun. Our rovers would be melted even before getting halfway there. That means they're way beyond human capability if they could prove that. Right now it's all theoretical, but
I just don't get the hush about it, man. Like you would think it would probably be more advantageous to just let people be aware of what's really happening.
I'm gonna be real. I feel like if they had like really concrete evidence that this is like a real deal type vibe, like this is serious, whatever, some shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That we would already have been warned, because you're talking about our extinction as a potential. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's not something to joke around or even keep secretive at all. Like
that's
something
true
to be upfront of, and at least everyone should have the right to know. And I do feel like they would at least say something.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, if they know we're not gonna win, they might as well just be like, hey, this is this.
This is it, bro.
It is what it is. You know what I mean? They're going to be humble. They have to.
The only counter to that is that superpowers tend to hide, I would say, extremely panic-causing information.
Exactly.
And the point is, maybe governments know of what these aliens are really, really capable of, and they're like, you know what? If we tell people,
if we say this, everybody's going to freak out.
It's simply going to cause panic and cause more problems for us. So we might as well.
They don't want that. They rather go out peacefully.
Yeah. So governments, governments are probably like, how about we try to solve the problem, and if we could solve the problem, then we tell the people, because then they can be assured that they'll be okay.
Exactly.
That's probably what goes through leaders' minds.
Like that, and even if, and I do agree with you in a sense, Jay, that makes sense. Even if they couldn't solve the problem, they probably still because let's be real, our government's extremely selfish. You know what I mean? So what's it called? You know, they probably would still not probably say anything just to avoid the panic. Because let's be real, if they say something like that and say, "Oh, we're fucked," basically, it's apocalypse. Basically,
Yeah.
everybody's gonna go crazy.
The
There's no
populace
point
is,
anymore. You know what
yeah,
I mean,
the
so they would probably want to enjoy as much time as they can, normal. You know, the
society would fall
day-to-day
apart. Yeah.
bullshit. Yeah, and they would just either go that route or somebody would run their mouth or have a moral compass moment. It would somehow get leaked, whatever. That could
That's what I was
cause
gonna
some type
ask.
of a panic. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But it's interesting how that would really go.
In
there's
fact,
definitely been a lot of individual leaks
yeah,
that have
Yeah.
been coming
yeah.
out, you know,
In
and
fact,
being verified as well.
yeah. In fact, even today, governments definitely keep secrets that the public doesn't know. That's still,
Yeah.
even if it's not aliens, there's secrets that could never come out and see the light of day because
Like the
maybe it's
Pentagon Papers, bro,
yeah,
for example.
the Pentagon
Like,
Papers, and the very fact that some of these secrets are so sensitive that they could literally affect national security. I'm sure there's
What the
plenty of
fuck?
I'm sure there's plenty of secrets that they're never gonna
oh, absolutely. The
let out.
Pentagon
Yeah.
Papers were like literal, tangible proof of the government actually conspiring against our beliefs, and that
Yep.
the news portrays a narrative
Yep.
that is actually not factual. You know what I
Literally,
mean? Like,
it's literally what's
Be
on.
Not
Like,
Born being a perfect example,
yeah,
or what Johnson did as well. It's just
yeah,
I don't know. It's kind of shady, and
definitely
it just adds
shady.
to
That is
Yeah.
weird.
yeah. It is very weird, man.
It definitely like undermines the whole idea of a democratic republic. It's very democratic, but
I'm gonna say
uh,
though, Jay, to this day, if that's legit though, and these aliens are pulling those fucking feats, we're fucked.
oh yeah, we're definitely
done.
fucked. We're at their mercy basically. They can tell us what to do. We're fucked.
Yeah, literally. They'll come over and be like, "Hey, bitch, kiss my toe."
Yeah, they're gonna go down
It's
to
all just
Biden.
entertainment for them, dude.
They're
you
gonna
know
go
what I mean?
come down to the our commander in chief Biden's old ass and be like, "You sit your fucking old ass down, you fucking loser. We own everything now. We can't do shit about it. You think your nukes are gonna hurt us? We could evaporate your nukes."
Imagine
Retard.
they come down and start beating up Biden on live TV.
I think it'll be kind of funny.
Just
They'll
beating
be
him
like,
up,
Biden like sends nukes to
They
just
don't kill him or critical. They just beat him up in a way and rough him
They're
up.
gonna-
Like, hey, like you
they're
are
gonna be
a
like,
bitch.
you
This is
think-
your leader.
you think your nukes are hurt us? We'll just evaporate them even before you send them out. Like you guys are losers. But yeah, that's.
Or imagine they turn Biden into their own kind somehow. They just manipulated
Jesus.
matter and he's an alien.
Yeah, they're like, you guys should all bow down to us now. That's what would happen. But Sir Jeets, Kid Goku versus KCM2 Naruto. The KCM2 Naruto. Unless you you take Goku's feet hyper literally and he transcends reality, then it'll be different.
Yeah.
But
That's a gag. That's a bullshit.
then he beats
comments
everybody.
and-
But yeah, and
Yeah, but
realistically,
there's no consistency and it's not. Yeah.
realistically, it's KCM2 Naruto. Yeah, Kid Goku was
And
barely.
obviously, because guys, you got to think about this. If Goku was dead ass like that strong, like then there would be no need for the scaling for DBZ
At all.
for Super, you name it. Like they would all be contradicted.
Destroying
all
a planet would be like fucking child's play to Kid Goku. if that was the case.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah,
clearly just for
if he
comedy.
knows
For anybody that
power level.
actually truly believes in that.
Kid Goku was barely like I think Kid Goku was barely like pushing over cars with his Kamehameha, if I'm not mistaken. So
Yeah.
barely at that point. He was barely getting started. KCM2 Naruto is damn near planet level. So yeah,
He would wash him up.
yeah, one punch probably all it take. Probably break his neck in one shot. So the next RL question, for you to keep asking question, folks. Why do you think racism lasted for as long as it did? So this is actually a good question. I would say this unfortunate ideology has lasted this long because humans are inherently selfish and tribal. We've seen this at the beginning of time. Tribalism has always existed. In past human history, humans tended to deviate to their own selfish desires rather than gravitate towards a democratic republic, which resulted in the creation of resentment and hostility to those who aren't considered part of the tribe. So
They love control.
it is just unfortunate that what came with that territory are different physical attributes, such as race being considered part of a different tribe. That's, I think, where racism originated from. It's probably tribes of different, orientation, different skin color, seeing each other and considering each other like hostiles and enemies, which is unfortunate.
And it wasn't always like that either. Like, remember, there was cavemen and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
they probably didn't even understand that
all
concept.
kinds of different.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't understand.
Once
you know what I mean?
humans-
so, like, truly, this was something we adapted and,
So
and
once,
made.
Yeah, so once humans reached the intellectual threshold, this would continue throughout human history until the modern era, where democratic republics began to become constructed, not wanting to repeat the past, such as the United States with the founding fathers, who even themselves weren't perfect either. I mean, they had slavery and things like that, and even them being more open-minded compared to like the Mongols or something like that, they were still prejudiced towards different tribes, you could say, per se. So it is also unfortunate that the idea of deterrent and elimination of prejudice and discrimination is fairly a young idea in human history. It's only about 100, 200 years old. Slavery has only been gone for about 200 years, so the whole idea of eliminating prejudice is very green in human history. It's actually very young. However,
absolutely.
It's just crazy to think about, though, like how any colored individual, didn't matter if you're a light skin, full black, whatever, if you were colored, you're fucked. And that was just insane, dude.
However, I do conclude that these ideals will continue to be implemented, and I do think there's more beneficial. I do think more beneficial changes still to come.
It's taught. It's like a traditional fucked up like teaching type thing. Like it is a tradition. People dead ass enforce that upon people.
Because what's happening is
it always exists.
What happens is you do the legislation like the founding fathers did, but what you can't change is the systemic, like generational ideology that a lot of those people had. They already had the prejudice like embedded in them.
Systemic.
So it had to die off from generation to generation. I think now, if we compare like the newest generation to the generation of the 1700s, we're much more open-minded and like far less prejudiced than they were. Less tribal as well. We're tribal in different ways now, which are stupid too, but not as bad as fucking racism, I'll tell you that. So
it just seems like there was like a huge like change in consciousness, you know what I mean, in the last 100 years or so.
I think they describe it as like I don't know if it was the last 100 years, but they describe something as like the Enlightenment, when people started to like open their eyes to more democratic,
you know what I mean? Not be so stubborn on being prejudiced.
Exactly.
It's less of a trivial fact over like skin color or
exactly.
The one thing I will say, it was
it's so prevalent in nature. Yep.
When you look back, read books or the documentaries, whatever the case may be, it was disgusting though.
Oh yeah,
all the shit that happened. Of what they all did to either way. If you're a woman or a colored person, you were fucked. You were nothing.
You had no say. Yeah, you had no say.
How do you rationalize that, man?
Yeah, I mean, and like, even to the point where eventually women had some type of relevance, some type of like little respect, but colored people were still treated at the bottom of the
even
barrel.
Even that is less than like a century years old. That's not even it's still very
like, there's this movie on Netflix that I saw, and it was around that time and setting where any colored individual was still treated like fucking shit. But the woman had some type of small value, but it was still bullshit, and they were still treated like trash and shit, whatever, blah blah. But like I remember seeing that movie. I got towards the end. It was a very like depressing end as well. And bro, that shit made me emotional. It was just so fucked how everything was.
Yeah, unfortunately, the original document of the Constitution was citizens that can own land are just, I think you can only be white and male. That's the only people that could, and that's obviously thank God they said it's a living document, so that's changed clearly. Now women can do it. Any race could own property if you're a citizen.
There's voting rights for women now.
Yeah, voting rights
as well for amendments.
It just seems that in the past, humans tended to deviate to more so their primal urges, like the primal urge to be tribal. Like if you're not within my radius or in my tribe, you're hostile. And unfortunately, being a different skin color usually means you're in a different region of the world back then. So you'd be a hostile.
I think also technology is a huge factor as well. There wasn't such an abundance of communication between specific regions or even in intercontinental as well. Like
they would never even see each other
within our demographics. You know what I mean? And because people are products of demographics, they just stick to what everyone thinks is cool or what everyone accepts is like, righteous ideologies essentially. So
like the lack of lack of technology and instant communication definitely would have resulted in more narrow and differing ideologies from region to region for sure, because ideologies never collided, because people would never interact. If you're in China or in Asia and someone else is in North America, you guys would have met each other ever.
Exactly. Yeah.
But now it's instantaneous. You could talk to someone across the world.
Yeah, anytime you want. Yeah,
you can discuss ideology. You can discuss political beliefs, religion. It's easy as ever now. That's why ideologies have kind of blended in a way. There's more of a mixing pot now, like a global mixing pot for ideologies, religion, politics, even negative things as well. Everything blends much easier now. There's more. The world in general is more progressive, which is a good thing. Comparison to the past.
Technology is fresh, man, and these floodgates that just opened up are still fresh as well. So it's going to take a little bit of time.
It's definitely going to take time. It's such a young idea. A lot of people don't realize how young the progressive ideology is. It's only maybe since the Industrial Revolution, maybe 100 years. It's very,
Dude,
very
civil
young.
rights was in the '60s, bro. Like that's
Yeah.
like,
Even
yeah. I
even
mean,
even the 40s and 50s were still rather discriminatory towards
oh,
women and stuff like
absolutely.
that. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah, for sure.
so there's people that are probably still even alive that remember that. That's how young
Oh
it
yeah,
is. It's probably like people in their
absolutely.
80s, like, oh, I remember when I couldn't vote. I remember I was a woman and I couldn't vote.
When I was young,
Yeah, literally. I think it's gonna take several centuries to see significant change, like significant
that's
change.
fair.
Um,
That's fair. Yeah, it
yeah,
still has so much power, unfortunately.
yeah,
And
exactly.
people use that as like a way to just, trigger emotion or just be spiteful, especially online.
Yeah, the only
I've noticed.
detriment of technology and instantaneous communication is like these faulty echo chambers, which I've described before, like echo
Yes,
chambers that
yes.
echo bullshit, like ideologies that are not beneficial to anybody. Like, oh, if you're not this physical trait or you're not this sexual orientation, you're not a part of the tribe and you're
Hmm.
demonized. Like, no, that's a dangerous ideology, radical as well. That kind of mirrors past ideologies in a way, except tribalism is just more virtual now. It's not more such so physical. It's more virtual and like ideological in comparison to the past where it's more physical. Like, oh, you're not in my tribe, you're not in my literal hut, then you're not part of my tribe. Now it's more so,
Exactly.
yeah, now it's
Yeah.
more so like ideological. Like, oh, you don't have the same ideology, you're my enemy. Like, nah, man, that's very radical, like very narrow minded, I'd
Tunnel
say.
visioned. Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree completely.
Now that's what has to die. That's going to be hard to kill because what was a good deterrent to that sort of tribalism was physical warfare. Like people would fight. Like that's how the U.S. was enacted upon through war. That's how the colonies detached themselves from the UK. Like physical warfare. Now it's virtual people. This virtual people talking shit online. That's much
I
more
know.
difficult to kill that.
Virtual gangsters. Yeah.
Yeah. The best way would be legislation, but I'm even hesitant to say legislation because I don't think freedom of speech should be limited in almost any way. I think it's detrimental to do that. That's why it's
No,
so hard
it's
to, yeah, it's so hard to
yeah.
combat that. Yeah,
I
it's a
agree
hard,
completely. The First Amendment is supposed to allow you to be disrespectful if you so choose to be so. Like,
exactly.
you have every
And
right to do that, man. You know what I
I
mean?
think that should be a right that should still be
Words
protected.
are words.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Words are words, and I
But
think that
there
inevitably
are
would,
certain words, though, I agree should be like publicly banned or shunned upon.
they
And
definitely
I
should be
think
shunned. Yeah, definitely shunned. I definitely agree with
shunned
that.
at the very least. Because,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I
'Cause I
get it,
think,
man.
yeah,
I get it.
I think if you say things that are like racist or whatever, you should be shit on for it. I think people have the right to
Facts.
respond that way. Yeah,
Well, one thing I do know, like if you're over here dropping the hard R and stuff like in a work
yeah, yeah,
environment,
yeah.
whatever, you instantly get fired.
And you should
Oh,
be.
And not
You
only
absolutely.
should be.
that,
Yeah,
and if
yeah,
someone
Bye.
wants to, if they
yeah.
want to be that even more further on that, they can technically press charges in
Yeah.
a way to where it could be correlated to harassment and some other things. I don't know the names of it, but
It's like hate
it is a
crimes.
thing.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. There you go.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
stuff like that. Whatever. Like it's actually there, and you just get a lawyer,
I
and bam, like you dead ass be
yeah.
getting held accountable for
Yeah, I
saying
do
stuff.
agree
So.
with your words. Should come the consequence of using them. If it's a
Yeah.
good words, good consequence. If you're saying fucking racist shit, then yeah, you should get fired and shit. That's your
You
fault.
sound like a
Yeah.
fucking racist douchebag that you
Yeah.
are. You know what
Like,
I
why
mean?
should
Like,
a
that's,
private business that can operate however they want you in their fucking business if you're fucking
And it makes
yeah.
racist?
sense
Yeah.
because
First
imagine
Amendment's
you
for
being a
public
colored
Yeah.
benefit.
individual,
Yeah.
light
Exactly.
skin, whatever, dark skin, whatever you are, and somebody's deliberately like hating and discriminating against you and saying those words, and those words have history and impact, and it was with your ancestors, etc. Blah blah. It is fucked in a sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
I agree. Like,
so
I
it's
agree
really
that
fucked.
actions should always have consequences despite amendments. That's legislative and like allows you to operate and commit these actions, but consequences should come with it. That should always be there.
Like, there's a difference between like using your First Amendment speech and just saying like "fuck you" to a cop or whatever. Like, I
Exactly.
don't think people should be getting arrested for that.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
No, I don't. I
ridiculous.
don't
Like,
agree.
you have
Yeah,
your right to say
I don't
whatever you
know.
fucking want.
Especially out in
You know what I
public,
mean?
bro.
You can
Yeah.
protest whatever, blah blah. That's perfectly fine.
yeah. I
But
agree
if
with.
it's something blatantly like some Hitler level shit or hard R, blah blah, you name it, blah blah, like that's a whole
Yeah,
different story.
that should just
Yeah, that's
ruin your.
not
That
cool,
would just
bro.
ruin
What
your
do you?
life like it should. Yeah, it should ruin
Yeah.
your life. I'm just again. I'm more pro social policing rather than governmental interference. Like I think if
Yeah.
you say some dumb shit, people should shit on you, fire you, treat you like shit, call you a fucking asshole. But
Learn your lesson.
yeah, as
Yeah.
opposed to limiting speech, I think there's like a fine line. I don't think you should cross. Like even if it is racist shit, let them say it. They'll just get fucking shit on for it.
Oh, Jay,
Yeah.
since we're speaking upon IRL shit, I don't think I ever brought this up before, but you know, like they have an actual law thing or rule to where if somebody's dead for a certain amount of time, they can use them in movies still and use like
Oh yeah, yeah,
technology and stuff, even though that person's dead. They can still use them. And there's apparently I forgot the name of the person. I have to
Like
ask.
holograms and shit, or like
like
Not
CGI.
holograms, like yeah, CGI.
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
So what
CGI?
they're
Okay.
going to do? It was just recently announced. I forgot the name of the person. But apparently
Probably
he's
you're
a
probably
big
talking
actor.
about what's his name? The guy that played in the Fast and Furious movie. Is that the guy you're talking about?
Yes, they're doing him as well, but it was
Paul Walker,
someone
isn't
else.
it? Paul Walker.
Oh,
Yeah,
Paul Walker.
he's an
Yeah.
example. But there was another person that was an older actor because apparently it's after a certain amount of time, then they can, or
Yeah.
if you signed a contract before you died and you gave permission, then they can or whatever.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
But
That's
like
weird, bro.
what's happening is there's a certain amount of time passed. That other person that was also kind of like known, whatever, at least for all the older people, they're going to be using him in an upcoming movie. And a lot of people are either pissed about it, or whatever, or like that's wrong, blah blah. What do
Yeah.
you guys feel on that, though?
Mm,
Do you think if somebody's dead, they shouldn't use them in a
I
movie, or what?
I
Well, if they
think
signed a contract, I mean, they have
yeah.
the
If
right
they
to,
sign, if it's
right?
in their will, then yeah, it's
Yeah.
fine. But if it's not, it's unethical. Yeah, that's unethical. I don't agree
So
with
I'm
I
that.
agree
saying,
with
it's
that.
kind of
Yeah.
fucking
Yeah.
I wasn't aware of that law or rule, and you know,
Yeah.
It
and
should
I
be
was
subjective.
told, I
Yeah,
looked it
yeah.
up. I'm like, wait
Should
a minute, you
depend.
telling me after? It's a good amount of time, though. I will say that it
Yeah.
is a good amount of. We're talking about years before they can
Yeah.
do it, technically. So. You know, it's not like it's only a couple months or whatever. I think it's like a good
Yeah.
amount of years before they could do that. But I still think it's fucked.
Yeah, if it's not in their will, I don't agree with that. You shouldn't do that.
I don't know.
Yeah. It'd be like having Chad Bosewick on Black Panther 3 or something. Like he's not around anymore. It's fucked
That's
up.
what I was saying. Like
Yeah.
that's fucked. You know.
Yeah, that's
I-
fucked up.
yeah,
It's not, if
it's
he didn't write it in
fucked.
his will and be like, yeah, you guys can still use me in CGI, then I think that's unethical, to be honest. But
He probably did, to be honest. If he knew he was
Even
going to pass
with Paul
away.
Walker,
Yeah.
that recently, I'm assuming he signed a contract because it definitely has been many, many years of him being
yeah,
dead.
if he,
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
he's very like devoted to his work. I'm sure he probably did. I'm not sure, but
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why they're probably doing that because I heard of that rumor recently of whether if
Yeah.
it's legit or not. But if they actually do that, I think that's kind of like
yeah,
it's kind of weird. It's obviously fine what we just said, but it is weird with the franchise because at the same time they kind of did something nice for him.
yeah,
And they already used CGI like towards the end half of that particular movie, and then to just bring him back for a full-on movie, I feel like it's kind of wrong in a way.
full
though. I
movie.
don't
That's a
know,
little,
bro.
yeah, full movie is kind of crazy.
Oh, yeah. No, a cameo.
Yeah, I
would
have
be
like
cool,
mixed
but-
feelings about
Yeah.
it if that actually does happen. But
Yeah.
I get it, you know.
If he, I
Like,
guess if he
signed
wrote it in
on-
his will, cool.
It's a
But
legacy. I
yeah,
get it.
like Fast and Furious
like,
was.
yeah, like don't like leave his legacy alone. Yeah, like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like don't fucking taint it, bro.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
if it's in his will, fine. But if not, yeah, I don't agree. I don't agree.
I
with
mean,
it.
yeah, exactly. It's subjective. If he wanted
Yeah.
to, I respect his wishes, right? Or
Yeah.
her wishes, rather. But, yeah.
But yeah, folks, if you have any
Always,
questions,
always, yeah.
feel free to let us know. We have a few more here, as you guys ask. The next one was, are conspiracies a product of cognitive dissonance? I certainly deduce that cognitive dissonance is a culprit for the formation of conspiracies, as even conspiracies can serve as a sort of justification for people's inadequacies. People could be like, oh, I'm broke because the economy is set up that way. Like, it's people utilizing it to justify their flaws. I think that's a big reason conspiracies exist. There are other
Mhm.
conspiracies that are just because of maybe paranoia, like Pizzagate and stuff like that. That's different. Those probably aren't the culprit of cognitive dissonance. It's probably just paranoia or, like extreme radical beliefs or things like that.
Skepticism. Yeah.
Yeah, skepticism. But people will deny reality in order to justify their own flaws, to live as guilt-free as possible. I do think this form of being is detrimental, as you only limit yourself and your potential if you operate this way. So cognitive dissonance, for the most part, it's detrimental. I don't even recommend
Yeah.
doing that, like operating
Yeah,
that
it's
way.
not good to subject that and to allow it to negatively affect or at
Yeah.
least limit your mental capacity. Like that's just not the right move.
I think
Like it's
yeah.
perfectly fine and okay to be skeptic,
yeah,
of
it's different,
like
yeah.
certain things, or to be like maybe a possibility on certain things like that, like for like our government or some shit, whatever. I mean,
Mhm.
that's perfectly fine. Or even like on the concept of corruption. I mean, that's fine.
Yeah,
But to this blatantly sit here and theorize or all these conspiracies or reality is basically the way it is because of this and this and this and
that's too far.
yada,
Yeah.
yada, like that's just blatantly like just ignorant.
Yeah,
That's
it's like-
just stupid.
Cognitive dissonance serves as like a fail-safe for people that aren't happy with themselves. I think
Yeah.
it's detrimental. And
It's
conspiracy-
holding the finger on something that you're not holding yourself accountable
Exactly.
for. That's all it is.
I think
Basically,
being
cognitive
yeah, go ahead.
dissonance is it's like you essentially want something of effect to have an equal cause, essentially. Like,
Yeah.
take 9/11, right? Something extremely detrimental at that time. It was caused by terrorists, and the
Yeah.
effect was detrimental. Makes sense. In our last stream, we were talking about, JFK as well. People don't want to believe that he was killed by one person because that was like the president, someone of like mass value, and people
Yeah.
don't want to accept that the effect was trivial compared to the actual cause. You know what I mean? And so
Right. Yeah.
that's what prompts these like investigations and curiosities, and sometimes it can get people into dangerous abysses that are just kind of arrogant, but
Yeah.
sometimes they do have validity towards them as well.
Sometimes,
That's
yeah.
why,
So they definitely do sometimes, yeah. For
Yeah,
sure.
to add to
yeah,
that too, like the whole airplanes missing and stuff, and how like there's certain like things where people just like we have only what we have, so we go off that. But then you have all these other people like, no, there's no way that can be the truth. It has to be this or this or this is a
yeah,
conspiracy or now there's this. Like, bro, I was watching this Netflix thing on that, and I'm like, bro, this man is making this be something for no reason, bro. Like
Yeah.
it's not that deep,
Yeah.
like so.
I think
yeah,
control what you can control. I think that's the most
Yeah.
important thing you can do. Don't try to justify your flaws, especially on things you can control, with cognitive dissonance like that. That's detrimental to yourself. You're lying to yourself, and I think most people know that. They're in denial. Um, I don't.
yeah. You can say something to yourself plenty of times and believe your own delusionality sometimes.
Yep.
It's crazy how powerful it can
And
be.
another
Yeah,
thing I also
definitely.
am understanding of too, because maybe someone's asking towards this aspect as well. Like, let's say like you're a victim of losing like let's say like your family members are on a plane, right? And the plane just fucking disappears. It's gone. You have no idea. Nobody can get answers. It's so weird. Blah blah whatever. Right? Some crazy shit. That's understandable to start being really wondering or to eventually, but it's still not healthy either. But it's at least understandable. But
Mhm.
eventually, you have even with that type of stuff, which that can be the hardest to avoid, to not go on that route and to avoid those temptations. But things like that, I could at least understand why, or maybe the possibility of people having certain theories or conspiracies or whatever.
Yeah.
But because it always comes to questions like, wait, how the fuck does a plane disappear? How the fuck did my daughters and wife just disappear out of fucking nowhere and nobody knows why?
Yeah.
This is
Like
bullshit. You know what I mean?
when it comes.
So
Yeah.
like,
When it comes to things like
it,
that's actually the right time to use that kind of thing. Yeah, you should question that. It
exactly.
doesn't make sense. Yeah. But if
You
you're
know,
like,
but you don't want to
Definitely the
do it in a
question.
way where you're gonna end up fucking,
yeah,
you know,
if you're like a fat
you get
ass
what I'm
and you're
saying.
like, oh, I can't lose weight because of the GMOs, I'm like, no, it's because you don't go to the gym and you eat like shit. That's why. Simple as that.
I only eat McDonald's
Big
6 times a
difference.
week. Come
Yeah,
on.
like I eat at McDonald's. I watch my calories. Like that doesn't mean shit. You're not in the gym.
I only eat it
Mhm.
6 times a week, guys. Give me a
Yeah.
break. I'm trying.
It's literally,
know?
what's ironic is that cognitive dissonance is probably more prevalent than ever before, especially in social media. Extremely, extremely
No,
prevalent.
because interpretations of causes are like, Jesus, man.
Yeah, it's really
Everywhere
bad.
with people these days.
I rarely see like logic being used efficiently, especially like people that try to praise people for having flaws. This is extremely, and it's inverse of reality. Like, oh, it's okay if you're fat, you're plus size. Like, no, that's horrible advice, dude. You're literally,
And I agree, bro. And that's why I love conspiracies sometimes where they actually have some merit
yeah,
and
for
like
sure.
reasonable logic behind them. But this essentially this exponential increase in communication between people and their interpretations of sides of events really, like, it does open the doors for more intrigue, but it
Yep,
also opens it up towards more confusion as well, because there's
he's
a
absolutely,
plethora
yeah,
of like interpretations, and so the intrigue becomes frustrating, and
yeah.
it leaves a bad taste for some conspiracies
Yeah,
in general.
it certainly
You know what I mean?
opens not yeah. Unfortunately, it also opens the floodgates for delusion too, which some people are on board with. Unfortunately, in many
Yeah, they'll
aspects,
enable it.
yeah, like
Yeah.
from conspiracies to fucking women pretending that being fat is cool and should be praised for, or
Yeah.
being a fucking simp loser
Or
and having
sugarcoated. That's what they
yeah,
want, really.
being a
They
Yeah,
want
simp
it to
and
be sugarcoated.
being a simp and having other simps tell you go and you should treat every woman like a queen, even though they treat her like shit. They don't deserve it. Like that's not okay. Like, that's harmful to people in
hope they're
general.
healthy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's not healthy at all. But yeah, that's definitely something people should be mindful of for sure. But the next
agreed.
question is, if you were a president, what would you primarily focus on? So I tend to believe and deduce that the nucleus of a great nation in general is ironically the nuclear family. So, hence, I would focus on implementing legislation to set up families for the greatest chances of success. I would eliminate the disparity of custody battles between men and women. I would probably
Yeah.
create pro-family propaganda. I would have schools become more traditional, etc. So I would just further implement legislation that helps nuclear families survive.
And nobody ever
prosper.
tries to fucking do either. For
Definitely
whatever
not.
weird reason.
People like women are incentivized to get divorced, to fucking get alimony, to take their kids. They're incentivized
The
for it.
opposite.
Men are fucked.
But you know why? Because they get money to do that.
And then men are incentivized not to get married. Why? Because half their shit will be taken away. So why would they? Why would they want to? Yeah, why would they want to create a nuclear family? It's like, oh, I could lose half my shit. Fuck that. I'm not doing that shit. So I would probably try to have pro-family propaganda. Try to encourage people. Try to like incentivize people to build families. I think it's a good thing.
Jay, even nowadays, men are even afraid to fucking actually, have a kid or even have sex. You know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, 9 out of 10 times they're still gonna do it, whatever. It's just a natural component. But there's a lot of people that are really, having some, self-control or some, resilience or just really contemplating because it's like. Even that is like a huge risk of a burden to where you end up having a kid or let's say you're just having sex normally and then shit happens, she gets pregnant, that's fucked to even think about.
Even guys that, especially guys that are aware of what the dating marketplace is like, they're the most cautious. Like, man, I shouldn't fucking fuck any bitch. I'm gonna end up broke, alone, without my kid, without my house.
That's what I'm saying. You literally would lose your kid and end up on child support, and now you can't spend anything or afford anything. Yet you're still expected to give money, whatever, to your child and whatnot, and then the money's not even going to your child. It goes to the woman, and she uses it for whatever the fuck she wants.
Exactly, and she ends up like spending on her fucking nails and a new purse.
Literally.
Child. Yeah, she wants $3,000 a month, with the majority of it going to herself. That's fucking ridiculous.
Even that shit, men are afraid to fucking do nowadays.
Most guys,
and that says a lot because let's be real, most men want to have fucking sex, want to have kids. So
it's just anti. Most Western countries are.
But we shouldn't be in fear. That's what I'm trying to say.
Most Western most Western countries are anti-nuclear family. Unfortunately, they're pro-divorce, pro-woman, anti-father and mother household. This is the way it is now. Unfortunately. Legislatively as well, it's set up that way. So, very, very unfortunate. But the next question.
Kind of odd.
Yeah, it's bizarre. Definitely bizarre. Why do you think alchemy was a field of interest for so long, and if it were plausible, how would it change our existence? So, two main culprits for this would be inherent human curiosity, and I would say the constant search for the conquering of Earth. Humans inherently want to conquer. Men, warlords, any guy with any kind of ambition, people with ambition in general want to conquer and find solutions to further, reap fruit from Earth. So in past human history, when humans less so understood our reality in comparison to now, I think less empirically backed ideologies were more prevalent, such as witchcraft, alchemy, and I would say more radical religions that you could say not in an offensive way, but less so conformed with reality. Especially if you think about these radical religions now. This led to humans delving into alchemy and other radical practices in an attempt to discover the best thing since the discovery of fire, per se. Now, if it were plausible, clearly, it would certainly reshape modern industry, as prioritized resources would be much more accessible. The creation of very important resources would be much easier if alchemy were real, etc. So clearly, alchemy would help humankind in general if life became that much more easier with what alchemy was supposed to be capable of. But I do think alchemy was because of inherent human curiosity and inherent desire to conquer. So that's what I would say about alchemy, though. But it's still interesting to see what the practices were, though, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, if it was a plausible aspect to our, universe, we would essentially be like, gods of nature
it would be superhumans
because our technological advancements would just skyrocket. We could, there wouldn't be global warming as a alarming factor anymore. There wouldn't be a need for like the imbalance in the economy because of the mass consumption of certain minerals or whatever it may be. So it would definitely change our economy or
massively.
Yeah, it would change a lot of things for sure.
Inflation would be non-existent. So
Fucking around with protons and trying to put them into other atoms I mean, it's freaking nuclear, bro. Like,
Yeah.
you don't fuck with that shit. You know what
yeah,
I mean?
if
So,
we have that much success, there would be no inflation. Equality would probably reach all times high, and we'd be as equal as we possibly could be, since resources would be basically instant. Precious metals would be plentiful. Everyone would be rich in a way. The incentive to trade in general really wouldn't be there since everything is fucking instant with alchemy.
yeah. Well, I mean, I would assume that only like top
It'd be like handing out
practitioners would
candy.
be
You know,
able to
everyone
use it,
deserves
though.
a Snickers. You know.
Yeah, like
You know, it only licensed probably like so many people. I would assume.
yeah, that's true. That's also true. Yeah, but alchemy would solve a lot of the world's problems. Unfortunately, alchemy didn't work. But who knows? We still don't know everything about the universe, so who knows what's still discoverable. But yeah, it's definitely due to less information and I'd say less awareness of reality. That's probably why it was so prevalent, for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
It's just
The
like
intriguing of chemistry. You know what I mean? Discovering the elements in our nature in
yeah,
general, and if alchemy was plausible, we could certainly discover a lot of other unknown elements out there in our universe that are probably in other galaxies or
exactly.
whatever it may be. Because it's like playing around.
That's what it'd be.
Bro, imagine.
Give me a second, folks. I think one of my headphones died, but we're still good. So, all right, you guys still hear me?
Ninja tools are busted, bro.
I think they can't hear me, folks. Give me a second.
I can hear you, bro. Yeah.
Oh, you guys hear me?
Yeah,
I think one of my headphones died, but the other one's still good. So.
Oh, okay.
All right, folks. We have one more question. If no one asks, we'll wrap it up after this. I think we've been out for like 4 hours. So one more like spike. Make sure to hit the like button, folks, who haven't already. If you're watching the recording or watching live, make sure to hit the like button. Let's try to get it up. Hopefully this stream does well. And thanks for coming in as well. Yeah, definitely appreciate that. So the last question, unless someone asks another one before we depart, is it's a two-part question. So thoughts on the string theory and thoughts on the butterfly effect. So when it comes to the string theory, you can look at it in one of two ways from my perspective, my subjective lens. The negative ways, you can look at the theory as a theory that allows the ceasing of having to understand the conundrum between quantum mechanics and general relativity, which is still a debate amongst quantum mechanics, quantum physicists and individuals that coincide with the theory of general relativity, as apparently there are many conundrums between the two. There are certain aspects of theory that conflict with one another, which obviously causes people to question the reliability of both and whether or not maybe both theories are wrong in the first place. But with the string theory, it eliminates those conundrums and makes things make sense, which is why, especially in the 70s, the string theory was so prevalent and almost accepted. Unfortunately, unfortunately now it's not as accepted as it once was. Maybe because of new discoveries, who knows? I'm not a physicist, but it seems like that's the case. The positive way to look at it is that it rationally makes sense, which is why it was accepted, especially early on, and explains strings and only strings can collide and rebound cleanly without having to imply physically impossible infinity. So essentially, the string theory can serve as a way to eliminate the possibility of true infinity being real, and also, like I said, which is ironically also negative, us even having to understand what infinity is. Because if we coincide with the string theory, we don't even need to understand infinity. Because with the string theory, it's no longer a possibility. The string is finite, and despite it being vast, infinity is no longer in the question. For me personally, though, I would have to see substantial empirical evidence to conform with the theory, and that's probably why the reason it died out in modern day, because there isn't enough empirical evidence to even prove the theory.
Yeah, there's not. At all.
So unfortunately, the theory kind of died out. It's still there, it's still discussed, but it's the voices are much quieter now. They're not as loud as they were in the 70s.
Well,
So
certainly.
that's what I would say about that. Now, as far as the butterfly effect, which is sort of like karma in a way, I guess is the best way to describe it. I believe in the big idea, which is that you reap what you sow. For example, if you punch a guy that could kick your ass, he's going to punch you back. That's a perfect example of you reap what you sow. However, I don't believe you should revere this idea too much, especially when you're attempting to achieve something difficult, because many people conclude that because their environment is bad or because they have a pre-established disadvantage, that life is set up for them to fail. I don't really believe you should coincide or conform to the sort of butterfly effect there.
No.
I do think you should try to push your luck, especially if you want to achieve something. So I think they're
blatantly contradicted to the people that
that made it.
Certain lifestyle, and then they shut all that shit down and still made it big and made it
exactly.
Work, you know what I mean?
Yeah, those are the perfect examples. Like individuals that went against the grain and succeeded. That goes against
nothing, and were pushed against the wall and fucked, and they still did.
That sort of proves that the butterfly effect isn't absolute. That the butterfly effect can fail. So I do think it depends on on what exact case you're dealing with when it comes to the butterfly effect. Obviously, don't go try to fucking punch somebody and find out if they're gonna punch you back. It's clear as day that you're gonna get your ass whooped probably. But like I said previously, control what you can control and don't worry about what you can't control, such as the inherent disadvantage you have. Is in life, you get dealt a deck of cards. Everyone's deck of cards is different. Some people have aces, all 4 aces. They have a fucking full house, and some don't have shit. But I don't think you should depend on something like butterfly effect or pre-established fate as an ideology. That's what I would say about that. So
it's certainly not something to rely upon when you make decisions every damn time.
Exactly.
Some things what kind of a life is that? I mean, constantly discussing
limited.
Over every decision, extremely limited.
Yeah.
But I do think that whatever decisions you do in life, you go with what feels right. You know what I mean? With what the vibration feel right essentially at that time, and that'll transcend into your future existence. And the path in front of you is the one that is meant to be essentially to some extent.
Yeah.
And that means just letting things go and being nonchalant sometimes, and just having a good balance on decisions essentially. So.
Yeah, I agree. I think balance is important in life in general. You should have, the idea of realism in the back of your mind. Like, don't fucking jump off a bridge and be like, oh, I won't die because I believe it. You're gonna die. But if you want to achieve something great, you shouldn't just say, oh, statistically it's very unlikely, so I'm not gonna do it. That you shouldn't do.
Bro. You never
know.
know. Never know. Don't give up. Push yourself. Keep working hard. And once again, even I've said this before, even if you don't get to exactly where you wanted to, you're still gonna grow in some sense of direction where you'll be way better off where you were before.
You should definitely have a balance of realism and I would say faith. Faith is something that isn't really logical, especially when you're trying to do something difficult and the odds are literally against you. It's not logical to jump, but who knows, maybe you end up winning. So, I think it definitely depends, and you should definitely have balance in your life. In general, I think balance is very important in a very chaotic and fluctual reality that we live in.
Absolutely.
Life is peaks and valleys. Yeah, definitely peaks and valleys. And having balance makes the lows more tolerable and the highs more enjoyable, I'd say.
It's the foundation for you to, grow upon. If you are in balance in your life, all the progression that you may, it won't go anywhere. You won't actually obtain the progression because your foundation is faulty to begin with.
Exactly.
So at that point, it's just a redundant cycle, essentially.
Yeah. Evolution.
Counterintuitive vibes, man.
Yeah, you definitely you definitely should evolve and take notes of your mistakes. That's definitely important. But some people came in. We should have hit the like button, folks. We'll give you folks like 5 minutes if you have any questions. I know a few people just came in. So any questions at all? Anime, sports, conspiracies, religion, red pill shit, whatever. So.
Yes, sir.
5 more minutes. If no one asks questions, we shall depart.
Jay, there's this guy, Parsley, on your server, and he was like swearing to up and down. He's like, bro, I'd slam Jay on debating him in like verses about Tate, of how he's a bad person.
Nah, he would.
Blah blah. And all this.
It's comical.
I was like, Parsley, I don't know, bro. I'm telling you, you don't want that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think you understand anything towards all that and like the perspectives behind it. Like, I think you're just being a simple-minded creature. No offense.
He's emotionally biased. He's emotionally biased towards him. That's the problem.
So,
If
Though.
there
He's
isn't,
he's like all the things I've heard Jay said. Yeah, no, like I could just I'm like okay.
yeah, I doubt it.
No.
The problem is the people that are against Tate, they don't have anything empirically against him. They just have emotional bias against him.
Yeah.
Bro.
The reason I like Tate is because there's empirical evidence that he's successful and that his ideology works in real life. That's the reason why I'm a fan.
It worked for him, yeah. It works. Technically, actually, it works for a majority that have that similar type of ideology as well.
That's people in general. Like I mean, everyone has their embedded bias, including myself. But I think being as a realist as possible, you have a better chance. Yeah. I look at statistics. I look at empiricism, and that might make you look cruel at times when you look at the harsh reality of the world, but it gives you a more
Batman shit, to be honest.
It gives you a more clear vision.
Like, everybody hates him for it, but it's legit. I mean, it's just how it is.
Like when the cops say, "Why are you beating these criminals?" Because he says, "Well, if you just put them in prison, they'll be back out. That won't change shit." Exactly. You got to put fear in their heart. That's he's logical. He doesn't kill either because he has some sort of morality.
Some people are just messed up, bro. They actually need mental help.
Oh yeah.
That's constructive, or else the cycle won't stop. You know what I mean?
I agree that.
Or once again, backstory, context matters. Like if they're a drug addict, that's a whole other can of worms.
That's different. Yeah.
Being a drug addict, like you know what I mean? Like so, it's just there's so much. There's so much.
Yeah, I'd say that.
You got disabilities,
Yeah, individuals with like mental anguish, depending on their crime, they might be better in a facility rather than a prison, for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
For sure,
yeah. They need that help that they need, or just something a little bit extra compared to them being a normal society. So.
Yeah, like politically, it's almost impossible not to have bias, but in most fields of like ambiguity, I tend to be as real as possible. Unfortunately, there's going to be times where you have to just pick based on your subjective lens, like especially politics.
Take it to the chin and to say with your chest.
Like, are you Republican or Democrat? That's a very biased because there's just extremely morally gray areas in politics.
Yeah, it's not just like black and white, bro. You know what I mean? There's so much that encompasses each like quote unquote side. You know
that's why when you debate like if you'll debate like abortion, that's a tough topic to debate. Or like, is God real? It's a very tough topic to debate. It's not easy to debate those topics.
That was
like evolution versus God and things like that.
Yeah, like
one thing that's funny to me though is whenever someone advocates for God or argues for it, and they start bringing up the Bible and shit, I'm like, bro, that's not.
I'm like that's also a biased piece of literature. So.
Yeah, like that is not like that doesn't help you at all. Like you don't have there's no way to know definitively if that is actually the truth. That can be fabricated, manipulated. You just don't know, etc.
Every culture has their own gods too.
Yeah,
it
varies.
I mean, so it's like they have all their books. Yeah, so it's like, come on,
Yeah, and I would say Tate. If anyone wanted to debate Tate, I would just use empirical evidence. I don't see how they would beat that. But I mean, I'm not gonna be like, oh, it's because I like Tate. That's why he's cool. I'm not gonna say that dumb shit. So
I feel like what part 2 is probably going at is like he would debate you on the morality of Tate's views and stuff and how it's wrong and how he's a bad person. I think that's what he was meaning or something. I don't know. But then again, it goes back to what you were saying. Like with being logical and brunt.
His ideology is practical in real time. Like saying, go to the gym so you won't be a fat ass. He's right.
Exactly. Or tie your fucking shoes unless you're gonna trip and fall. Or
saying like, if you want a woman, then improve yourself. I don't see how that's detrimental to men. That is not a problem. No. He might call you a fucking loser in the process, but he's still.
If you have like an analogy of like, oh, like my girl's my property, or I'm her.
Yeah,
property.
like when he said when he said a statement that he said it's always taken out of context is when he said, like a car in the hood, why would I leave my Lambo in the hood and leave my girl at the club? There's a higher probability of something going wrong. He's right.
Exactly.
There is a higher probability. Clubs are set up for promiscuous interactions. Women shake their ass, and top G's have booths and they bring the hose around.
Yeah, bro. Let's go.
So he's right. Why would I leave my Lambo in the hood when I can leave it in a very secure garage? That's the same thing as saying, why would I let my girl go to the club when she could just be at home with me? That's the same thing. He's right. I mean, he's not wrong. People are like,
Yeah,
oh,
that's literally
she's
an
not a car.
invitation for something to go bad, whether if it's a crime,
You're
or if
inviting
it's
it.
the
Yeah.
temptation. Like, there's so much negative incentive
And
with allowing
people
something like
people will misconstrue it and strawman your argument and say, oh, so you're calling your wife an object? No, I'm saying the statistical probability of something going wrong is higher in the club than at my house. That's what the argument
that.
is.
Or even similar to this, a lot of women actually hate this. Or similar to the thing where a guy says, "Hey, you're showing way too much," or like that's a really type of outfit. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And the guy's like, "I think you should dress a little bit more better than that," or whatever, blah
Yeah,
blah.
it's kinda
And the
pretty
girl's
much.
like, "Oh, you're fucking tripping. It's not that deep, whatever, blah blah." And then next thing you know, like something similar to that, they go out, whatever, they get sexually assaulted, or they get R word, or
Yeah.
whatever. Something happens, and then it's like, bro, that's what we're
And-
talking about.
yeah, and the
it's
way
kinda
I-
like, oh, you're just trying to control us.
Nah,
you just
because
don't want,
it's not even about control. It's about one, it's respect. It's two, it's securing and guaranteeing that you as a man is gonna be okay. Because the way I look at it is, I'm not gonna try to control any woman. If she goes to the club, I'll be like, okay, I won't be here when you get back, but have fun. I would even try to stop.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even try to stop her. Girls are like, oh, so you're gonna hold her arm and not let her go? I'm gonna let you go, but I'm gone too. You're not gonna see me here when you get back.
No, you're not gonna put up with that.
Yeah.
That's a red flag. You're
That's
basically
like-
dealing with drama. At that
That's like
point.
saying that a woman can't leave because the guy's broke. I don't blame her for leaving if he's fucking broke. She has every right to
Yeah.
fucking leave. If he's a fucking fat fucking loser, leave. I'm not gonna. You shouldn't try to keep like. You shouldn't. That's not a bad thing either.
Yeah,
I don't care.
Jay's gonna start getting hit with them fat shaming freaks. They're gonna come out of nowhere and be like, oh, Jay's a fat phobic or whatever, blah blah. He hates fat people.
If you
and
tell
this-
a woman or a guy to, mostly if women tell each other to embrace hypertension,
That's not what
it's
he's doing.
at
That's
all.
not what he's advocating. He's advocating, proper health and to
Yeah,
take care of
I'm not
everybody and
fat
have a
phobic. I'm
long,
pro.
substantial life.
I'm pro health. That's what it should say.
Pro health. That's all
Uh,
it is, guys. But you have the sensitive Sallies that take things hyper literal.
I'm
out of context.
If anything, I'm bad.
Yeah,
I'm
that's-
voluntarily bad health phobic. I'll say that. Everyone should be. You shouldn't voluntarily.
It's like for instance, it's like being told that, like, let's say you don't brush your teeth, you know what I mean, you don't floss, whatever, blah blah,
Yeah.
and then someone tells you, oh, you need to tell them good job, your teeth look great, and they're
Yeah,
all
like, what the
yellow and
fuck?
shit, or fucking
Yeah.
trash, or it's like, are we
That's the
really gonna
equivalent.
sit here and bullshit
Yeah.
like that,
It's like that's
So-
there's delusion. Yeah. And I would say, men shouldn't try to control. They just have a standard. If she doesn't meet the standard, you leave. That's it. Simple as
Yeah.
that.
It's just a disagreement. That's all.
Yeah,
it is.
and just
Simple
like
as that,
just
yeah.
like if I don't meet your standard, if I'm not tall enough, my dick isn't big enough, I don't make enough money, you leave.
How do you feel in this type
Yeah,
of
you
situation?
leave.
Yeah.
Dude.
I don't blame you.
Similar to what you were
Yeah.
talking
Facts.
Yeah.
There is a situation that I was informed of, and where this guy was telling his girl, hey, I don't think it's smart for you to go to this party, blah blah, yada yada, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
something could happen. Like, if I'm not going, I just rather you not, really do that, whatever, blah blah. But if you're gonna do it, whatever, cool, you know what I mean? But he was strongly suggesting not to do it, right?
Mhm.
And so, for X, Y, and Z, negative sin, whatever, blah blah, like a club, similar, whatever. But she goes anyways. She goes, she gets drunk, whatever, something bad happens, and a whole train is ran on her, basically. That's what
Jesus
happened.
Christ.
Yeah,
Wow.
so when
Not the caboose.
so when she unfortunately gets back, basically, what's it called? It's a whole thing, and the guy basically is feeling a certain type of way where he's trying to be there for her, but at the same time he's upset with her
Yeah.
and blah blah, and he's and now he is feeling different views, I don't know how I should really feel, I don't know if I really want to do anything, blah blah blah, I don't know my feelings with you, I'm really conflicted myself, blah blah, and it's everybody started going crazy about that situation.
What the fuck?
And it's either going crazy on him, or going crazy on her, or saying he was right or he was wrong, and vice versa, etc. What do you think on that situation?
I think he's absolutely right. She's a fucking thought. I'm gone, bitch.
Okay.
I would if she comes back drunk, I would make sure she's okay. The next morning, my shit's packed and I'm leaving. I'm fucking done. The hell? Fucking hoe.
Damn.
I'm like, bitch, you're a fucking whore. You got your train ran on you. Your shit is all washed up. You're a fucking valley now. I'm gone.
I mean, that's just nasty.
It's fucking nasty, bro.
Well, when
That
I
was
said
embarrassing.
that, it was
Ran
it was
through
her
asshole.
getting it was her getting R word, not her.
Oh, okay. Oh, never mind. Okay, that's much different. Okay,
That's
yeah.
what I meant.
That's
That
much
was
different
what I
then.
meant.
Okay, yeah.
Absolutely. I like she just willingly. Had
Okay,
that.
yeah. If it's unwillingly, then I'd have to go to the club and find out who the fuck did that. That's what's gonna happen. But
Absolutely, bro.
tell me who did
You
this.
wouldn't be leaving her.
Oh,
or,
no,
saying,
no, no.
Or saying, I don't know,
No,
I don't want to be with
absolutely
you.
No,
you
because
got,
that's at that point it's not her fault. It's involuntary.
You're
yeah.
wrong at that point, bro. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
If she got fucked up, yeah, if that was like the R word, I'll be like, first of all, do you remember who it was? Because I'm going back there myself.
She wanted to train on her, bro.
But,
Damn.
but the thing though is, and this is what I was getting towards, the guy was still mad at her though.
Oh,
Instead of doing what you're saying and what you're saying, Shinobi, and basically I would be the same too. I would try to be there for her, whatever, blah blah, etc. And I would be at least understanding. But the guy, he was upset though and mad because basically his whole thing was if she just listened and didn't go to that party, that would have never happened to begin with.
Douchebag, bro.
Yeah,
exactly.
I wouldn't be mad at her for that. I definitely would not. I'd be like, what the fuck? That's fucking terrible.
Leave it,
And the reason I was bringing that up is there's a lot of guys, or even women, but I'll say that too, but it's mainly guys that are possessive in that nature in a sense to where like they just don't fuck with that at all, and like if they do that and something bad, then they're like, bro.
The only reality is if she goes to the club, I would leave right away, so I wouldn't even be there when she gets back. But if I find out, I wouldn't be mad at her for that. I'd be like, oh shit.
Gotcha. So if it's like a party or whatever, blah blah, like whatever it is, what it is, shit happens, right?
Yeah, I'd be like,
okay.
I probably would try. I would be there anyway if I found out that happened to her. We wouldn't be together anymore, not because of that, but because of her going. But I would still be there. I'd be like, dude, that's fucked up. That shit happened.
Yeah, funny, dude.
We're still done though. I'm not gonna come back.
And that's basically what the narrative was. Is like he was like really conflicted on everything and didn't really know what to do. And then basically said like I just don't want to be with you anymore. Like this and this. And since all that happened, I don't know.
Yeah, that's pretty fucked up. If the premise is because of that, yeah, that's fucked up. I don't agree with that. That's not her fault. That's the same thing as her like walking in the store and she gets fucking R word in the fucking alley or something. Same thing.
Yeah.
That's like no empathy at all, bro. Like how dare you?
I would definitely have sympathy. Yeah, I would definitely have sympathy.
I'm gonna be honest, if that was me in that situation though, like and I was there, I would be extremely really pissed off at her friends.
Yeah.
Because she went with friends as well, and the fact that they weren't paying attention. You know what I mean? Or watching her and looking at, and they all got fucked up and all were careless and some, because at the end of the day, when you go to do shit like that, there has to be one person at least being willing to be responsible.
Definitely,
either drink, whatever, drive back, whatever you name it, right?
Especially,
and the fact that they didn't do any of that, and they were all being, whatever, that shit was like, it's like, what the fuck? Like,
bro,
are you kidding me? Like,
I would
how
definitely...
the fuck does that even happen at a fucking party? Like...
I bet, I would, if she remembered who did it, I mean... They get their ass. I'll get their asses beat first of all.
God damn.
And then I call the police. I'm like, yeah, why are they fucked up, sir? I whipped their ass before you got here. Yep. So, and I'm sure the cops would have been doing anything. Cops would be like, oh yeah, they deserved it. So, cool.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah,
dude.
Like my personal preference is a girl won't go to the club out of respect. I probably would leave if they go, especially if I like advise them not to. I'm like, I'm not gonna stop you, but I'm gone. Yeah. But if they get R word in the fucking club, I would have sympathy though, definitely.
You'll never let her.
That's been a trend nowadays. A lot of people like going crazy about it, or whatever about ball and this and that. And I was just curious what you guys thought on that. So.
Yeah, I would definitely have sympathy. That's fucked up, man. I'm not gonna just sit there and pretend I don't care. That's fucked up. Yeah, definitely not. Yeah. But the club thing, my preference is that they don't go. If it's like a party or something, like a special event, fine, then go ahead. But if it's like, I'm gonna go shake my ass with my girls tonight, nah, bro, I'm gone. Like the only person you'd be
Monday.
Yeah, I'm like the only person.
How do you feel for the guys that like advocate for because this is a thing too, where the guys like where they want to go to a strip club or they want to do something, and the girls like, no, you can't do that. How do you feel for that?
The way I look at that is if you're a top G, if you're providing, you're the top dog. Yeah, I'm like, if your girl says you can't go to the strip club, and be like, who pays the bills here? Oh, me. Oh, okay. Why do you have that Bentley in the garage? Oh, because of me. Okay, that means I'm gonna. Was that roll you're wearing? Okay, I'm going to the strip club. Now, if you're an average guy...
It's like, who do I got? Who's with me?
But to be fair, most guys aren't at that level. So if you're an average guy, be prepared to meet the consequence. Like, your girl's going to leave you. If you're going...
They're just going to either leave you, or they're just not going to put up with that.
I would advise you not to go. I would be like, you don't pretend you're a top G. If you're like average wage, average shape, average looking guy,
let's be real. A lot of guys run into that situation.
Yeah.
Where they're gonna go, or maybe with their friends, I don't know, fam, whatever, and the girl's like, nah, you better not, or like, I would never approve, whatever, blah blah.
Yeah.
So it's like
the way I look at it, you got to earn that privilege as a man. Yeah. If you're not a top G, don't do it. She's gonna leave you anyway. She's gonna end up leaving you.
There are girls that are cool with that though.
Oh, yeah,
They
yeah,
do
yeah. They're
exist,
cool, more power.
and
I think those,
whatever, but majority of girls, percentage-wise, don't like that.
yeah, because the majority of guys aren't top G. That's like the top guys.
Yeah.
But if you're an average guy, most girls are gonna be like, you go, I'm done. And maybe you should.
Literally.
Yeah.
Pretty much, man.
You're like, I got other
Ultimatum.
options.
Yeah,
Like, let's be
exactly.
real, because they have so many options that
Yeah.
they can easily get.
Even
And
an average
like,
girl.
They can be treated as a queen or be given what they want, probably from like a simp or something.
Easy.
instead of dealing with you.
Easily.
I love
Yeah.
simps out there, bro. Oh,
Yeah.
that's
There's so
cool.
many, and the way I look at it is, you got to earn that privilege. You got to become like undeniable. Like once you're top G, you're undeniable. Yeah. Like you can't be replaced very easily because you make too much money. You provide too much security. You're the provider. At that point, the woman's gonna think twice before telling you no. They're gonna be like, "Oh, I have a Bentley because of him. I have a Rollie. Should I tell him no? I actually love him. I respect him. He's not a simp. Should I actually tell him no?" That's what they think twice. If you're an average guy, oh fuck yeah, they're gonna be like, you go, we're done. They're gonna tell you that.
Oh, desperation too, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, they'll tell you anything.
Exactly. Yeah.
I came up with another thing since nobody's asking questions. I guess.
Yeah.
What's it called? Do you think this is an interesting thing that was brought up? I saw in an interview. That's why. But do you think it should be mandated to where paternity tests should always be put out when a child is born or when a child is about to be born?
I think if the if the male requests it for proof, yeah, it should be. I don't think a woman should be like, "Oh, you're never gonna know."
It shouldn't be like mandated no matter what, but only if it's requested.
Yeah. I mean, even if if the man's like, I want you to prove it to me. I don't know if you've been in the streets, and the girl's like, "No, I'm not gonna prove it. You're just gonna pay me child support." Then I would say, yeah, you have to prove it, bitch. Like you're not just gonna get my money.
And that's why I was bringing that up because the problem in the interview is percentages, statistically wise, 40% of men are not the fathers.
Jesus.
Okay, 40%. And so the problem is if that huge percentage is out there or whatever, then it's like, okay, how do we fix this? Because this is unacceptable.
I wouldn't pay a dime until it's proof.
There's some guys where I think, to my opinion, because I agree with what you were saying, Jay, that this is way too extreme, but they were like this, where they're like saying, yeah, no, this shit should be mandated. Like they should always, make it whatever. This way, for a fact it's legit your kid.
Yeah.
Because and they're just going on the whole route about blah. Because let's be real, there are men that were like they're such simps or whatever, or they're so like stay away from drama oriented that they won't even like bring up the concept. Or if they're with a woman that is very toxic or manipulative. Like, let's say you bring that up even as a question, then they'll pull the whole victim card or get extremely offended or whatever, and you're looking like you're the bad guy, even though it could be understandable if there is context or whatever, or just overall, if someone's paranoid. But either way, like it's an interesting topic. That's
the bitch tries to play me. I'm like, we'll go to court, bitch. I'm not paying you a dime until you prove that's my kid. I'm not paying you shit. I don't give a fuck if you like me or not.
So, but so you do think like it should be a law where if you do ask for, there's enough just for you, okay.
It's not okay. Like a guy shouldn't be paying like a percentage for no reason.
She was cheating on you, but you guys somehow wanted to stay together and make it work or whatever. And she was pregnant during that whole process. Like I'm pretty sure you would want to know, right?
Oh yeah. First of all, I wouldn't pay her. Second of all, she's going to the streets. We're done. Like I'm done with you, bitch. Yeah.
What if she's pregnant? What if
that guy can fucking raise her. I don't give a fuck at that point.
Like you'd be like, it was while you had sex, but like then you find out she was cheating too.
Yeah, I'd be like, oh, you fucked him? He can take care of you now. Get the fuck out.
Damn.
Fuck out of my house, you fucking whore. I'm not taking care of that kid. That's not my kid. I'm not taking care of you either. Get the fuck out.
La vida loca, bro.
Oh, the guy you fucked's broke? That's not my problem. Have fun.
What's that, Walmart?
Oh, no.
You got fucked up. He fucked you at a Walmart? Well, he's your problem now, Luke. Bye.
Yeah, you out. Yeah.
You got your back blown out in a Walmart stall? Well, you gotta deal with that salary too.
Here's another funny one, man. Here's another funny one. You're with a girl, right? She's legit. You name it. You finally made it serious, whatever. You're with her for like 10 years. You find out that you have a kid with her, and you find out it's not yours that whole time.
Oh, bruh.
10 years?
I'll be fucking pissed.
That's fucked up,
bro.
10 years you're gonna hide? How do you not realize it's not yours after 10 years? Man?
Yeah. First of all, if I was in those shoes, I wouldn't blame the kid. The kid's already attached to me, but I would kick her ass out immediately. Like, get the fuck out of my house.
Would you give up your bond with your kid? Or
I don't. I think at that point, I'm his father. If I'm the one that raised him for 10 years.
10 years, yeah.
He's gonna be like, Dad. I'm like, I'm still your father.
That's extremely.
That's a huge bond.
That's like that's like an internal like mental trauma type.
Yeah.
That's some damage to the heart.
We'd be done. Like me and the woman would be done. She'd have to move out, get her own place.
Damn.
Yeah, she's done. I don't give a fuck if she's the mother.
That's so
Like, it's like, why is mom moving out? Oh, 'cause she's a fucking whore. I'm sorry, son, but your mom's a fucking whore. That's what I would tell him.
Wakes up one day, he's like, "Yo, he looks nothing like me." Go take a paternity test.
It's like, do you want to? I'm your dad.
I
but...
can see Jay doing that. He sits out with his kid, and he's like, "Where's mommy going?" He's like, "She's a fucking mom." Don't worry about it, son.
It's like, don't worry. I'm still gonna take care of you, but your mom's a fucking whore. Sorry. Fucking no, man.
Yeah, that's rough, bro.
Yeah, you
can't.
Can't tolerate those hoe ass behavior, man. Fuck that shit.
Hey, but that was an I forgot to bring. When I said the whole 40% thing, it's 40% and then have to follow whatever. And do you want to know the most common ways they find out as well? It's either when they're about to die. It's either when they need to do blood work. Or
Jesus.
3, what's it called? They're donating an organ. That's how they.
Oh my god, bro.
Those times.
That's fucking bullshit.
Weird.
Yep.
Nasty ass hoes lying. Fucking disgusting.
So until like it's like you have no fucking choice, where it's like extremely important medically wise, you know what I mean, or whatever, or some shit like that. That's how they end up finding out.
Yeah,
like,
hoes like that, fucking disgusting, bro. Make me sick. Fucking nasty ass hoes that do that shit, lying about that shit. Like, you're going back to the streets immediately.
You can just hear the hatred in this.
That's like the equivalent of a guy being broke. It's not bad. It's fucking pathetic, bro. Nasty ass hoes.
It's pretty bad. Yeah. You know.
It is fucked though. Hey, let's be real though. If the roles were reversed though, you best believe the woman will be,
Oh yeah, fuck yeah.
You know what I mean, if we were instead of us, if it was us getting pregnant or some shit.
Yeah, they have every right to be pissed.
We're capping either. Like this is I'm pretty sure anybody, even a woman.
Yeah.
So,
they should.
It's so bad though.
Like, that's just fucked.
They should be pissed if they find that shit out. Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely, bro.
Anyone should.
Or like let's say she gives birth, whatever, blah blah, and she like passes out during it, whatever, or some medical shit, whatever, right? Next thing you know, and then like you somehow, some way switch the baby with another baby.
Oh shit!
And make her believe it was her the whole time.
Yeah.
Whatever. Like
she'd be pissed.
That woman would go fucking crazy if she found out the truth.
Yeah,
let's be real. She'd probably end up killing you or something.
Yeah, probably. She had every right to be mad at you. That's fucking pathetic.
This reminds me of that show called Maori, bro.
Oh yeah.
Like, Jerry Springer shit. It's so.
Jerry Springer.
Bro.
Oh my god, bro.
Yo.
Like you are the father.
One thing that's becoming a trend lately, though, is men that are getting divorced, whether if it's because they were in the wrong or not, whatever, I don't know. But if it's going on, there's some men where they're either killing themselves or they're murdering the wife. To where after she does a divorce and he loses everything, and she also like takes custody of the children and everything too.
Oh man.
Like they're just either killing themselves or they're killing the wife, and that's becoming a really common thing now. Apparently, that I've been hearing about.
That's bad. Yeah, it's a bad trend. It's like bitter. It's like guys that become really bitter. It's sad. Yeah, it's sad to see that.
What's really sad about it is for the guys that, let's say, like they were in the wrong, whatever, blah blah, right?
Yeah.
And they either ended up taking their own life, or like let's say they did whatever, kill the girl or something, which that's never acceptable, obviously.
Nah, definitely not.
That's wrong. You should never murder someone, even if life may be fucking completely shit and you're losing basically everything you stand for. Still shouldn't do that. I get it, but you
fuck no. That should.
At the same time, it's like, with all that stuff going on, what's really fucked though is there's a certain feminist group to where they're basically advocating and saying, like, the men that are murdering the woman or this and that, or killing whatever, so they're basically talking bad about them in the sense that they deserve this and that, or they're a coward, or blah blah. They don't want to face reality, some like crazy bullshit.
Yeah.
And it's like, bro, like, they're over here like advocating like if this is a good fucking thing or something. Like, it's not a good thing.
Nah, not at all. The guys that do that are fucking pathetic. Yeah, they shouldn't do that shit, man. That's fucking disgusting. But if anything, that should serve as like fuel to the fire. If you're like, you lost everything, you lost your fucking kid, your back's against the wall, it should push you to fucking
lose everything. Yeah, so it's like you understand their motive, why, but at the same time, it's still wrong.
Yeah, that should push you to do better. It'd be like, I need to get my shit together, bro. I lost my kid, my house, my fucking wife, fucking another dude now. I need to change my life. That's what they need to do.
But see, that's the problem. That's not the case at all.
Yeah, most guys don't have that resolve.
Like, they just fucking snap.
Yeah, most guys don't have that. They don't have that, like, that resolve. That's the problem. Yeah. I get it though. That shit hurts. That shit stings, man.
Yeah, that'll cut a man's heart deep.
Yeah,
bro.
like even when your
money, your job, your
even in the past, like when I personally dealt with the fucking whore, she, that shit stung. I'm not gonna lie. That shit stung,
Of
but
course, man.
to me
Yeah.
that pushed me. That I've like worked harder. It actually was like a
Oh, of course.
negative
And
turned
see,
to a positive.
that's the difference
Yeah.
between people that react that way to where they're over here murdering or killing themselves,
Yeah.
and between someone on your caliber, which I'm also can relate to in similar in a way, to where when you
Yeah.
go through those certain type of hardships or you go through whatever, blah, blah, you use that as a strengthening tool.
Yeah. Now I
Use
think.
it as like to grow or try to fight.
Now I think that horror because I'm more cold now with women. Like it's a good thing now. Colder now with
I
them.
did think that
Yeah.
furries would help us grow, man.
I don't really tolerate.
It does teach you.
I don't tolerate. I don't really.
It does teach
I
you.
don't really tolerate bullshit now. I'm like, if you're a whore, you don't exist to me. Like I'm not gonna even waste my fucking time with you. That because of that whore cheating on me, that taught me that like I gotta be more cold and calculated. Like girls like cold. They pretend they like nice guys, but they like cold. That's what they really want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Like, I like a nice guy.
You know, it helps
Yeah.
us at the end of the day.
Exactly.
I mean,
Like,
so it's a mixed blessing.
The guy I watch, his name is Steffis Cole. He talks about it like you gotta be cold. You want bitches to respect you. You gotta be cold. Simple as that. So, shit. I think my headphone died. Give me a second. All right, folks. My headphones died. We've been at it for about 5 hours. We're gonna end it here. You probably can't hear the others speaking, but hope you guys enjoyed. We went about it for a long time. Appreciate all the questions. Any future recommendations for videos, let me know. Any future questions for future streams, let me know. There's a tuning exam video coming soon. My editor's working on it right now. That'll be out soon, but we hope you guys enjoyed. Again, sorry for the headphones dying. I need to charge them up next